The gloomy Korean sky welcomed a return after 17 years of separation. Two urns were placed side by side with the names Yo Hee-jong and Jin Soo-yeol engraved on them. Standing before the two urns, the grown-up Taeha offered a sad smile, his gaze fixed on his deceased parents. His eyes were distant, holding a silent question about the meaning of life. Horrifying memories flooded back, reflected in Taeha's wide, fear-filled eyes. 17 years ago, a ship rocked violently in a storm in the Gulf of Aden. Young Taeha struggled in the freezing water, his eyes desperately searching for his parents amidst the vast sea. A bolt of lightning tore through the night, illuminating the chaotic scene. From the ship's deck, Taeha's small figure was gradually swept away by the ferocious waves. The boy desperately clung to a piece of debris, his teeth clenched against the strong current. He suddenly froze, his eyes fixed in horror on a figure floating nearby. Recognizing his mother, Taeha reached out in vain, his cry caught in his throat. His mother's body went limp, a fatal wound on her chest staining a patch of water red. The boy was stunned, pain and helplessness evident on his young face. A giant wave crashed down, submerging Taeha and sweeping him away from his mother. The boy slowly sank into the ocean's darkness, the air in his lungs depleting. With his last bit of strength, Taeha fought his instincts, determined to resurface. From the depths he saw countless bodies sinking with him beneath the shadow of the colossal ship. Among the victims, Taeha recognized familiar faces, his father, mother and close relatives. Secretary Kim's body floated past his face, still bearing traces of his final struggle. Next were Chef Jang and the female bodyguard, all motionless. Taeha's eyes widened, witnessing the entire unbelievable tragedy. Right before his eyes, his father's and mother's bodies drifted aimlessly, life having completely left them. A silent scream escaped him, his arm reaching out as if trying to grasp the impossible. In his despair, a firm hand grabbed Taeha, pulling him to the surface. Jin Soo-ho held his exhausted grandson tightly, his eyes both relieved and urgent. Taeha recognized his grandfather, a glimmer of hope flickering in his tear-filled eyes. Jin Soo-ho looked up at the stormy sky, a moment of relief washing over him, knowing his grandson was still alive. Taeha tried to point downwards, wanting to tell his grandfather that his parents were still there, but Jin Soo-ho shook his head in pain. With a serious expression, Jin Soo-ho leaned close to Taeha, imparting his final instructions. Taeha listened, understanding that this was his grandfather's last wish, a command to inherit Chungwoo. Jin Soo-ho pressed a fountain pen into Taeha's hand, a token to seek the help of lawyer Kim In-soo. He held Taeha tightly, his eyes warning of the dangers awaiting in Korea before his strength ran out. Amidst the storm at sea, Taeha cried out in despair, begging for his parents who were still sinking underwater to be saved. Jin Soo-ho, full of injuries, gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, trying to hold on amidst the fierce waves. Taeha's eyes were filled with horror as he looked at his grandfather. With a pained expression, Jin Soo-ho conveyed the cruel truth that his parents were dead. With his last bit of strength, he pushed Taeha away, a silent command for him to live. In despair, Taeha reached out towards his grandfather as he was swept away by the waves. The boy alone watched Jin Soo-ho's figure gradually disappear into the night and the sea waves. A bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, signaling the end of a tragedy. After the storm, Taeha floated on the calm sea, unconscious thanks to his life jacket. The boy was exhausted, drifting aimlessly. Taeha's blue eyes slowly opened. The boy woke up in confusion, surrounded only by vast water. The silhouette of a colossal cargo ship loomed before his eyes in the Gulf of Aden. A long-haired woman with a mysterious smile appeared briefly. Taeha awoke with a start on the ship's deck, his entire body soaked, his face still bearing traces of horror. Two tall figures loomed over him, their eyes full of curiosity. The blond man shouted loudly, informing his superior that the boy had woken up. Taeha looked confusedly at the approaching figure. The blond subordinate continued to shout towards the ship's observation deck. A figure stood atop the observation deck, hearing the call. The red-haired subordinate placed a hand on Taeha's shoulder, trying to communicate with the boy. Taeha's gaze stopped at the tattoo on the red-haired man's neck. The boy realized these people were not civilians, and fear welled up inside him. In response to the call, a figure leapt down from the ship's observation deck. The woman landed with force, her skillful jump astonishing Taeha. She bent down, her sharp eyes scrutinizing, questioning Taeha about his presence on the ship. Her subordinate reported that the boy seemed not to understand what they were saying, prompting her to order a translator. Taeha looked at the strangers with wary and fearful eyes. The boy gathered all his courage, explaining that his yacht had been attacked. The woman Kapo smirked when she realized the boy understood their language. Taeha recounted the horrifying tragedy of his family being murdered by armed assailants. Kapo confirmed the story, emphasizing that he had drifted to the very ship of the Salerno family. The name Salerno family stunned Taiha, a new sense of unease rising within him. Regina Salerno and her two subordinates burst into mocking laughter at Taiha's story. Regina's blade flashed a cold warning of her skepticism. Regina's shadow fell, her blade pointed directly at Taiha, an absolute threat. The sharp sword tip grazed Taiha's hair, but the boy did not flinch. Taiha's face changed from frightened to resolute, his lips pressed tightly together. To prove it, Taiha handed his grandfather's fountain pen to Regina. With a firm gaze, Taiha held up the fountain pen, a silent declaration of his status as heir to Chang'u Group. Regina and her subordinates exchanged skeptical glances at the boy's assertion. Upon hearing the name Chang'u Group, a flicker of surprise appeared in Regina's eyes. Taiha looked directly into her eyes, asserting his position in Korea's leading conglomerate. Suspicious yet curious, Regina ordered her subordinate to verify the boy's story. While the red-orange-haired subordinate hastily searched on his phone, Regina continued to question Taiha. Taiha calmly listed a series of languages he was fluent in, demonstrating extraordinary intelligence. Two subordinates rushed over, their faces urgent, handing Regina the phone displaying the news. All three were stunned when they read the news confirming the disappearance of the Chang'u Group chairman's family. A sinister and delighted smile spread across Regina's lips as she realized Taiha's value. Taiha faced the three people preparing to state his demand. A memory flashed: Jin Soho's hand handing the fountain pen to Taiha, entrusting him to lawyer Kim In-soo. Taiha resolutely shook his head, refusing to contact the person his grandfather had designated, a decision driven by an uneasy premonition. The scene quickly cuts to the night in Seoul, South Korea. In a dark room, Kim In-soo picked up the phone with a nonchalant expression. The other end of the line confirmed his identity: lawyer Kim In-soo. From her office, Regina announced that she was holding the precious grandson of Chang'u Group. Kim In-soo calmly swirled his wine glass, listening to Regina's offer without revealing any emotion. Regina demanded $10 million in cash, requiring Kim In-soo to personally handle the transaction within 24 hours. Kim In-soo slammed the wine glass onto the table, indicating he had no time for petty negotiations. He reached for a microphone, preparing to turn the tables. Kim In-soo made a counter-offer through the microphone. The true setting was revealed: Kim In-soo was drunk in a noisy karaoke bar, completely debauched. Turning ruthless, Kim In-soo roared a bloody offer, pricing Taiha's life at $1 million. After a moment of silence from the other end, Kim In-soo lowered his voice, shifting to a calculating tone to persuade. On the train, Taiha stood frozen between two gun muzzles, listening to the entire conversation from the phone placed on the table. In utter horror, Taiha realized that the person entrusted to protect him was precisely the one who wanted him dead. Amidst a noisy karaoke party, Kim In-soo sent a final message with a smug smile. In the darkness, the traitor laughed maliciously, gloating over the successful usurpation plan. Taiha stood frozen, staring at the phone playing the call, his world seemingly collapsing. His blue eyes widened, reflecting the horrifying truth of a death sentence decided in mere minutes. As the shock passed, a cold realization appeared on Taiha's face. Standing tall, Regina Salerno raised the phone, her icy gaze declaring that Taiha's life value was gone. With two gun muzzles pointed at him, Taiha collapsed to his knees, desperately begging for a chance to live. The boy's face paled as he heard the cruel explanation that he had been abandoned by his own family. Regina nonchalantly exposed the power usurpation plot, a familiar story in her world. Taiha was stunned, unable to believe that his own relatives wanted to kill him. Regina and her two subordinates, Mateo and the redhead, burst into laughter at the boy's innocence and fear. Taiha's legs trembled, despair engulfing him. In his pants pocket, his hand clutched his grandfather's fountain pen, searching for a last ray of hope. The door burst open, a black-haired subordinate rushed in, shouting to signal a surprise attack. The subordinate frantically reported heavy armed forces approaching. On the C-3 warships and an armed helicopter were approaching at high speed. Regina spun around, her face scowling at the uninvited interruption. She turned back to look at Taiha, her eyes scrutinizing. A sinister smile suddenly appeared on Regina's lips as she began to suspect the purpose of the attack. To seize self-determination, Taiha gritted his teeth, using all his strength to stab the fountain pen through the back of his hand. Regina, Mateo and the redhead were stunned, astonished by the boy's brutal and decisive action. Despite the blood gushing out, Taiha held his head high, his fiery gaze delivering a powerful declaration. He faced Regina, his fear completely gone, replaced by a cold defiance. With iron determination, Taiha used his own blood to draw a complex symbol on his injured hand. The Salerno family tattoo emerged from Taiha's blood, a shocking testament to his knowledge. Regina burst into laughter, her astonishment quickly turning into extreme delight at the boy's audacity. She turned to give orders to Mateo. A bloody festival was about to begin. Regina looked directly at Taiha, her gaze both challenging and scrutinizing, demanding that he take responsibility for his words. Her eyes gleamed with calculation, realizing that the desire for revenge could turn this boy into a powerful tool. A memory flooded back, his grandfather's tearful instruction asking him to inherit Chang'u at all costs. Returning to reality, grief transformed into unshakable determination. Taiha clenched his bleeding hand. Regina smirked, intrigued by the prey's audacity. She kicked open the door, signaling Taiha to follow her into an unpredictable future. Young Taiha stared in horror at the Salerno family tattoo glowing on his arm. A fateful pact had been sealed. In a future vision, Regina Salerno's figure stood tall, facing the approaching helicopter, holding daggers in both hands, exuding absolute authority. Taiha looked up, his blue eyes reflecting a violent future crashing down upon him. 17 years later, Taiha, now a man, looked straight ahead with a confident and cold smile. He stood before the two urns containing the ashes of his parents Jin Suyul and Yo Heejong, their only remaining memorial. Taiha looked up at the urns, an unspoken vow of revenge conveyed through his resolute gaze. His eyes flashed with a sharp glint, signaling an approaching danger. Outside the building, a black car arrived at high speed. To avoid the sudden hail of bullets, Taiha lunged to the side as the glass shattered into pieces. The barrage of bullets continued to tear through the memorial urns behind him. Outside, Chianggu's security forces, weapons in hand, jumped out of the car, quickly surrounding the area. A bullet grazed a soldier's leg, showing the contempt of the unseen attacker. Li Zhonggu, Chianggu's security team manager, signaled his men, urging them to search for the target. He walked with a smug expression, confident that no one could escape Chang'u Group's pursuit. A subordinate ran up, pointing towards a bus in the parking lot to report the target's location. The subordinate warned Li Zhonggu that the target was still alive and very dangerous. As soon as they approached, a violent explosion engulfed the target vehicle in flames. Li Zhonggu and his men were stunned by the trap's destructive power. The heads of the two closest subordinates exploded in a shower of blood. Li Zhonggu turned back, his face still in shock, as a deadly streak of light flashed past. Amidst the chaos, Taiha leapt high off the ground, darting into the enemy formation like an arrow. Li Zhonggu looked down in surprise at the tear on his vest, realizing the attack had been blocked. He realized he had been saved by the bulletproof vest, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. A long-haired subordinate roared in fury, lunging towards Taiha to retaliate for the ambush. Taiha responded with a cold gaze, ignoring the enemy's accusation. He spun gracefully, dodging the subordinate's attack. With a lightning-fast movement, Taiha plunged the pair of daggers directly into Li Zhonggu's back. He withdrew the weapons, leaving a fatal wound as blood gushed from the manager's back. Li Zhonggu fell, his eyes wide with disbelief and extreme pain. Through Li Zhonggu's fading eyes, Taiha's figure stood tall on the steps, a haunting image. Taiha stood there, covered in blood, still clutching the knife, a mysterious and deadly predator. He slightly tilted his head, his eyes cold as ice, devoid of any emotion. Taiha turned and walked away, leaving the fiercely burning car behind him. From the victim's perspective, Taiha appeared as a judgment from above, his cold face stained with blood. Taiha slammed the trunk of the white car shut, trapping his target inside the deserted parking lot. Kim In-soo, tied in the car trunk, desperately begged for his life upon recognizing his kidnapper. Memories of Kim In-soo's betrayal resurfaced, contrasting with his horrified face in the present. To begin the psychological torture, Taiha dragged Kim In-soo out of the car trunk. To humiliate the traitor's greed, Taiha dumped stacks of money onto Kim In-soo. With a scornful smile, Taiha declared the price of $1 million, recalling the betrayal money from years ago. Kim In-soo froze, his face contorted in horror as memories of the promised money from 17 years ago flooded back. In a flashback, Kim In-soo decided to betray, pricing the life of the child he was supposed to protect at $1 million. Taiha coldly pulled out a metal lighter, preparing to end the charade. He flicked the lighter and the flame flared up like a verdict reflected in Kim In-soo's horrified eyes. Taiha's gloved hand reached out, symbolizing his rebirth from the death he experienced that day. The flame from the lighter ignited Kim In-soo, making him scream in extreme pain. Taiha stood there, his silhouette reflected in the flames consuming his enemy. He silently watched the car and the traitor inside sink into a sea of fire. Standing before the pyre, Taiha lit a cigarette, a bitter farewell to the past and an apology for being late. Black smoke rose high into the sky, carrying ashes and Taiha's silent prayer for his family. Amidst the deadly scene, after another massacre, Taiha stood firm, his gaze resolute, bearing his family's legacy. An office building appeared, the next target in Taiha's revenge plan. Wearing a mask to conceal his identity, Taiha moved with speed and determination. Li Zhonggu, the security manager, roared orders to his subordinates to eliminate the intruder. With a lightning-fast movement to neutralize the threat, Taiha used a knife to cut the throats of 2 guards. His blue eyes did not waver even as enemy blood splattered. Leaving the bodies behind, Taiha advanced deeper into the office, his hands clutching a pair of daggers. He calmly walked towards his final target, the only man left alive in the room. Cornered, the manager in the blue shirt stammered, asking about the identity of the person behind the attack. He tried to regain his confidence, loudly threatening with the power of Chang'u whom he served. Taiha calmly wiped the blood from his blade, showing he was fully aware of Holdings Qiangu's front company. The manager realized in horror that the intruder knew all their secrets, including their mission to protect high-ranking officials. Taiha approached a door, implying he knew their dirty operations extended beyond mere protection. An image appeared showing victims kidnapped, tortured, and murdered by this violent mercenary organization. The gagged hostages could only whimper in despair, evidence of Qiangu's crimes. Taiha threw a knife towards the victims, a gesture signaling his next action. Standing at the door, Taiha gave a silent command to the bound hostages: leave and forget his face. A swift knife stroke severed the red binding rope. 3 freed hostages sat amidst a pile of cut ropes, a dagger lying on the floor between them. Taiha, still masked, gave his final instructions to the frightened older man. As the hostages rushed away in gratitude and horror, Taiha stood still, his objective now clear. The young man with silver hair glanced back, his bruised face etched with fear. Amidst a room full of corpses, Taiha grabbed the Holdings manager, isolating his true target. He coldly explained that the presence of the hostages would hinder the interrogation. To emphasize the threat, Taiha removed his mask, his blue eyes piercing directly into the manager. The Holdings manager's face contorted in extreme horror upon recognizing his captor. Taiha pressed the knife tip to the manager's eye, a silent promise of impending pain to force him to reveal information. On a skyscraper, a giant screen advertised Chang'u Group's football team, a symbol of their dominance. Beneath the shadow of the buildings, homeless people gathered on the steps, a stark contrasting reality. A dead cicada lay on its back on the sidewalk, a small symbol of decay. Taiha's polished dress shoes stepped decisively over the cicada's corpse. He strode along the sidewalk, a determined figure in an unfamiliar city. Heavy traffic flowed through the streets, an indifferent pulse of the metropolis. Taiha's blue eyes swept across the scene, reflecting his return after many years of absence. He stared at the posters advertising Qiangu's insurance and loan programs, a testament to the nation's madness. In a flashback, a president stood on a podium, his voice full of authority. With a powerful gesture, the president declared war on crime before a crowded hall. From within the crowd, a gun was aimed directly at the unsuspecting politician. The president's silhouette exploded in a horrific bloody display, his declaration of war extinguished forever. An old television replayed a handshake between the police and private organizations, marking the beginning of an era of corruption. Back in the present, Taiha walked the streets, the weight of history evident on his shoulders. He stopped before a wall covered in posters, observing how the media distracted the public with sports and entertainment. A tattered campaign poster featured a dog, a bitter mockery of the nation's political state. Dilapidated slums lay in the shadow of Qiangu's gleaming skyscrapers, a stark contrast between promise and reality. Taiha stood before a glass door, his face hardening into a mask of cold determination. He entered a convenience store where the employee greeted him cheerfully. Taiha offered money, and at the same time a man in a brown jacket also offered money to buy the same item. Both men requested the same brand of cigarettes, their hands almost touching on the counter. Taiha and the stranger looked at each other, a tense silence filling the space. The clerk hesitantly held up the last pack of cigarettes. Taiha let out a soft breath, seemingly disappointed. The man in the brown jacket appeared, generously waving his hand to yield the pack of cigarettes to Taiha. He stood there with confidence, money in hand, his gaze fixed on Taiha. Outside the store, Taiha blocked the path of the man in the brown jacket. With a subtle smile, Taiha raised 2 fingers, signaling for a cigarette. The man in the brown jacket smirked, his gesture challenging Taiha to find another store. Taiha explained with a polite smile, his eyes never leaving his opponent. The man in the brown jacket shrugged indifferently, accepting the explanation. He opened the cigarette pack, pulling out a stick with a knowing look. He offered the cigarette to Taiha, then turned and left with a self-satisfied wave goodbye. Taiha watched him go, holding the cigarette between his fingers, a cold assessment in his eyes. His gaze reflected hardened confidence, a product of years of experience in the underworld. He recognized the opponent's latent power, a dangerous individual on par with the monsters he had faced. Taiha turned and walked away, an unspoken decision made to distance himself from the dangerous individual. In an office elsewhere, the man in the brown jacket stepped through the doorway, facing the aftermath of a massacre. His silhouette loomed and he took a self-satisfied drag from his cigarette amidst the bodies. He sat down amidst the scene of death, his cold gaze sweeping over the corpses. His eyes narrowed, assessing the clean slashes on the victims. He extinguished the cigarette butt on the blood-soaked floor with his fingertip. Amidst the scene of death, the man in the brown jacket answered a call. He showed annoyance, his gesture indicating irritation at being disturbed at this hour. He became serious, relaying urgent information over the phone. A fleeting image showed a sniper aiming at a target, illustrating the deadly peril. Elsewhere, the Chang'u heir was relaxing with a glass of wine, his back to the caller. The man in the brown jacket continued his report, pointing out the sole survivor, the Ah Holdings manager. He leaned closer to the phone, emphasizing the gravity of the situation to the caller. The Chang'u heir slammed his wineglass down, annoyance clear on his face. He leaned back, scoffing at the warning, fully confident in his family's secrets. A flashback appeared, showing the man in the brown jacket interrogating the severely wounded Ah Holdings manager. His gaze was sharp as a knife, focused on the victim's confession. The flashback ended and Taiha stood on the street, recalling his offer of a cigarette. Memories of the cigarette and the fleeting encounter passed through his mind. A mind analyzed the scar on the opponent's palm, an unmistakable mark of a skilled swordsman. Cheon Heeman, the 7th ranked swordsman of the Osung faction, stood in the shadows, his sword at his hip, his eyes full of skepticism. At an outdoor gathering, Heeman tried to persuade a silver-haired man while Taiha quietly observed from a distance. In another phone call, Heeman made a lucrative offer for security, but his expression remained tense. He stood at the threshold of a blood-soaked office, reporting on the massacre while urgently requesting increased security. On the other end of the line, a man with silver undercut hair, referred to as the chairman, listened with self-satisfaction, dismissing the warning. Heeman hung up, his frustration evident as he turned to the silver-haired man, disappointed by his superior's complacency. The chairman leisurely adjusted his tie, his confidence unshaken by the warning he had just received. The chairman's composure shattered as he turned and rushed away in panic, realizing an unexpected threat right at the meeting place. Later, in a deserted alley, Heeman reported over the phone, deciding to handle the situation himself. Images of wine bottles appeared in Heeman's mind, reflecting his frustration at being doubted and distrusted. He walked away irritably, muttering about the foolishness of refusing a great deal. As Heeman spoke, Taiha quietly emerged from the shadows, behind him a predator stalking its prey. Heeman ended the call, a final decision made in his eyes. He turned around and was startled to find Taiha standing there, blocking his path. Taiha calmly admitted that following Heeman was intentional, his blue eyes betraying no emotion. Heeman felt insulted, tearing at his hair in humiliation at being followed. Anger flared on Heeman's face. He couldn't believe he had been outmaneuvered so easily. Taiha took a decisive step forward, closing the distance and increasing pressure on his opponent. He looked directly into Heeman's eyes, a cold question posed to probe the true identity of the person before him. Heeman smirked, raising a finger condescendingly, attempting to belittle Taiha with a patronizing attitude. Taiha's blue eyes narrowed. He ignored the provocation and continued to analyze his opponent. Taiha turned his back indifferently, his hand moving behind his hip, a feint before striking. To end the conversation, Taiha suddenly drew a combat scythe from behind his back, displaying his weapon. Heeman froze, his eyes wide with horror at Taiha's unexpected and terrifying weapon. Taiha's gaze turned icy, ready for an uncompromising battle. Scythe and sword clashed in a metallic blur, the battle commencing with terrifying speed. Both lunged at each other in a deadly aerial dance, defying gravity as they engaged above the alley. Heeman swung his sword, putting all his strength into a dangerous attack. Taiha's scythe retaliated with a devastating slash, steel glinting in the night. Taiha spun to evade Heeman's attack with extraordinary agility, his scythe tracing a deadly arc. In an instant, Heeman's sword shattered into pieces and he, stunned, reached out in vain. Heeman stared as fragments of his sword flew past his face, unable to believe his weapon had been destroyed. In a dark and grimy alley, the search for an unseen opponent was underway. Cheon Heeman moved cautiously, his vigilant gaze sweeping every corner. From above, Taiha descended like a ghost, aiming directly at his target. Taiha's blue eyes gleamed with deadly focus just before impact. Faced with the sudden threat, Cheon Heeman could only manage a wry smile, mocking his own misfortune. He looked up, horrified at the shadow of his attacker descending upon him. With a powerful landing, Taiha used his foot to pin Cheon Heeman to the filthy ground. Completely subdued, Cheon Heeman gnashed his teeth in fury, helpless against his opponent's strength. Taiha swung his scythe, a devastating attack sending Cheon Heeman crashing into the opposite wall. Defeated, Cheon Heeman lay sprawled on the ground while Taiha stood there, a victorious silhouette. Taiha turned back coldly, looking down at the defeated opponent trying to get up. He silently observed, deciding Cheon Heeman's fate. Despite his injuries, Cheon Heeman looked up from the ground, his eyes filled with defiance and a silent threat. Taiha turned his back, a decisive gesture dismissing Heeman's challenge. His knife-sharp eyes narrowed, delivering a final uncompromising warning. He glanced at Heeman one last time, a reminder that this mercy would not be granted again. Cheon Heeman lay there bitterly, realizing his life was spared only as a cheap favor. The night sky and the solitary moonlight seemed to bear witness to his defeat. A luxurious car sped into a deserted parking lot. Behind the wheel, Taiha maintained a calm expression, but his eyes gleamed with determination. He clicked his tongue in annoyance, a fleeting frown as he looked down at his hand. The bleeding cut on his palm was a small price for the recent victory. Despite the wound, he reaffirmed his resolve. He could still continue. Tai's blood-stained hand gripped the steering wheel, ready for the next leg of the journey. His eyes were fixed steadily ahead, the 17-year-long revenge only 32 minutes away. Horrific memories flooded back, the young Tai's face distorted with fear amidst a rain of blood. Yo Heejong, his mother, in despair covered her son's eyes, trying to protect his innocence. Young Taiha screamed, struggling to break free from his mother's grasp to rush towards his father. Facing the armed attackers, Jin Suyul, Tai's father, stood in front, covered in blood. With his last breath, Jin Suyul shouted an order, urging his wife and son to flee to save their lives. Yo Heejong grabbed Tai's hesitant arm, pulling the boy away in tears. Both mother and son screamed in horror at the violent scene unfolding behind them. The armed soldiers advanced without hesitation, ready to end everything. Amidst the stormy rain at sea, Yo Heejong clutched her terrified son Taiha. She knelt, placed her hands on Tai's shoulders, and urgently gave him final instructions. With a tearful smile, Yo Heejong looked at her son one last time, her eyes conveying a dying wish for him to survive. An armed soldier stood over a body, appearing annoyed that the mission was incomplete. Taiha froze as he realized the attacker was speaking Korean. The armed soldier raised his gun, the barrel pointing straight ahead with a menacing click. Yo Heejong screamed a desperate command, urging her son to run away. Obeying his mother, Taiha turned and ran along the soaking wet deck. The boy looked back in extreme horror, his face drenched in tears and rain. Taiha continued to run, his painful screams lost in the downpour. A lightning bolt tore across the night sky, illuminating the yacht, violently swaying in the open sea. A terrifying explosion ripped through the yacht, turning it into a fireball. The wreckage slowly sank into the cold water, leaving only pillars of black smoke amidst the storm. Currently at a luxurious mansion identified as the Gangbok Secret Annex, Jin Juhee sipped her wine coldly, asking about the killer of Kim In-soo. Jin Jae-sung indifferently examined a pack of cigarettes, speculating about a crime of passion. The whole family sat around the dining table, Jin Jae-sung and Jin Juhee exchanging sarcastic remarks. Jin Jongwon sneered, only concerned with the division of shares left by Kim In-soo. A hand slammed onto the table, forcing everyone into silence. The Chung Group's secret family meeting became tense. Jin Guho, the most powerful man, signaled for another person to begin the report. Jin Chung stood up, smugly reporting that only 2 employees remained at the scene. In a ruthless cut, Jin Chung's henchmen executed the last witnesses at a port. Jin Chung continued to boast about handling the subcontractors and covering everything up with the police. Suddenly, Jin Chung's head exploded in a bloody mess from an invisible bullet. Jin Juhee, Jin Jae-sung and Jin Jongwon froze, horrified by the scene that had just unfolded. Jin Guho stared straight ahead, gritting his teeth as he asked about the whereabouts of the Osung faction. A fleeting memory showed Jin Chung with a head wound smiling defiantly. He boasted about confronting someone from the Osung faction named Cheon Heeman. Rage erupted. Jin Guho lunged and delivered a punch to Jin Chung's face, reenacting the scene of his death. Jin Guho roared, grabbing Jin Chung's collar and berating his incompetence. He frantically screamed that if the chairman and Jin Suyul hadn't died 17 years ago, a useless person like Chung would never have this position. Blood from Jin Chung's fatal wound stained his entire vision red. Jin Chung, his face covered in blood but still wearing a smug smile, declared an oath to hunt down his enemies. At a luxurious dining table, Jin Juhee and Jin Jae-sung appeared largely unconcerned with the discussion. Jin Jae-sung indifferently took a drag from his cigarette while Jin Juhee whispered a remark about the complex family relationships. Jin Juhee's sharp gaze showed that she clearly understood the true nature behind her father's actions. In a hallway, Jin Chung, with his head bandaged, walked with a terrifying confidence. Jin Chung's associate handed him a phone, ready to carry out orders. Jin Chung quickly wiped away blood, raised the phone and took a defiant selfie. His associate confirmed that their team was ready for action. Jin Chung licked his lips with morbid excitement, eagerly anticipating the upcoming confrontation. A white sedan sped away into the night, tearing through the silence of the highway. Inside the car, Tae's eyes were fixed on the road ahead, reflecting a meticulously pondered revenge plan. A memory flashed. A figure holding 2 knives stood on the ship's deck, marking his rebirth under the patronage of the Salerno family. The memory continued to Jin Guho, who had quickly seized power after his grandfather's death. Jin Guho, in a shady deal, allied with other factions to solidify his empire. A panoramic view of the Chung family mansion appeared, an impregnable fortress where secrets were buried. Back in the present, Taiha gritted his teeth, rage flaring at a rotten tradition. An old wound on his side throbbed, a reminder of the price he had paid. Tae's blue eyes burned with determination. He would break that system at any cost. Inside the security room, a vigilant employee noticed the unidentified vehicle on the screen. Chung's security manager received a call confirming no guests were pre-announced. Tae's car accelerated, heading straight for the main gate without slowing down. The security manager yelled into the radio, ordering the security bollards to be raised immediately. Steel bollards rose from the ground while Tae's foot pressed firmly on the accelerator. Inside, the Chung family continued their dinner, completely unaware of the approaching threat. Taiha calmly unbuckled his seatbelt, preparing for the imminent collision. The car slammed into the bollards, metal shattering with a deafening crash. Amidst the wreckage, Taiha drew a combat dagger, its steel glinting in the darkness. The car was completely destroyed, but it had served its purpose of creating an entrance. Chung's security forces rushed out, horrified by the intruder's audacity. In a deadly swirling motion, Taiha neutralized the security forces in his way with precise knife strikes. He stood among the fallen, his icy blue eyes declaring his return. Inside the dining room, the loud noise from outside startled Jin Guho and Jin Juhi, interrupting their dinner. Jin Chung and the others spun around, their complacency turning into vigilance as they realized their fortress had been breached. Jin Chung smiled smugly, as if an event he had been expecting had just occurred. Jin Zhongwan turned to Jin Chung, his face urgent, urging him to check an unusual noise outside. Jin Zhongwan froze, confusion evident on his face at Jin Chung's strangely calm reply. Suddenly, bodyguards aimed their guns at the dining Jin family, turning the dining room into a deadly trap. Jin Juhi sprang up, her horrified scream caught in her throat as she realized the betrayal. Jin Jae-sung roared a question full of anger and disbelief at the attackers he once trusted. A cold gun barrel pointed directly at Jin Jae-sung's head, extinguishing all his resistance. Jin Guho's eyes narrowed suspiciously, directed straight at Jin Chung, the only one who showed no surprise. Jin Chung responded with a sinister smile, a wordless confession that everything was part of his plan. Extreme fear enveloped Jin Guho as he rekindled his obsession with losing power, just like his father before him. A distorted, deranged image of a young Jin Chung appeared, claiming to be the one who murdered his father and his uncle. Memories returned to a young Taiha with determined blue eyes, marking the beginning of his 17-year revenge plan. Surrounded by armed attackers, the young Taiha knelt, but his eyes did not waver before the enemy's gun barrel. Returning to the present, Jin Jae-sung sprang up, his rage erupting as he pointed a finger at Jin Chung's face. The full scene revealed absolute betrayal as the Jin family's personal bodyguards simultaneously aimed their guns at their masters. Jin Chung casually wiped his hands with a napkin, feigning innocence amidst the chaos he himself created. Jin Zhongwan and Jin Jae-sung shouted in unison, hopelessly demanding the traitors to lower their weapons. Jin Juhi spun around, her eyes sharp as daggers directed towards her bodyguard Moon Young-min, seeking an explanation. Moon Young-min, Jin Juhi's bodyguard, merely bowed his head with a fake apologetic smile, confirming his betrayal. Park Junho, Jin Jae-sung's bodyguard, with a scar on his eyebrow, smirked, admitting his betrayal for a more attractive deal. Wang Junhyuk, Jin Zhongwan's bodyguard, casually blew a bubblegum bubble, mocking the family's exploitation. Moon Dane, Jin Chung's loyal bodyguard, stood there with a cold expression, an integral part of the coup. Jin Guho looked at the traitor's disappointment and disbelief clearly visible on his face as he realized even his closest associates had turned their backs. The last shred of doubt shattered on Jin Guho's face as he confronted the harsh truth of the coup. A tall figure, Baek Junsu, silently appeared behind Jin Guho, his presence changing the dynamic. Baek Junsu, the head of security, declared his loyalty not to the chairman but to the Chungwoo Corporation itself. Jin Zhongwan desperately screamed, trying to warn the traitors about the consequences of their actions. Wang Junhyuk coldly pressed the gun barrel against Jin Zhongwan's temple, cruelly silencing him. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Junhyuk pulled the trigger, ending Jin Zhongguan's life before the horrified eyes of the entire family. Cornered Jin Jaesung and Jin Juhee could only watch the tragedy unfold in stunned silence, utterly horrified. Blood splattered onto the wall, a bloody end for a branch of the Chung family. Amidst the massacre, Moon Dame calmly wiped the blood from Jin Chung's hands, who still maintained a satisfied smile. Jin Chung walked casually, his feet stepping through the pool of his own family's blood without hesitation. Jin Guho looked at his son across the dining table, his eyes revealing weariness and acceptance of a truth he had long anticipated. Jin Chung suddenly drew a gun, a smug smile spreading across his lips as he recounted the family tragedies he had orchestrated. Rage erupted on Jin Guho's face and he growled, admitting his suspicions about his son's conspiracy. Jin Chung indifferently spun the gun in his hand, his sneering smile dismissing his father's accusation. He climbed onto the table, pressed the gun to Jin Guho's temple, and questioned him about past decisions that had plunged the family into tragedy. Jin Guho screamed in despair and defiance, unwavering before the gun barrel pressed against his head. Jin Chung leaned close to his father's face, his morbid smile filling the frame as he questioned him about the heir's position. Jin Guho's face contorted in horror as he realized the brutal truth. He confessed in fear that he knew he would die if he handed power to someone like Jin Chung. Jin Chung stood up straight, nodding coldly in acknowledgement before showing anger at the confession. With a last glimmer of hope, Jin Guho tried to persuade him that Jin Chung would never be recognized even after his death. Jin Chung smiled casually, admitting that he knew the corporation's rules well. He continued his monologue, explaining that coups by force would not be recognized by the committee. One of Jin Chung's subordinates observed from a distance, silently awaiting orders. Jin Guho looked at his son with confusion, unable to understand his true plan. Jin Chung revealed a mysterious ally before pulling the trigger without hesitation, ending his father's life with a shot to the head. Outside, a Chung security guard frantically fired shots into the darkness. In the darkness, Taiha lunged, disarming the guard with a precise strike before finishing him off. From above, the bodyguards formed a deadly circle around Taiha, who lay motionless on the ground. For a moment, Moon Youngmin's image appeared, recalling the power structure of Cheonggu's security forces. Taiha recalled a formidable bald opponent from the past, mentally preparing for the current battle. He assessed his opponents, seeing them as nothing more than a challenge he had already overcome. With determination gleaming in his blue eyes, Taiha prepared for the attack. He lunged with terrifying speed, dodging the enemy's gunfire. Taiha closed in on a bodyguard, using him as a human shield against his comrade's gunfire. The other bodyguards hesitated, afraid to shoot their comrade. Seizing the opportunity, Taiha spun, using the human shield to attack another bodyguard while dodging bullets. He threw his dagger, pinning a bodyguard's gun to his hand. Taiha moved like a whirlwind within the encirclement, neutralizing each bodyguard with precise and dangerous moves. The two surviving bodyguards looked at each other in panic, ordering the area to be evacuated. Taiha threw a glittering object to distract them, creating an opening. His sword narrowly blocked an attack, the sound of metal clashing echoing. A man in sunglasses stepped out, a cigarette in his mouth, reprimanding his subordinates for their weakness. Cheonggu's three new security chiefs, Kim Il-sok, Kim Cheol-soo, and Yang Chulo, formed a solid defensive line outside the mansion. Amidst the melee, Taiha delivered a fatal slash, taking down Chung Security's lower-ranking bodyguards. Kim Il-sok scoffed, urging Kim Cheol-soo to deal with the intruder himself. Taiha gritted his teeth, a sharp pain flaring from his side as he struggled to stand firm. He lifted his vest, revealing a bleeding wound from a previous fight. A massive fist shot straight towards Taiha's face with the intent to finish him. Kim Cheol-soo unleashed the punch with full force, determined to crush his opponent. Taiha ducked down the punch, narrowly missing him as he landed on one knee. He looked up, his blue eyes sharp as daggers, fully focused on his opponent. Kim Cheol-soo roared a challenge, then leapt into the air, preparing for an aerial attack. With a furious roar, Kim Cheol-soo charged forward, determined to end the battle. Realizing he couldn't prolong it, Taiha gripped his knife, his eyes cold and resolute. Kim Cheol-soo lunged to attack, but Taiha had vanished from his position. Kim Il-sok and Yang Chulo froze, astonished by Taiha's speed. To dodge the attack, Taiha threw his knife like a dart, aiming at one of the attackers. Kim Il-sok and Yang Chulo roared in anger at the unexpected counterattack. Taiha executed a powerful spinning kick, taking down another opponent in a single movement. Yang Chulo froze, completely unable to comprehend what had just happened. Taiha quickly picked up his knife from the ground. With a final ruthless slash, Taiha finished off his last opponent. Leaving the defeated behind, Taiha calmly walked towards the mansion's main entrance. He stopped looking down at the bloodstain on his blade. He bent down to pick up a second knife fully armed. Taiha flicked the blade, feeling uneasy about the strange silence that enveloped the compound. He cautiously ascended the steps, approaching the closed door. He gently pushed the door open, peering into the dark hallway inside. Taiha stepped inside and froze at the sight of massacre, with Jin Chung sitting casually among the corpses. From the dining table, Jin Chung casually raised his gun, offering a morbid greeting. Taiha stood frozen at the threshold, knives in hand, his eyes staring in horror at the unimaginable scene. Jin Jaesong's body lay sprawled on the floor, covered in blood. Nearby, Jin Juhi lay motionless in her own pool of blood. In another corner, Jin Zhongguan's body also lay there, another victim of the purge. Taia's gaze finally settled on his target, chairman Jin Guho, slumped dead in his chair, his face covered in blood. Amidst the scene of death, Jin Chung walked leisurely, assessing Taiha with a sarcastic smile. With a self-satisfied expression, Jin Chung offered a provocative greeting, implying a long acquaintance. Taia's eyes turned cold as he recognized Jin Chung, Jin Guho's eldest son. Jin Chung's smile turned chilling. He glanced at Jin Guho's body, then looked back at Taiha, an unspoken warning about hierarchy. Taiha remained silent, his gaze unwavering despite the provocation. Jin Chung continued his monologue with amusement, signaling that he had been waiting for this encounter. He gestured towards the room, inviting Taiha to listen to his story amidst the devastation. Jin Chung brought up a memory from 17 years ago, holding an object resembling a lighter, his tone full of hidden meaning. Moon Dane, Jin Chung's female bodyguard, approached from behind, announcing that everything was ready for withdrawal. She urged Jin Chung to leave, her eyes showing concern about potential danger. Jin Chung showed annoyance, dismissing Moon Dane's warning, asserting that he would decide when the conversation ended. Taiha stood there, his arms hanging loosely, two daggers glinting, ready to act when the moment arrived. Taia's eyes widened in astonishment, a painful memory suddenly flooding back. Jin Chung and Moon Dane turned their backs, their attention seemingly distracted by a sound. Realizing the horrifying truth, Taia's hand tightened around the knife hilt, hatred condensing into the weapon. The scene quickly cut to a heavily armed special forces team advancing into a corridor, ready to attack. A soldier gave an order to his comrades, his eyes red through the protective goggles, showing ruthlessness. Taia's face contorted with anger and pain. He snarled Jin Chung's name as all the shattered pieces clicked into place. Jin Chung and Moon Dane stood side by side, shadows obscuring the mastermind's expression. Jin Chung lightly touched his chin, a self-satisfied smile appearing, enjoying Taia's confusion. Jin Chung's smile vanished, replaced by a deadly expression and unspoken threat. Taiha responded to the threat with a defiant gaze, his hand tightening on the knife hilt, asserting his purpose. Jin Chung pointed at Taiha, his attitude superior, lecturing about proper conduct. Taiha bowed his head, seemingly processing the information he had just received. Taia's thoughts surfaced. He realized Jin Chung knew about his identity as an assassin in the Salerno family. He wondered why Jin Chung had remained silent all this time and chose the exact day of his return to act. Taiha drew two daggers, light glinting on the blades, ready for a fight to the death. Jin Chung gestured with his hand, a silent command given to his subordinates. Taia's hand tightened on his weapons, preparing to launch an attack to finish off his enemy. Taia's back faced a new enemy. A blonde subordinate of Jin Chung stepped forward, creating a tense standoff. The blonde subordinate smirked, greeting Taiha disrespectfully. Taiha raised his weapons, ready to parry or attack. A deafening bang echoed as a bullet from the blonde subordinate's gun shattered Taia's weapon. With a lightning-fast movement, Taiha used his dagger to deflect an incoming bullet, sparks flying in the air. To close in on his opponent, Taiha darted like a blur, dodging blonde gunman's barrage of bullets. A tall bodyguard suddenly lunged from the side, delivering a powerful kick towards Taiha. A flicker of recognition appeared in Taia's eyes, surprise mixed with indignation as he recognized his attacker. The bodyguard Park Junho smirked, offering a silent and challenging introduction. Taiha stomped his foot on the floor, gaining momentum to counter and dodge. He spun around, swinging his dagger in a sharp, low arc. Blonde gunman unleashed bullets from both hands, forcing Taiha to constantly move at terrifying speed to survive. With a self-satisfied smile, blonde gunman ironically expressed admiration for Taia's extraordinary speed. Park Junho delivered a dangerous high kick, aiming for Taia's head to end the fight. Taiha leaned back, narrowly avoiding the kick, his eyes clearly showing surprise at his opponent's strength. Grabbing Taia's collar, Park Junho snarled a provocative question about his secret. Amidst the struggle, sharp darts flew from another direction, forcing Taiha to twist his body to dodge. Taiha used his dagger to block another attack. He realized the formidable strength of these bodyguards. In a quick cut, Tae's mind focused on the bleeding wound on his side, a reminder of the danger. Images of Jin Chung and Moon Dane appeared in his mind, reinforcing the ultimate goal of the infiltration. Taeha analyzed the situation, realizing he was facing 3 top bodyguards. Park Junho lunged forward, swinging an iron-clad fist towards Taeha. The image of Taeha holding knives ready to fight reflected in Park Junho's wide eyes. A third bodyguard, the glasses-wearing bodyguard, appeared with a curved sword, preparing to join the fight. He swung his sword, delivering a fatal slash towards an unseen opponent. Park Junho raised a hand to stop the glasses-wearing bodyguard, indicating he wanted to handle Taeha himself. From the floor, Taeha looked up, his eyes burning with determination despite his injury, asserting that the battle was not over. The glasses-wearing bodyguard lowered his sword, drew his gun, and offered tactical advice to Park Junho. Blonde gunman aimed his gun forward, his eyes greedy as he calculated the reward for taking down Taeha. Park Junho fired his gun, forcing Taeha to lean back and dodge bullets in a confined space. Tae's mind replayed the chaotic scene where Jin Jaesong's body lay in a pool of blood at Jin Chung's feet. Jin Chung's self-satisfied smile appeared, mocking Tae's legendary speed. The glasses-wearing bodyguard held his dagger, confident that he would end the fight like a hero. Taeha stood facing Park Junho, both in defensive stances, preparing for the next round of engagement. Blonde gunman and the glasses-wearing bodyguard blocked all escape routes, forming a deadly pincer movement around Taeha. The glasses-wearing bodyguard signaled with a chin flick an unspoken command for an all-out attack. Anger flared across Park Junho's face as he braced himself, preparing for the final battle. Taeha looked up, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief. Jin Chung smirked, offering a sarcastic compliment on Taeha's performance. With horrific force, Taeha was sent flying backward, his body shattering the wall. Memories flooded back 4 years prior. Regina Salerno questioned Taeha with an angry gaze, demanding an explanation. She pointed to the horrific scene where the body of a traitor was pinned to the wall in a sea of blood, reprimanding Taeha for turning an execution into a massacre. Regina turned away, feeling nauseous to the point of unbearable disgust at the violent spectacle Taeha had caused. As Taeha's past self departed, Regina continued her reprimand from a distance, her voice echoing disappointment that he had failed to quietly eliminate the target. A flashback cut showed Park Junho, one of the current attackers. Another cut revealed Lorenzo, the deceased traitor, placing a hand on a child's shoulder, an image of trust broken. Regina explained that she understood the feeling of betrayal, but Taeha's method was too ostentatious. She turned back, her stern gaze warning Taeha that causing such a bloody spectacle would only increase their enemies. Taeha bowed his head, listening, his face obscured in shadow. But when he looked up, his eyes were cold, devoid of remorse. Regina confronted Taeha, who stood in the middle of the blood-soaked room, awaiting his explanation. Taeha stood over the pool of blood, his tone icy, asserting that a quiet death would not be a sufficient deterrent. Regina and her subordinates listened as Taeha explained his philosophy. Taeha, still holding the bloody dagger, declared that terror must be sown to ensure loyalty, and he would come for anyone who dared to betray. Regina looked at him, realizing that to prevent killing, Taeha believed he had to kill in the most terrifying way. The world around Taeha distorted memories of past brutalities, staining reality red. Back in the present, Taeha stood there, his calm face bearing a profound sadness, accepting his own nature. A fleeting smile crossed Regina's lips in the memory as she acknowledged that the role of a mere assassin never suited him. Back in the battle, Taeha counterattacked, delivering a blow so powerful it sent Park Junho crashing into the wall. Blood spurted from Park Junho's face and chest as he collapsed from the lightning-fast attack. From a distance, Jin Chung and Moon Dane were stunned, astonished by Taeha's true power. Taeha landed, his vest torn open to reveal a chest wound, but he remained standing firm, daggers in both hands. His gaze was razor-sharp, focused on the remaining opponents. The bespectacled bodyguard roared in anger, pointing his gun and sword at Taeha in self-defense. Taeha glided past like a ghost, his dagger plunging directly into the bodyguard's eye. With his glasses shattered, the bespectacled bodyguard fell, a stream of blood gushing from the fatal wound on his forehead. Without hesitation, Taeha charged forward, ready to face the last enemy. After taking down 2 opponents, Taeha panted, sweat and blood streaking his exhausted face. Witnessing his comrade brutally taken down, the blonde gunman screamed in extreme panic and horror. From a nearby corridor, Chungwoo Chairman appeared, his cold gaze fixed on Moon Dane as he issued a silent command. Baek Junsu gave a silent command to Moon Dane, nodding his chin towards Jin Chung while standing in front, a promise to follow immediately. Despite his wounds, Taiha charged wildly forward, daggers poised, determined not to let the target escape. From the end of the corridor, Taiha saw Jin Chung being escorted away by Moon Dane, a feeling of helplessness rising within him. Moon Dane glanced back coldly before disappearing around a corner with Jin Chung. Taiha vaulted over an obstacle, taking down another bodyguard along the way in a desperate pursuit. Jin Chung looked back from around a corner with a smug expression, provoking his pursuer. Rage flared, Taiha roared a silent challenge, refusing to accept defeat. Bursting into a luxurious penthouse, Taiha paused as he saw Baek Junsu calmly waiting amidst the battle-strewn room. Blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Taiha's eyes widened in horror as he recognized the formidable foe who had just appeared. To clear the path, Taiha roared and leapt over Baek Junsu, both daggers raised high, ready for a finishing blow from above. Taiha's attack was abruptly blocked by two metal rods Baek Junsu raised. Baek Junsu looked directly at Taiha, a slow nod acknowledging the young man's strength, but his eyes were filled with condescension. With tremendous force, Baek Junsu used the two metal rods to knock away both of Taiha's daggers. A precise strike to the chest made Taiha's ribs feel as if they were shattering. Taiha coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body convulsing in pain. Baek Junsu held up a fragment of one of Taiha's daggers, a silent declaration that the fight was over. Baek Junsu delivered a brutal kick to Taiha's side, ending all resistance. Taiha's limp body was sent flying across the room, landing on the cold hard floor. Baek Junsu looked down at the three bodies of the bodyguards Taiha had defeated, then looked towards Taiha lying motionless. A small tear in Baek Junsu's jacket shoulder, the sole sign of the confrontation, caused him a fleeting moment of surprise. Baek Junsu called out into the empty space, ordering Wang Junhyuk to get up, knowing full well he was only pretending. Wang Junhyuk sat up from the floor, scratching his head with a wry smile, admitting he had been quite startled. Baek Junsu turned and walked away, ordering Wang Junhyuk to take Moon Youngmin out and warning that the place was about to explode. Left alone, Taiha lay motionless on the vast floor, the only sound a faint groan. Outside, Baek Junsu strode towards a waiting helicopter, its rotors beginning to spin in the night. Inside the aircraft cabin, Jin Chung sat with his arms crossed, facing Baek Junsu and asking if everything was done. Jin Chung urged Baek Junsu to board, eager to order the pilot to take off. Baek Junsu put on the pilot's headset, calmly ordering the doors closed to avoid debris. Jin Chung leaned out the door, a wicked smile on his lips as he declared he had to witness this moment firsthand. The helicopter slowly lifted off the ground, Jin Chung still standing at the open door. As the helicopter ascended, Jin Chung looked down at the villa with a hateful gaze. Sitting safely inside, Moon Dane and Baek Junsu listened as Jin Chung monologued about the deceit of family and power. In Taiha's mind, his own desperate screams echoed, a reminder of bitter defeat. With a scornful smile, Taiha looked down, mocking the fate of his fallen enemy. On the helicopter, Jin Chung turned his back, a smug smile on his lips as he looked down at the conquered city. He waved his hand, making an arrogant declaration about the future he would decide. Below, the villa exploded into a fierce fireball, obliterating everything. Amidst the rubble, Taiha lay motionless on the floor, severely wounded but still clutching his dagger. The increasing sound of the helicopter rotors pulled Taiha from his daze, the cross necklace glinting on his neck. A flicker of hope ignited in his blue eyes, his will to fight flaring. Despite his severe injuries, Taiha struggled to his feet and charged straight into the wall of fire in pursuit. From the helicopter door, Jin Chung casually untied his tie, enjoying the scene of destruction below. The force of the explosion propelled Taiha out of the building, turning him into a living projectile. In an unbelievable moment, Taiha soared up from below, aiming his dagger directly at the astonished Jin Chung. The dagger plunged into Jin Chung's calf, fresh blood splattering. The pain and shock made Jin Chung scream piercingly. Inside, Baek Junsu and Moon Dane spun around, their faces horrified by the sudden event. For revenge, Taiha clung tightly to the helicopter door, the knife plunged deep into his enemy's leg. Taiha looked up, his eyes burning with hatred, roaring an accusation about the massacred families. He cruelly pulled out the knife, preparing for another attack. Jin Chung's blood splattered on his face. Taiha yelled a vow to take his life. To protect her master, Moon Dane drew her pistol, signaling Jin Chung to get out of the way. Jin Chung snatched the gun from her hand, deciding to end the threat himself. Jin Chung's figure loomed above, looking down at Taiha, clinging desperately. With a cruel smile, Jin Chung pulled the trigger, bullet casings ejecting into the air. The bullets lodged into Taiha's body, the impact causing him to lose his grip. He fell into the night, his arms still raising the dagger as a final defiance. The helicopter flew away safely, leaving its enemy in freefall. As the helicopter became a small dot, Taiha's body also gradually disappeared into the darkness below. His body crashed through the dense foliage of a large tree, breaking countless branches. He slammed hard onto the roof of a nearby building. Taiha and 2 other unconscious bodyguards fell onto the roof of a parked truck. A splash sound echoed as one of the bodies fell into the nearby water. The water rippled, then gradually returned to stillness. On the riverside road, a local was leisurely cycling. Attracted by the strange sound, the cyclist stopped and looked back towards the darkness. Under the night sky, a silver-haired young man stood silently, his face dazed with a bruise on his cheek. In a nearby canal, Taia's injured body slowly sank, life slipping away from him. The silver-haired young man cycled, his gaze fixed forward with a silent question about the lateness. Suddenly he stopped short, turning his head sharply towards a sound that had just echoed. He stood on a small bridge looking down at the dark water below, drawn by the strange sound. His gaze was highly focused, trying to see through the night and the water. From beneath the canal, a faint, desperate plea for help echoed, just enough for him to hear. Despite his fatal injuries, the will to survive flared in Taia's blue eyes as he whispered his final plea for help. The flashback sequence began with a voice recording playing on a computer screen. In a dark room, the silver-haired young man typed furiously, engaged in a tense online exchange. The recording continued to play, revealing a conversation about abuse of power and investigations. A message conversation appeared, questions sent to confirm information and location. A contemplative silence in the conversation. A brazen blackmail demand was made. The other side was typing a response, the tension evident on the screen. A counter offer was made much lower than the initial demand. The silver-haired young man flinched, surprised by the opponent's reaction. The conversation continued with panicked words and refusal from the victim. An explanation of the target's value was given, emphasizing the seriousness of the matter. He leaned back in his chair, uttering a curse towards the Chengdu Corporation. A radio news report suddenly played announcing an incident at a related tower. He decisively turned off the radio, not wanting to hear any more. Ending the flashback, he picked up his skateboard, preparing to leave the apartment. He entered the kitchen area of a small restaurant, seemingly where he lived. Inside, the woman who owned the restaurant was preparing ingredients while he walked past behind her. She reminded him about school hours, her tone both strict and caring. He held up his skateboard confidently, declaring he would get to school on time with his own means. With a mischievous look, he held up a bottle of alcohol and a roll of paper, teasing the woman. His eyes showed a hint of worry as he commented on the restaurant's slow business. The door suddenly opened, revealing 3 uninvited guests with arrogant attitudes. Choi Boksu, leader of the Yaburi gang, stepped forward with a smug smile, making a threatening offer. The woman who owned the restaurant calmly sliced meat, her sharp eyes responding to the threat without flinching. She turned around, signaling the silver-haired young man to leave, asserting she would handle the troublemakers herself. The silver-haired young man stood there with a pensive, tense expression. Choi Boksu, leader of the Yaburi gang, along with his subordinates, entered the restaurant. He drew a knife and issued an arrogant warning. To emphasize the threat, Choi Boksu plunged the knife into the tabletop. Nana, the owner, did not flinch. She sharpened 2 knives against each other with a silent, defiant gesture. After the confrontation, the silver-haired young man walked out of the diner. He let out a sigh, weariness and helplessness evident on his face. The redeveloped neighborhood appeared desolate and forgotten. He placed his feet on the skateboard, gliding through the silence of the neighborhood. The figures of Choi Boksu and his 2 burly subordinates embodied the lawlessness of this place. From inside, Nana silently watched his receding back. Back in the restaurant, Nana continued her work, a clear bruise visible on her cheek. The silver-haired young man returned and was stunned when he saw his aunt's injury. He turned to an elderly customer who seemed to be recounting the Yaburi gang's attack. After listening, rage flared in the silver-haired young man's eyes and he gritted his teeth. Nana realized, and she extinguished his intention for revenge with a decisive command, telling him not to interfere. Ignoring her words, the silver-haired young man went into a back room. He sat down on a chair, used his foot to push the skateboard into a corner, activating a secret mechanism. In his secret room, a high-tech hub, he tore at his hair in anger and helplessness. Despair vanished, replaced by a sharp, determined gaze. A fleeting memory, Nana in a professor's blouse standing next to the silver-haired young man when he was an orphan boy. Returning to the present, the image of Nana's solitary back in the kitchen further solidified his resolve. He sat down at the computer setup, his anger transforming into intense focus, preparing for his retaliation plan. He got to work, targeting a much larger entity. With a decisive press of the enter key, he began his digital attack. An online conversation opened and he sent a simple message to begin. He continued typing confidently, deploying his blackmail plan. Sensitive images of a powerful couple were sent as a threat. Details of Chengdu CEO Zhang Juhak's affair were revealed. A bead of sweat rolled down his temple as he awaited a response from the other side. The other side responded with a veiled challenge comparing the target's scale to Qianggu's immense power. The next day, under a clear sky, a new event was about to unfold. The silver-haired young man, now known as Gray, was stopped by two Chengdu agents in black suits. He turned around completely surprised to realize his secret identity had been exposed. A sudden punch landed squarely in Gray's stomach, making him double over in pain. The two agents in black suits grabbed Gray and roughly dragged him towards the waiting car. He was mercilessly thrown into the backseat of the car. Tied to a chair in an unfamiliar office, Gray realized he had become bait. Facing him, a grim-faced middle-aged man, the interrogator assessed him with a smug look. To break Gray's spirit, the interrogator presented blackmail photos, demanding in a harsh voice to know their origin. Gray faced his tormentor, a flicker of defiance in his eyes as his motive for avenging his father was exposed. The interrogator revealed he knew his identity well, the son of a researcher at Chengdu Corporation. At the taunts, a silent, contemptuous smile spread across Gray's lips. Gray's defiance enraged the interrogator, who slowly removed his watch, preparing for violence. His rage erupted and the interrogator swung his arm, delivering a devastating punch to Gray's face. He continued to unleash his fury on the young man while the agents watched impassively. A powerful blow sent Gray flying from the chair, collapsing onto the floor. The interrogator stood towering above, looking at Gray lying motionless on the floor. Despite the beating, Gray looked up, baring his teeth in a crazed smile to provoke his opponent. Losing patience, the interrogator turned away and ordered his subordinates to bring a hammer. He pinned Gray to the floor, raised the hammer, threatening to brutally torture him. Just as he was about to strike, the interrogator startled and turned around at an agent's urgent call. The agent reported tensely, presenting a phone that showed an urgent order from headquarters. The interrogator glared at Gray, his torture plan forced to a halt. He ordered his subordinates to gag Gray and take him elsewhere. Gray was kicked into a dark room, the door slamming shut behind him. In the darkness, Gray realized he wasn't alone. Beside him were an elderly man and a woman, both tied up. Tied and gagged, Gray sank into painful memories of his father. A fleeting image of the tragic accident that claimed his parents' lives resurfaced. Back in reality, helplessness weighed heavily on the young man's shoulders. His hands, tightly bound behind his back, were proof of his vulnerability to the enemy. Suddenly, all three hostages startled, turning their gaze towards the door upon hearing a strange noise. A terrifying sound echoed as the cell door was violently forced open from the outside. Rushing footsteps and panicked screams echoed from the hallway. The hostages looked up, astonishment and a glimmer of hope in their eyes. A pair of cold, resolute blue eyes pierced through the darkness. Tae's silhouette loomed in the doorway, the sword in his hand gleaming with deadly light, a promise of liberation for the hostages. Taeha turned his cold blue eyes, giving a silent affirmation that they had never met. On the blood-soaked floor, Wang and two other hostages, an elderly man and a woman, knelt in horror, their hands tied behind their backs. Taeha stood motionless amidst the chaotic scene, while behind him Wang and the freed male hostage hastily expressed their gratitude. Wang's bruised face and swollen lips were testament to the brutal beating he had just endured. Two Chengdu agents lay dead in pools of blood, their rifles useless against the lone attacker. Wang stood stunned, his face still bearing the marks of the beating, his eyes vacant as he stared into space. He entered a restaurant, causing a friend working there to rush out in alarm upon seeing his condition. The friend showed extreme concern, but Wang merely raised his hand, a gesture attempting to reassure that everything was fine. Wang forced a strained smile, a weak attempt to hide his physical pain and inner turmoil. To avoid further questions, he quietly stepped into a back room, seeking privacy. Wang's friend stood frozen, watching him with a worried expression and not believing his reassurance. He slid to the floor in a dark room, his mask of composure shattering as he was left alone with his pain and exhaustion. From the floor, his shadow stretched long onto the door, lost in thought about the stranger who had changed his fate. He stared at the sword the stranger had left behind, a silent testament to the recent massacre and the only clue to his savior's identity. He decisively pulled out a drawer, searching for something with a clear purpose. His hand brushed past small black objects, devices that seemed to be tools for a secret purpose. Beneath the drawer revealed a series of USB drives, a trove of data waiting to be exploited. A brief flashback showed Wang being interrogated by the interrogator about his father, a senior Chengdu researcher. Back in the present, he plugged a red USB drive into the computer, beginning his own hunt for information. A list of Qianggu's confidential documents appeared, revealing the extent of the secrets he now held. The blue light from the screen illuminated Wang's determined face. he realized that information alone was not enough. He needed power. The data was too vast to be analyzed with just a glance, requiring intense concentration. Wang began to work, his fingers flying across the keyboard with the speed and precision of an expert. In another memory, a Chengmu agent received an alert call about a level 1 emergency, which was Tai's raid. On the screen, Wang's mouse cursor paused over Chengmu electronic report documents, a potential lead. His eyes narrowed, focusing intently on the words security guidelines. He had found what he needed. He read about Qiangu's emergency response procedure, a meeting of executives at a safe house on Bukar-san Mountain. Wang clicked, but the precise location details remained unknown. He picked up the USB drive, pondering the identity and motives of his savior, who was also opposing Chengmu. Wang stood up, moving towards a table laden with mobile phones and a police radio. A voice emanated from the radio, reporting a murder case with multiple casualties at an address on Wangqian Road, heading towards Bukar-san. He pressed his ear to the radio, his face stunned as he heard the report that the location was a secret mansion belonging to Chengmu executives. Wang sprang from his seat, a flash of realization in his eyes as all the pieces suddenly fell into place. In a dimly lit warehouse, Wang took his bicycle off the rack, his face showing fatigue but determination. He cycled alone through a deserted alley at night, heading towards a small eatery. Despite the uncertainty, Wang cycled furiously into the night, acting on a belief that doing something was better than standing still. Determination flared on his face, urging him to pedal even faster. Suddenly Wang stopped, looked up at the night sky, and witnessed a helicopter surrounded by moonlight. He was shocked to see a figure fall after a resounding gunshot, then hastily cycled towards it. From above, Tai's body drifted lifelessly in the dark water, his life seemingly extinguished. In the water, Taiha weakly whispered a plea for help, blood spreading from the wound in his side. The tear in his pant leg revealed another serious wound. Despite being close to death, Tai's blue eyes still blazed with an indomitable will. He had not given up. Wang arrived, his face stunned as he saw the man slowly sinking. Carrying the unconscious Taiha on his back, Wang let out a desperate cry, trying to attract attention to save the man. Wang's friend rushed out from the kitchen, his face horrified at the sight before him. Wang's eyes pleaded, begging his friend to save this flickering life. Many days later, Taiha woke up in a strange room, his right hand bandaged. He looked at his rescuer and asked for their identity. The silver-haired young man introduced himself with a single name, his eyes calm gray. Taiha's blue eyes gleamed with intense realization. He had found the person he needed. Taiha showed suspicion when he realized his rescuer was an information broker. Gray explained the nature of his work with confident gestures, outlining an underworld of raw information brokers. He continued to list his powerful clients with a smug smile. Taiha bowed his head thoughtfully, recalling that he had almost died because he was mistaken for an information broker. Taiha's eyes sharpened. He realized Gray was the hostage he had rescued at AH Holdings. Gray leaned back in his chair, boasting about his skills with arrogance. Taiha stood silently in Gray's room, a cluttered space with tech gadgets and cardboard boxes. Gray's skateboard with prominent gold lettering was propped up in the corner of the room. Gray confirmed they had been there for 4 days, while the floor was littered with processed mobile phones. Taiha realized he had been unconscious for too long, his expression becoming serious. Taiha looked directly at Gray, making a direct request, a test of the information broker's capabilities. Gray feigned humility, suggesting that finding Taiha was just luck and finding others would be very difficult. He propped his feet up, emphasizing that this would cost a lot of money. Gray stood up, offering a subtle refusal before turning the tables, using the life debt to bind Taiha to a new agreement. Taiha's face clearly showed disappointment and disbelief. He questioned Gray's refusal. Gray's eyes became cold and challenging, ready to confront Taiha's resistance. Despite his wounds, Taiha lunged towards the door, determined to escape, while Gray stood frozen, stunned by his will. Taiha took his jacket, a gesture of gratitude, but his eyes remained firm on his goal of leaving. Gray raised his hand, trying to intervene in vain, as Taiha asserted that his mission was not yet over. Taiha turned back, his sharp, cold gaze an unspoken warning telling Gray not to interfere. Gray slumped into his chair, his worried expression gone, replaced by a calculating calm. A smug and cunning smile spread across Gray's lips as he watched Taiha's retreating back. Taiha entered a kitchen area, wary of the smell of food and the unfamiliar space. He paused, surprised to see a man standing with his back to him in the kitchen. Wang's friend turned around, warning Taiha about his bullet wound and broken ribs. The chef slammed the knife onto the cutting board, emphasizing the danger if Taiha continued to move recklessly. Taiha placed his hand on his chest, expressing gratitude to his rescuer and promising to repay them. Wang's friend turned away coldly, stating that he was just the restaurant owner, not a doctor. Taiha walked out of the restaurant, entering a spacious courtyard under a green canopy. He looked around the deserted market, his face confused by the unfamiliar scene. From a low angle, Taiha pulled out a phone, the screen's light casting onto his face. He put the phone to his ear, immediately realizing it wasn't his device. From his command room, Gray casually explained that Taiha's phone was broken and this was a replacement. Following Gray's instructions, Taiha rummaged through his jacket pocket. He found a tiny wireless earbud nestled in his palm. Gray explained in detail the features of the listening device and the camera hidden on the button. He issued a final warning stating that anyone found to be associated with Taiha would die. Taiha froze, stunned, speechless, as Gray revealed the shocking information that he was accused of annihilating the entire Chang'u clan. Gray typed on the keyboard, casually asserting that such a major incident could not be concealed. In a brief flashback, Gray and his friend watched news about the Chang'u clan massacre. Taiha's eyes became tense. He realized Gray was cornering him. Gray stood up, explaining that they were in a ceasefire zone, a neutral territory that factions could not enter. He reviewed some documents hinting at another issue existing within this safe zone. Gray slung a bag over his shoulder, making a final offer, a favor for a favor. Standing in the middle of the market, Taiha listened to Gray's threat over the phone that he would call Chang'u if Taiha didn't cooperate. The tension on Taiha's face vanished, replaced by a challenging smirk. He decisively put the earbud into his ear, accepting the agreement and ready for the new mission. Below, a bustling city street stretched out, full of vehicles and hustle. The target appeared, an empty corridor leading to the fortified door of a vault or security facility. A golden elevator entrance marked Vault 2 next to an electronic directory board of a secure, safe company. Inside the vault room, Taiha, monitored by security cameras, was preparing to open a locker. He opened the locker, began rummaging inside, still wary of his surroundings. Taiha took out a bag of items, his eyes explaining through the hidden camera about the absolute security of this place. At another location, Gray sat in front of his laptop, monitoring the live feed from Taiha's camera. On Gray's screen, images of Taiha checking items, fake passports, cash, and a bulletproof vest were clearly visible. Gray took a sip of his drink, thoughtfully analyzing the items Taiha had prepared. He squinted thoughtfully, noticing a significant omission in Taiha's arsenal. Back in the vault room, drops of sweat from Taiha's pain fell onto the cold floor. The pain from his wound tormented every step, but Taiha suppressed it, his face devoid of expression. A painful memory flooded back, Regina lunging with a crazed smile, 2 knives clutched in her hands. Pushing away the memory, Taiha stood alone among the rows of lockers, communicating with Gray via his earbud. Gray typed on his keyboard, retrieving information about the target Taiha had specified. A profile appeared: Kim Piljong, a defector broker who had helped Taiha enter South Korea. Taiha listened to the information, his face relieved to know his target was still in the country. He turned, giving a decisive command to Gray, showing confidence despite his injury. Taiha's blue eyes flashed with a deadly glint, revealing his true intentions. To affirm his vow, he pulled a folding knife from behind his back, ready for revenge. Gray swallowed hard, realizing the horrifying truth: Taiha was betrayed by the very person who brought him here. Taiha's eyes were sharp as a knife, his determination to punish the traitor unwavering. Night fell upon an ancient church, the chosen location for the purge. Kim Piljong, without a hint of suspicion, walked through the dark corridor of the church. He approached a confessional, knocking on the door to signal his presence. The door remained silently closed, a voice echoing from within. Kim Piljong flinched at the sudden sound, removing his sunglasses uncomfortably. He wore a smug smile, chewing on a toothpick, boasting about his past. He faced a figure seated in the shadows of the confessional. Kim Piljong opened a black bag, revealing stacks of cash inside. He pushed the bag across the counter, completing his part of the deal with a sly smile. He picked up his backpack and phone, preparing to leave after receiving the information. He looked at his phone, his smug expression quickly turning to doubt and caution. From the shadows, Taiha listened to the alarm ringing from Kim Piljong's phone, a signal for the trap to spring. The confessional door burst open and a group of armed thugs stormed in, blocking all of Kim Piljong's escape routes. In a dimly lit room, Kim Piljong leaned back, smugly holding a pipe, posing a challenging question. From above, a group of armed thugs wielding sticks and knives waited in the church hall like a pack of wolves. Kim Piljong looked at his phone with a confused expression, not understanding what was happening. His smugness shattered as he recognized the familiar voice emanating from the shadows, Taiha's voice. Utter horror enveloped Kim Piljong, sweat pouring as he realized the person he believed dead was speaking to him. The traitor's eyes widened, extreme fear clearly visible. He completely collapsed, slumping to the ground and confessing his foolishness. In a panic, Kim Piljong turned and began to confess about the gambling debts that had led him down the path of betrayal. From the shadows, Taiha coldly raised a pistol, aiming it directly at the traitor. A memory of betrayal flashed. Taiha collapsed, blood gushing from his neck after Regina Salerno's knife strike. Back in the present, a gunshot rang out and blood spurted from Kim Piljong's neck. The gunshot startled the thugs in the church and they looked around cautiously. From a distance in a car, Gray stared at the laptop screen, his face filled with worry and doubt about Taiha's actions. Kim Piljong's body slumped onto the table, his life taken. Taiha stepped out of the shadows, facing the waiting thugs. He pulled out a folding knife, its blade flashing a deadly warning. Despite his injured arm, Taiha advanced towards the thugs, his gaze unwavering. Gray's mouth hung open in astonishment, unable to believe what he was seeing on the screen. The thugs looked at Taiha with contempt, mocking his injury. Taiha's figure stood tall, exuding deadly confidence as he gripped his weapon firmly. The thugs were stunned by the defiance of an injured man. To create chaos, Taiha pointed towards the confessional, shouting a lie about money, and immediately the thugs rushed towards it. Taiha stood still, his cold blue eyes observing, waiting for the opportune moment. Gray looked sideways, sweat trickling down his temple as he realized the severity of the injuries Taiha was enduring. A bald thug charged forward, swinging a stick to attack Taiha. Taiha easily dodged the blow and retaliated with a precise knife strike to the attacker's throat. He spun around the blade, drawing a deadly arc, slashing across the face of the second thug. Taiha moved agilely among his enemies, dodging another attack and preparing to counter. A third thug lunged with a knife in hand, screaming in anger. Taiha used his very injured arm, which was in a brace, to block the opponent's attack. Immediately after, he delivered a powerful punch with his other hand to the thug's face. A powerful kick from Taiha's left leg sent the thug flying. Taiha stood among the fallen enemies, single-handedly dominating the bloody scene. Taiha, with icy eyes, swung the bloody knife down, finishing off an unseen enemy. Inside the church, a mob of thugs armed with sticks rushed forward like a storm, their reason clouded by greed. A fleeting confrontation ensued, figures clashing in a blur of violence. Cornered, Kim Piljong tremblingly raised his gun, his face distorted with horror. From behind Taiha, two thugs charged, one swinging a baseball bat, the other brandishing a dagger. Taiha shifted his weight onto his pivot leg, preparing for a decisive attack. A drop of sweat trickled down Taiha's temple, but his gaze remained steady, calculating every move. With a swift movement, Taiha dodged the blow and used the opponent's own force to break the baseball bat. He delivered a devastating sweep kick, sending three thugs flying at once. Taiha unleashed a lightning-fast kick, taking down the last thug in the attacking group. The two remaining thugs stood stunned, unable to believe the sight of one person defeating their entire group. In a nearby car, Wong stared blankly at the laptop screen, his mouth agape in astonishment. Taiha coldly dropped Kim Piljong's gun to the floor, keeping only his knife. He turned his back on the battlefield, his jacket billowing behind him. Taiha flicked his knife, a silent gesture of defiance, signaling that the purge was not yet over. Night fell over the church, concealing the massacre that had just occurred inside. In the deserted parking lot, a lone car was parked under the streetlights. Wong was still in shock, trying to process the violent scene he had just witnessed. He suddenly remembered Taiha's injury, his astonishment turning into unconcealed fear. A message appeared on the screen, Taiha contacting him through a secure channel. Wong listened to the instructions via the communication device, his eyes fixed on the church. He protested weakly, his voice hesitant and full of worry about the danger outside. Taiha listened to Wong's warning with a completely calm expression. After a moment of hesitation, fear evident on his face, Wong reluctantly accepted the order. Taiha gave a slight nod, a cold and unquestionable approval. The car door opened and Wong stepped out into the night. With the bag slung over his shoulder, he walked towards the church entrance, each step heavy. Wong hesitated before pushing the heavy church door, his face extremely tense. The door opened, revealing a scene of carnage. The bodies of the thugs lay scattered on the aisle. At the end of the room, Taiha turned to look at Wong, his shadow cast long on the floor. Taiha, seated on a church pew, gestured with a nod, pointing towards the confessional. Wong swallowed hard, horror rising in his throat as he stepped over the bodies. Inside the confessional, Kim Piljong's body slumped on the chair, his hoodie stained red with blood. A silver-haired young man covered his face, utterly horrified by the scattered scene of carnage around him. In the silent church, Taiha calmly announced that the cleanup crew would arrive in 10 minutes. Taiha suddenly broke into a sweat and looked weak, alarming and confusing the silver-haired young man sitting next to him. The silver-haired young man looked at Taiha worriedly, quickly taking out his phone as if to call for help. A sudden tremor ran through Taiha's body, startling the silver-haired young man in terror. The silver-haired young man's eyes widened, utterly astonished by the change that had just occurred. Taiha looked down at his hands with a bewildered expression, realizing that his clothes and everything on him were unfamiliar. He knelt down, still confused, recognizing only the gloves as the sole familiar item. The silver-haired young man stood up, his gaze shifting from worried to seriously scrutinizing. Taiha clenched his gloved left hand, revealing a complex symbolic tattoo underneath. Taiha's gaze was as sharp as a dagger, piercing straight into the silver-haired young man like a silent interrogation. The silver-haired young man bowed his head, a self-satisfied and somewhat sinister smile appearing on his lips. A profile picture appeared confirming Taiha's identity as the heir of Chang'u Group. Looking down from above, the church became a mass grave where Taiha and the silver-haired young man were the only two survivors among the bodies. The silver-haired young man bowed his head in confession, explaining that he had no other choice but to arrange this meeting. He continued to explain that he had planned this to request an extremely important favor. Gray bowed his head, his tone turning bitter as he recounted the hardship of living in hiding because of Chang'u Group. Taiha coldly removed his black glove, a gesture warning that his patience had limits. In a flashback, Gray sat smugly in front of a computer setup, proud of his information brokerage skills. A gray car was parked in a deserted parking lot where Gray had remotely overseen the ambush. Taiha looked directly at the person opposite him, decisively calling out his alias Gray. Taiha made a bold offer, causing Gray's eyes to widen in astonishment. Night fell over the Grand Hyatt Hotel, a luxurious and powerful location. In the hotel corridor, a calm older man led an impatient-looking reddish-brown-haired young man. The reddish-brown-haired young man showed annoyance while the older man gestured for him to remain silent. The older man, wearing sunglasses, maintained a calm and professional demeanor. The reddish-brown-haired young man frowned in irritation, clearly unhappy about having to wait. Both entered a luxurious room preparing for the meeting. Back at the church, Taiha looked at Gray and laid out the terms for their cooperation. Taiha promised to turn Gray into the best information broker, but in return demanded absolute loyalty and risk. In the hotel room, the older man and the reddish-brown-haired young man sat waiting on the sofa. A powerful brown-haired leader sat on the sofa, accompanied by two bodyguards issuing a ruthless command. The scene ended with an image of the Grand Hyatt Hotel exterior where a new confrontation was about to begin. Classical melodies emanated from a modern sound system in a luxurious penthouse. In the room, the brown-haired leader sat opposite the sunglasses commander and the redhead henchman, while bodyguards stood guard in strategic positions. The brown-haired leader raised his hand, signaling his two guests to be silent and listen. The sunglasses commander and the redhead henchman looked up, their expressions showing a hint of confusion at their host's actions. He put a finger to his lips, demanding absolute silence. With a self-satisfied look, the brown-haired leader leaned back, closing his eyes and enjoying the music as if nothing else mattered. The space was immersed in music, an oppressive silence enveloping the meeting. Suddenly, he clenched his hand into a fist. He raised his fist into the air, beginning to conduct the music with the powerful gestures of a maestro. The redhead henchman and the sunglasses commander looked at each other, completely bewildered by the brown-haired leader's theatrics. The sunglasses commander began to clap slowly, awkwardly. He offered a polite smile, signaling that he should have listened from the beginning. The brown-haired leader leaned back on the sofa, his eyes challenging as he asked if the other party recognized the music. Without hesitation, the sunglasses commander accurately identified the name of the piece and the composer, also pointing out that it was played amateurishly. That remark made the redhead henchman glance over, a fleeting surprise in his eyes. The brown-haired leader raised his hand, signaling the female bodyguard with short hair standing nearby, ordering her to turn off the music. Instead of just turning off the music, the female bodyguard calmly took out a pair of earplugs and put them in, preparing for something about to happen. The brown-haired leader's gaze became distant as he revealed that all his relatives who had ever watched him perform this piece of music were dead. The redhead henchman turned back, questioning how the brown-haired leader's family had died. In response, the redhead henchman took out an e-cigarette, a defiant gesture amidst the tense conversation. As quick as lightning, the brown-haired leader reached out and covered the redhead henchman's eyes with his hand. He smiled condescendingly, ordering the redhead henchman to put out the cigarette. The redhead henchman's eyes narrowed, a flame of anger flaring up at the insult. The brown-haired leader explained an inviolable emergency rule of the clan, the reason he could not cancel that fateful meeting. He recounted how he had tried to resolve a financial issue in silence to protect the clan. His elaborate walking stick lay beside the chair, a silent symbol of both power and vulnerability. He pointed to his leg, revealing that the effort had cost him a permanent injury. From his chair, he fixed his gaze on the two guests, posing the fatal question: how could they have survived when all the bodyguards were killed? The redhead henchman sat up straight, asserting that he was not bound by those rules. A scornful smile appeared on the brown-haired leader's lips, mocking the opponent's naivety. Unable to restrain himself, the redhead henchman used all his strength to crush the cigarette in his hand. He gnashed his teeth, roaring that he would never harm the honor of the organization and his family. The brown-haired leader responded with a bitter sarcasm, digging deep into his own pain of losing loved ones to strike down his opponent. In a luxurious penthouse, the sunglasses commander calmly adjusted his glasses while Cheon Heeman stood behind with a tense expression. The sunglasses commander began the interrogation, and to show goodwill, Cheon Heeman leaned over and placed car keys and a lighter on the table. Cheon Heeman replied, directing attention towards Baek Junsu, who was standing sternly in the room. Baek Junsu and a short-haired female bodyguard stood guard, observing the meeting with expressionless faces. Jin Chung, the host of the meeting, turned to Baek Junsu to confirm the information. Standing like a statue, Baek Junsu, the former bodyguard of the ex-chairman, was confirmed by identity. The sunglasses commander narrowed his eyes behind his sunglasses, processing the information he had just received. Jin Chung leaned back, signaling that he understood the situation, and asked them to state their purpose. With a self-satisfied look, Jin Chung declared that he did not need compensation, only demanding absolute silence. He looked straight ahead, emphasizing his command with a tone that allowed no resistance. Cheon Heeman appeared bewildered, not understanding why a large corporation would want to cover up the incident so easily. Amidst the tense silence, the sunglasses commander calmly lit a cigarette, his eyes full of calculation. He exhaled a puff of smoke, his sharp gaze inquiring if that was all Jin Chung wanted. Jin Chung was about to answer when a hand was placed on his shoulder, cutting him off. He turned back with a surprised and annoyed expression at the unexpected intervention. Baek Junsu's figure stood tall, exuding an unshakable authority as he asserted that the command was sufficient. The sunglasses commander sneered, offering a provocative invitation to smoke to Baek Junsu. Baek Junsu politely but firmly declined the invitation, maintaining his stance. Provoked by the disrespect, rage erupted as Jin Chung forcefully smashed the glass tabletop. He roared a challenge, asserting his future chairman position to intimidate the elders. Sunglasses commander responded with a sneer, ordering Jin Chung to submit as the former chairman had wished. Baek Junsu stood up, a silent reminder that the agreement had been settled. Sunglasses commander signaled to Cheon Heeman that the negotiation was over and they would leave. Before leaving, sunglasses commander flicked the cigarette butt onto the floor, a final act of contempt. The room fell silent, leaving only Jin Chung amidst the chaos he had created. Jin Chung's eyes flashed with resentment as the door closed behind the guests. Inside the elevator, the doors closed and the display for the 20th floor lit up. Cheon Heeman expressed admiration for how sunglasses commander used words to overwhelm Chungwoo. Sunglasses commander adjusted his glasses, explaining that he was here precisely to teach Jin Chung a lesson about immaturity. Cheon Heeman realized that the recent humiliation was a calculated punishment. Cheon Heeman's eyes widened as he began to piece the events together. Sunglasses commander revealed his cold conclusion: the villa incident was likely orchestrated by Jin Chung himself to seize power. The elevator doors opened and sunglasses commander walked away decisively, leaving Cheon Heeman immersed in the harsh truth. As they left the main hall, Cheon Heeman urgently suggested to sunglasses commander that they must find the villa attacker. Cheon Heeman was stunned when sunglasses commander coldly asserted that the attacker was still alive. Sunglasses commander turned back, explaining decisively that someone like Baek Junsu would never kill. In a flashback, Cheon Heeman questioned Baek Junsu about the authenticity of that statement. Baek Junsu stood straight, hands clasped behind his back, silently confirming his words were true. Cheon Heeman was stunned, a horrifying truth beginning to unfold in his mind. Sunglasses commander revealed that Jin Chung had orchestrated everything, deliberately finding a scapegoat to cover up the truth. The two of them walked a new plan forming amidst their conversation. Cheon Heeman recalled the only clue he had: the attacker had said he had just returned to Korea. As they walked, Cheon Heeman suggested finding and recruiting the attacker to their side to fight against Chungwoo. Sunglasses commander smirked, then made a ruthless decision: eliminate him. Cheon Heeman stopped, bewildered by the sudden and cruel command. Sunglasses commander revealed the bitter truth: Jin Chung had hired Cheon Heeman knowing for sure he would lose. Standing before the revolving door, sunglasses commander looked at Cheon Heeman, urging him to seek revenge himself. In another scene, a silver-haired man in a blue-gray suit, Kim Jae-pil, stepped out of a car with a smug expression. The scene shifted to a luxurious and quiet penthouse apartment. Someone used tongs to place an ice cube into a bucket. Jin Chung stood by the bar, a self-satisfied smile on his face as he prepared a drink. The vast room was empty, with only Baek Junsu and a female bodyguard standing guard by the window opposite a shattered glass table. Jin Chung poured wine into a glass, his sharp eyes analyzing the situation. Baek Junsu began to recount, speaking of his strange feeling when Kim Jae-pil asked if he had killed Jin Taeha. Jin Chung sat on the sofa pointing to his leg, recalling that Taeha had attacked him before escaping. Baek Junsu looked up, asserting that to date Taeha's body had not been found. Jin Chung took a sip of wine, doubt clearly visible on his face. Jin Chung's gaze turned to the ceiling, his mind haunted by the question of whether Jin Taeha was truly alive. Outside, the Grand Hyatt building was lit up at night, recalling the place where the fateful event occurred. Baek Junsu firmly denied intentionally letting Taeha escape, asserting that Taeha himself had shot their master dead. Jin Chung took a sip of wine, scoffing at the thought that their plan could have succeeded if Baek Junsu had not finished off Taeha. Baek Junsu reluctantly admitted that Taeha had become much stronger than he had anticipated. In a fit of rage and unease, Jin Chung swung his cane, smashing the glass table in front of him. Jin Chung stood up, leaning on his cane, casting aside his anger while the female bodyguard walked away. He turned his back on the wreckage, declaring that the board meeting was the most important thing now. Jin Chung turned back, casting a sharp, threatening gaze towards Baek Junsu, a silent warning about loyalty. Baek Junsu bowed respectfully, his steady gaze reaffirming his oath of loyalty to his young master. Under the night sky, a helicopter waited on the rooftop where Jin Chung and his bodyguards were waiting. The wind from the helicopter blades ruffled the glasses-wearing bodyguard's coat as he stepped forward, his face filled with anxiety. Jin Chung turned back, his arrogant expression turning into disbelief at the unexpected defiance from his subordinate. The glasses-wearing bodyguard desperately pleaded with Jin Chung, raising his hand in protest against the personnel transfer decision he considered an insult. He questioned angrily, feeling betrayed at having to serve a low-level director after years of dedication to the master's family. His face contorted with resentment, a deadly threat of betrayal escaping through gritted teeth. Jin Chung turned back, a malicious and cruel smile spreading across his lips as he faced the subordinate who dared to challenge him. He mocked the bodyguard's helplessness, his tone full of contempt. The short-haired female bodyguard stood silently, observing her face, betraying no emotion during the confrontation. Jin Chung stood dominantly behind the glasses-wearing bodyguard, his condescending tone granting him leniency instead of a death sentence. Powerless, the glasses-wearing bodyguard could only watch the backs of Jin Chung and his entourage heading towards the helicopter. Baek Junsu glanced over his shoulder, issuing a curt command, leaving the bodyguard in humiliation. Left alone, the glasses-wearing bodyguard's figure became small and solitary on the vast helipad. His eyes narrowed, despair transforming into burning hatred, a silent vow of revenge forming. The scene shifted to a dilapidated industrial alley, signaling a completely different world. A small, simple eatery appeared, becoming an unexpected hideout. Inside, Taeha, in the role of a waiter, calmly acknowledged his identity to the person opposite him. Gray explained his reasoning, connecting Taeha's tattoo to an old photo his father had left, confirming their fated connection. Taeha merely smirked, a silent acknowledgement of his new ally's intelligence. Nana, the owner, walked to their table, placing a water pitcher down with a look of concern but also caution. She handed Taeha a bottle of painkillers, indicating she knew about the injuries he was hiding. Gray flinched, choking on his food when he heard a loaded question about loyalty. Taeha's eyes turned as sharp as knives, delivering a deadly warning about the cost of betrayal. Gray quickly waved his hands, stammering assurances of his loyalty in the face of Taeha's implied threat. Nana looked at them, understanding that a professional assassin like Taeha would never easily trust anyone. Taeha calmly picked up a meatball, explaining his simple philosophy: deal with what needs to be done immediately. He smiled meaningfully, declaring that anyone hated by Chungwoo and Osung could be an ally. He put the meatball into his mouth, a simple act that asserted his control over the situation. Nana and Gray exchanged a look, sharing the same thought. Taeha would not hesitate to eliminate them if they dared to double-cross him. The eatery door burst open and Kim Jae-pil entered with two of his subordinates, breaking the quiet. Kim Jae-pil entered arrogantly, grumbling about the heat, his eyes scanning the diner as if it belonged to him. Nana stood tall, facing him, her voice sharp as she declared she owed nothing, ready for a confrontation. In a small diner, Nana signaled for Choi Boksu and Gray to leave after their meal. Kim Jae-pil and his two subordinates left while Gray quietly put down his spoon, finishing his meal. Kim Jae-pil turned back with a provocative smirk, his attention now captured. He approached Taeha's table, who was working, and mocked the diner. Taeha remained silent, his eyes focused on the radish kimchi on his chopsticks, completely ignoring the provocateur. Kim Jae-pil's face darkened with anger at being disregarded. Gray stood up, announcing he was going to school, and left the diner. As he reached the door, Gray looked back with a serious expression and unspoken warning. In a flashback, Gray's eyes sharpened as he laid down a prerequisite for Taiha. Gray ordered Taiha never to kill anyone or start a war in this area. Taiha glanced at Gray, his face skeptical at the accusation that he was a warmonger. Taiha, maintaining his composure, asked about the task Gray wanted him to perform. Gray began to explain the complex situation of the area, which used to be a buffer zone between Chang'u and the Osung faction. A brief flashback showed the brutal street warfare in the past between the factions. Taiha listened skeptically, not believing that a small local organization could stop the war. Gray affirmed that thanks to the Yaburi faction, this area had become a safe zone. A building in the neighborhood appeared, symbolizing the Yaburi faction's goal of acquiring real estate. Taiha listened, but his eyes showed deep skepticism towards this simple story. Gray further explained the political complexities, his hand resting on a skateboard, hinting at the Yaburi faction. With a serious expression, Gray assigned Taiha a task to persuade the Yaburi faction without using violence. Returning to the present, the atmosphere in the diner became tense as Kim Jae-pil confronted Choi Bok-soo and Taiha. Taiha lightly tapped his fingers on the table, secretly doubting the true strength of the Yaburi faction. Taiha stood up, intending to leave and completely ignore Kim Jae-pil's presence. Kim Jae-pil grabbed Choi Bok-soo, but Nana quickly rushed forward, blocking him with her hand. Nana angrily confronted Kim Jae-pil, shielding Choi Bok-soo and loudly demanding he leave. Offended, Kim Jae-pil roared and raised his hand, preparing to slap Nana. Quick as lightning, Taiha used a hard object in his hand to block Kim Jae-pil's slap. In a blur of motion, Taiha swept Kim Jae-pil and his two subordinates flying out of the diner. Taiha stood firm, his cold expression unchanged after the swift act of violence. Outside, Gray turned back in horror upon hearing the chaotic sounds from within. Kim Jae-pil lay sprawled on the ground, his eyes filled with fear and disbelief. Taiha walked away decisively, his mind focused on his larger revenge plan. An image of Jin Chung with a smug smile appeared in Taiha's mind, identifying him as an unexpected enemy. In the darkness, Taiha pondered his future plans, his eyes gleaming with determination. An empty corporate meeting room appeared, symbolizing the power he aimed for. Taiha stood alone at a waiting station, his left hand injured, making a silent demand take him to the leader. He arrived in front of a building adorned with protest banners, the Yaburi faction's base. Sori II, in command of the Yaburi faction, smirked a silent challenge to Taiha's intentions. Taiha stood in the middle of the deserted road, white papers scattered at his feet like a message. He leisurely pulled a cigarette from its pack. The flame from the lighter flared, lighting the cigarette. Taiha exhaled a puff of smoke, a smug and provocative smile on his lips, his hand tattoo clearly visible. From above, the confrontation unfolded, Taiha alone facing an entire fortress with snipers in position. Sori narrowed her eyes, skeptically disbelieving the intruder's calm demeanor. Taiha indifferently glanced over his shoulder, revealing the Yaburi subordinates he had defeated lying scattered on the road. He smirked, an arrogant gesture indicating he only considered equals worth talking to. Taiha's eyes swept across the area, analyzing the enemy's strength and layout. A Yaburi faction gunman hid behind a window, his barrel pointed out, ready to fire. On the rooftop, several other gunmen took position, turning the entire neighborhood into a military fortress. Taiha looked down at the papers at his feet, realizing the scale and discipline of the organization he was facing. Sori crossed her arms, issuing a silent ultimatum, allowing him to speak his last words. She took a sip of water, her eyes sharp as knives, questioning Taiha's faction. Taiha remained silent, his eyes growing cold. An invisible declaration was unleashed from Taiha, pinning itself to the ground like daggers. Sori burst out laughing, mocking his actions and signaling him to continue speaking. She casually took a long gulp from her glass of water, an act showing absolute contempt. Taiha's face hardened, anger flaring as he realized a disgusting truth. His fist clenched, knuckles white with rage. A wave of killing intent surged from Taiha as he stepped forward, making the air around him thick. Realizing the deadly danger, Sori screamed a desperate warning. She spun around, mouth agape, calling out the name of the only reinforcement who could stop this fury. Waryong, a figure plunged from the rooftop at terrifying speed. A muscular man landed on the ground with terrifying force, cracking the pavement right in front of Taiha. Lee Waryong, the Yaburi faction's vice leader nicknamed Tank, stood up, his entire body exuding intimidation. Waryong and Taiha faced each other, a confrontation between two unyielding forces. Waryong's eyes blazed with hostility, ready to crush anyone who dared threaten his faction. Sori screamed in astonishment as she saw Lee Waryong stand still, letting Taiha walk past amidst the white papers. The Yaburi gunman rushed out, alarmed by the intruder. Taiha snatched the coffee cup from Sori's stunned hand while the gunmen aimed their weapons at him. He raised the glass of water, his eyes full of disdain, offering a silent mockery of her choice. Sori froze, the arrogance on her face vanishing, replaced by incredulous skepticism. Taiha looked directly at her, his cold gaze devoid of any emotion. Sori's eyes showed extreme bewilderment at the stranger's audacity. With a contemptuous shrug, Taiha turned his back on Waryong and Sori, declaring the confrontation over. Sori screamed in anger, demanding Waryong stop the intruder. She turned furiously, watching Waryong remain motionless as Taiha calmly walked away. Waryong remained silent, his eyes following Taiha's retreating back, recognizing a threat Sori could not see. Sori, with a sarcastic expression, questioned Waryong about his passivity. Waryong forced a smile, admitting he had sensed an extraordinary power from Taiha. Taiha's figure grew smaller as he walked alone down the deserted street, leaving chaos behind. A memory flashed back to a quiet market at night. Memory, a door was kicked off its hinges with terrifying force. Memory, Taiha and his silver-haired friend lifted the door together to repair it. Memory, Taiha's drill bit dug into the hinge in attempt to fix the damage. Memory, from inside Taiha's silver-haired friend, confirmed the door was securely reinstalled. Memory, inside the restaurant, Taiha and his silver-haired friend looked towards the owner, proud of their work. Memory, CEO Youngsok, the owner, pointed at Taiha, half-jokingly warning him not to break it again. That memory flashed in Taiha's mind as he recalled Youngsok's warning. Sori and Waryong entered the restaurant, astonished to see the door lying haphazardly on the floor. Memory, Sori joyfully ran to embrace Youngsok, an affectionate gesture completely contrary to her current self. Memory, Youngsok playfully pinched Sori's cheek, scolding her affectionately for causing trouble. Taiha observed, realizing the complete contrast in Sori's personality. Memory, the door was once again kicked open. Memory, Sori knelt by the door, anxiously asking Youngsok about a previous attack. Memory, she stood up, reassuring Youngsok that the problem had been resolved. Memory, from the kitchen, Youngsok called them in to eat, showing her concern. Memory, the silver-haired friend, whispered to Taiha, explaining that Youngsok had previously treated many Yaburi members. Memory, Sori touched the door, hearing Taiha's friend explain that Youngsok was her father's benefactor. Taiha smiled bitterly, contemplating the irony of Yaburi's subordinates treating their own leader's benefactor rudely. Sori looked at the intruder with a wary and defiant gaze. Taiha turned to look at her, a mocking smile on his lips, dismissing her madam status as merely nominal. With a swift movement, Taiha tossed Sori into the air, demonstrating complete dominance in strength. He stood there, calm and unaffected by the confrontation. Humiliated, Sori landed, placing one foot on the table, defiantly demanding he repeat his taunt. She perched on the table, provocatively raising two fingers, trying to regain the upper hand. Taiha ignored her, his gaze fixed on the metal wire taut between his hands, a silent threat of an even greater danger. Sori's eyes widened, realizing that his words contained a truth she was unaware of. Lee Waryong entered the room, his sharp eyes assessing the situation, realizing the intruder was no ordinary opponent. Taiha gestured with his chin towards the window, indicating the presence of Yaburi gunmen hiding inside. Then he glanced upwards, revealing that the real threat came from Cheng'u snipers ambushing on the rooftop. He leaned forward, lowering his voice, explaining that those gunmen were not targeting him but their puppet. Taiha proposed a private meeting to expose the conspiracy, suggesting a specific location and time. He questioned her, forcing her to confront the truth. Was the mastermind Osung or another force? Sori's hands clenched in anger and confusion. Taiha continued to press, and when he mentioned the name Cheng'u, she flinched, instinctively swinging her hand to attack. She froze mid-air, stunned as the harsh truth dawned on her. Taiha smiled triumphantly, subtly twirling the metal wire in his hand, confirming his judgment was correct. The scene shifted to a luxurious villa cold under the night sky. A subordinate director dressed only in underwear was kneeling and desperately begging for his life. Hong Ingyu, a senior director of Cheng'u, turned his back, completely ignoring his subordinate's pleas. He received a phone call, his face shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the screen's light. The person on the other end reported on the situation at the Yaburi base. The reporter explained that a stranger had approached Sori and immediately detected their snipers. A heavy metal gate slowly lifted, revealing the sharp claws of a predator. A fierce lion emerged from the shadows, its growls echoing throughout the garden. The director, terrified, crawled backward on the lawn, trying to escape the approaching beast. His face contorted in extreme fear, screaming for his life. His pleas choked in his throat as terror enveloped him. Hong Ingyu sat on the sofa, a large bloodstain splattered on the glass door behind him, indifferently viewing Taiha's photo on his phone. Cutting back to Taiha, he was talking to Sori. His deep blue eyes gleamed with determination and cold calculation. Hong Ingyu smiled with amusement, giving a silent command, "Capture this interesting intruder alive." In a deserted restaurant, Taiha revealed to Eun Sori and Lee Waryong that Chang'u was targeting their territory. With a smug smile, Taiha twirled the metal wire, provoking Sori about her helplessness against the threat from Chianggu's spies. Eun Sori was stunned, skepticism and shock evident on her face as she tried to process this shocking information. The ultra-durable Kevlar strands of the secret weapon Taiha had just used to cut something of hers flashed, a testament to his ability. Confusion turned into questioning. Eun Sori leaned forward, her eyes demanding an answer about Taiha's true identity. Taiha held his head high, his gaze unwavering as he declared himself Chianggu's most effective nemesis. Eun Sori was stunned by the arrogant declaration, unable to believe what she had just heard. Taiha's deep blue eyes gleamed with resolve as he offered a collaboration, an opportunity to resolve the Chang'u problem. Unexpectedly, Seo Youngsok, the owner, stood up and vouched for Taiha, asserting he was trustworthy. Eun Sori turned to look at Seo Youngsok with a surprised expression, calling her by an intimate term indicating their relationship. Seo Youngsok looked directly at Sori, using a resolute gaze to reassure her that Taiha could indeed solve their problem. Eun Sori turned away, her face torn between doubt and trust in the person she regarded as an older sister. In a fit of helpless rage, Eun Sori stomped her foot on the tiled floor. Rejecting the offer, Eun Sori turned her back and walked away decisively, and Lee Waryong quietly followed to protect her. Before leaving, Eun Sori spun around, her eyes blazing as she delivered a silent ultimatum, warning Taiha not to interfere. The door slammed shut, leaving a tense silence in the eatery where only Taiha and Seo Youngsok remained. From above, a secret vantage point observed Taiha and Seo Youngsok as they stepped outside the shop to talk privately. Taiha lit a cigarette, beginning a conversation with Seo Youngsok, who was also smoking. Taiha smirked, repeating Seo Youngsok's earlier endorsement with a smug expression. Seo Youngsok exhaled a puff of smoke, her face serious as she acknowledged the harsh truth about the Chang'u clan's power. The overhead view once again emphasized that their conversation was being closely monitored. Tai's eyes sharpened and he cut straight to the point, seeking the identity of the true mastermind within Chang'u. With a heavy expression, Seo Youngsok revealed the name of the ringleader behind everything, Hong Ingyu. Her narration conjured an image of a modern hospital room where Sori's father was secretly being kept alive. Under the moonlight, Seo Youngsok explained the entire conspiracy. Hong Ingyu had saved Sori's father only to turn him into a hostage, manipulating her. Seo Youngsok looked at Taiha, her eyes filled with desperate pleading, hoping he could resolve the issue without Sori's father dying. Their conversation ended under the same surveillance angle, their fates seemingly being decided by others. Taiha turned back into the store, and this action was immediately reported via an observer's radio. On a nearby rooftop, a Chang'u sniper confirmed via radio that Seo Youngsok was begging Taiha for help. The sniper, a mercenary with a scar on his lip, reported that he could not read Taiha's lips. His comrades confirmed their mission: capture Taiha alive at all costs. The sniper smirked cruelly as he received an execution order via radio for unnecessary witnesses. Taiha's shadow suddenly appeared behind the sniper, the knife in his hand, ready to silence the observer permanently. A Chang'u sniper with a scar on his lip turned around, his face astonished as he realized the imminent danger. Taiha's knife tip pierced the soldier's hand, pinning it to the gun stock. Quick as lightning, Taiha closed in from behind, holding the knife to the sniper's throat. The remaining sniper yelled into the radio, his face contorted with panic when he received no reply. From above, Taiha had completely subdued the first soldier on the rooftop. To neutralize the threat, Taiha lunged and pinned the sniper's gun hand down with a precise knife thrust. Under the moonlight, Taiha sat on the edge of the rooftop next to the two defeated attackers. Taiha took the radio from one of the defeated men. He brought the radio to his mouth, impersonating the attacker to report the situation. With a cold expression, Taiha announced over the radio that he would arrive soon, a lie to buy time. The next day, the sun shone in the clear blue sky. Chang'u Severance Hospital appeared, a modern and massive building. Hong Ingyu, an executive, was roughly chewing food in his mouth, making a powerful demand. In the hospital room, Eun Sori stood facing Hong Ingyu, who was sitting beside her father's hospital bed. She nervously explained the necessity of obtaining the signature. Eun Sori's father lay motionless on the bed, breathing through an oxygen mask. Hong Ingyu sat cross-legged, interlacing his fingers and delivering a chilling warning about the value of useless people. With a savage smile, Hong Ingyu stabbed a sharp object into the unconscious father's leg, turning him into a tool for psychological torture. Eun Sori screamed in horror, lunging forward to stop the brutal act. Stained with blood, Hong Ingyu raised his fist in a sick celebration as the monitor began to beep. The heart rate monitor screen flickered the rapid beeping, becoming living proof of his torture. Completely subdued, Yoon Sori begged him to stop, promising to obey every command. She clenched her hands helplessly, watching Hong Ingyu stand up after achieving his goal. Hong Ingyu's blood-stained hand gripped Yoon Sori's chin, forcing her to face him. He wiped the blood from his hand calmly, admitting that he enjoyed breaking her resilient will. Hong Ingyu snapped his fingers, changing the subject to the man she had met the day before. Yoon Sori's face was stunned, her body covered in her father's blood. He held out a photo of Taiha, ordering Sori to bring him in. Yoon Sori's eyes welled up with tears filled with hatred and despair. From outside the door, Hong Ingyu gave her one last warning look. Left alone, Yoon Sori stood frozen in the room next to the blood-stained handkerchief discarded on the floor. In the hallway, Hong Ingyu gave an order to a doctor who was bowing in fear. He turned his back and walked towards the elevator, leaving chaos and despair behind. A call went straight to voicemail, signaling a communication failure. Hong Ingyu's frustration erupted as he stared at the phone, unable to contact his subordinates. He gnashed his teeth, cursing the incompetence of his subordinates. He turned away in anger, unaware of a masked figure standing right behind him in the elevator. A lightning-fast strike cut through the air, grazing Hong Ingyu's face. Hong Ingyu fell sprawling, looking up in horror at his attacker Taiha, who was holding a dagger. Hong Ingyu clutched his face, screaming in pain, while Taiha calmly hid the knife behind his back. Hong Ingyu's phone lay discarded on the floor next to a spreading pool of blood. Taiha pulled down his mask, his cold blue eyes locked onto Hong Ingyu, a silent declaration that he was the one Hong Ingyu was looking for. Hong Ingyu's arrogance shattered, replaced by extreme horror and disbelief. In a panic, Hong Ingyu swung his arm in a futile attempt to resist. A memory flashed, Taiha standing in a gloomy warehouse facing a subdued enemy. In the memory, Taiha's blade pinned a mercenary's hand to the table right next to his dog tag. Back in the present, Taiha looked at Hong Ingyu with contempt, his eyes seemingly asking if money could save him from this situation. Taiha held up a bunch of military dog tags, trophies from the men Hong Ingyu had sent, a chilling warning about the cost of violence. Without warning, Taiha shoved the cold bunch of dog tags into Hong Ingyu's mouth, which was agape in horror. Taiha grabbed Hong Ingyu's collar, forcing him to face his threat of bloody visit every day. Fear distorted Hong Ingyu's face as he was forced to hold the metal tags in his mouth. Tai's eyes were sharp as knives, giving a final command that forced Hong Ingyu to prepare for the coming days of horror. As soon as he was released, Hong Ingyu turned and fled frantically from the elevator. On another day, in a luxurious hallway, Taiha blocked Hong Ingyu's path with a powerful kick to the back of his knee, making him collapse. Hong Ingyu fell sprawling on the floor, screaming in pain and despair. Extreme horror was evident on Hong Ingyu's face as he realized the threat had become reality. Among the subdued bodyguards, Taiha coldly pinned the knife into Hong Ingyu's thigh. Taiha looked down at his writhing victim with an indifferent expression, explaining that the wound was not fatal. He pulled out the blood-stained blade, emphasizing that this was just the beginning. Having fulfilled his promise, Taiha turned and walked away, leaving Hong Ingyu in a pool of blood and horror. The scene shifted to a TV screen showing images of a noisy festival, a strange contrast to the violence that had just occurred. In a luxurious meeting room, Jin Chung sipped wine, smiling smugly as he discussed the balance of power. The group of executives sat around a long table listening to Jin Chung analyze the faction situation. Jin Chung looked around the table, calling for unity from his allies at a critical time. Another executive nodded in agreement, expressing concern about displeasing the former chairman. Jin Chung concluded that they must prove their worth with results, as words could not convince the neutral factions. In a luxurious private dining room, Hong Ingyu flinched as Jin Chung initiated conversation from across the dining table. With a smug smile, Jin Chung picked up food with his chopsticks, his scrutinizing gaze demanding a favorable progress report on the Jongseo district project. Hong Ingyu offered a strained smile, trying to reassure his superior with a hurried nod. Jin Chung laughed loudly, waving his hand with feigned ease, reminding Ingyu of their old relationship as a way to alleviate the tension he himself had created. Jin Chung's smile turned sharp, a silent warning given to avoid any future trouble. Under the table, Hong Ingyu's hand gripped his clothes, his white knuckles betraying the tension he was trying to hide. After the meeting, Hong Ingyu walked alone on the sidewalk, heading towards his luxurious car parked by the road. As soon as he sat in the car, Hong Ingyu hunched over, his face contorted in pain from a sharp stomach cramp caused by stress. From the back seat, Taiha observed coldly, his tone commanding Ingyu to calm down. Rage replaced the pain. Hong Ingyu took off his glasses, grinding his teeth as he realized he had been followed. Through the rearview mirror, the silver-haired driver asked Hong Ingyu about his next destination. In an uncontrolled fit of anger, Hong Ingyu drew back his leg and kicked the back of the front seat hard, venting his frustration on the driver. Taiha, the unexpected ambusher, turned from the back seat, a smirk on his lips as he mocked Ingyu's overreaction. Hong Ingyu spun around, his face frozen in horror as he realized the stranger was sitting right behind him. Taiha's blade glinted, reflecting Hong Ingyu's fear-distorted image just before it was used. Without hesitation, Taiha plunged the knife into Hong Ingyu's thigh as punishment for his insolent act. Hong Ingyu threw his head back, his mouth wide open in a silent scream of extreme pain. After delivering the warning, Taiha opened the car door, his blue eyes locked on Ingyu with a promise to return tomorrow. Left in the car with a bleeding wound, Hong Ingyu watched the attackers retreating back, panic and confusion evident on his face. He staggered out of the car, screaming hopelessly into the void as Taiha calmly walked away on the sidewalk. The clear blue skies signaled that a new day had passed. Night fell, marking the 7th day of the relentless psychological terror campaign. Taiha brought the cigarette to his lips, calculating that Hong Ingyu's endurance had surely reached its limit. Turning his back on the armed group, Taiha warned that even if they surrendered him, they would have no escape. Un Sori and Li Waryong, supported by Yaburi faction gunmen, kept their distance from Taiha, who stood alone in the encirclement. One of Yaburi's gunmen lost his composure, pointed his weapon at Taiha, and yelled about his recklessness in daring to confront Chang'u. Un Sori stepped forward, her sharp gaze piercing Taiha, demanding an explanation for his actions. A mysterious smile appeared on Taiha's lips as he uttered a technical error code hinting at an attack they were unaware of. He flicked his cigarette, beginning to explain a recurring system error that had crippled the financial operations of those opposing Chang'u. From the other side of the warehouse, Taiha revealed that the Yaburi faction itself was also a victim of this system error, along with personal information leaks and throttled internet speeds. Taiha's blue eyes gleamed with contempt as he mocked their foolishness. Another Yaburi henchman roared in protest, refusing to be lectured by a stranger. Taiha exhaled a puff of smoke, exposing the bitter truth that they were clinging to their families while Chang'u was silently destroying them. Taiha looked directly at his opponents, his cold blue eyes conveying a message of disdain for their hesitation. Un Sori bowed her head in silence, unable to refute the bitter accusation. Turning away decisively, Taiha issued a final directive, assigning them a role in his larger plan. Li Waryong questioned, her eyes wide with skepticism and anger at the enemy's arrangement. A smug smile spread across Taiha's lips as he revealed his ultimate ambition, a position of power within the Chang'u Corporation. Night enveloped a modern concrete building where another conspiracy was forming. Inside, Go Insik tore a piece of red meat with his teeth, his words muffled by the brutal act. He set down the steak plate, his scrutinizing gaze boring into Hong Ingyu, delving deep into the other man's humiliation. Hong Ingyu exhaled a puff of smoke, ordering Go Insik to be silent with a face full of irritation and helplessness. He drew deeply on his cigarette, his rage suppressed by the constraints of power from which he could not escape. Go Insik leaned forward, making a provocative offer, but it was immediately rejected by Hong Ingyu. Hong Ingyu explained, the cigarette smoke concealing the calculation in his eyes as he weighed his options. For a moment, the image of Jin Chung appeared, symbolizing the political gamble on which Hong Ingyu had staked everything. Returning to reality, Go Insik issued a cold warning about the consequences if their plan failed. Go Insik calmly cut his steak, revealing that he had proactively investigated their common enemy. He posed a question about the Salerno family, piquing Hong Ingyu's curiosity and caution. Go Insik pointed his fork at Hong Ingyu like a weapon, asserting the brutal nature of that mafia family. The image of Taiha, now known as Vendetta, appeared like a ghost, his black-gloved hand clenched, symbolizing a top assassin. Hong Ingyu, now understanding the scale of the threat, got straight to the matter of money. Go Insik plunged his fork firmly into the meat, a decisive action symbolizing his fight fire with fire strategy. A new character appeared, a swag Jerome, introduced as the only counterweight capable of confronting Vendetta. Go Insik revealed that Jerome was the only person who had ever survived 2 confrontations with Vendetta. Hong Ingyu was skeptical, suggesting that a survivor sounded more like a loser than a solution. Go Insik continued, describing Vendetta's cruelty and persistence in hunting down traitors. A gruesome image appeared in his mind, Vendetta standing in the jungle holding the head of a traitor after a month-long hunt. Hong Ingyu still scoffed, suggesting that Jerome's ability was merely good at running away. Go Insik coldly set the price for the hunt, a colossal sum emphasized by the sound of a knife cutting on the plate. Hong Ingyu silently calculated the price of revenge, clearly laid out before him. From the outside looking in, Go Insik made a final offer, doubling the stakes for the involvement of his forces. Hong Ingyu turned away, picked up the phone and ordered weapons to be prepared, a sign that he had made his decision. The large heavy door began to slide shut, sealing the bloody agreement that had just been made. The door slammed shut, ending the meeting and beginning a new hunt. Hong Ingyu's face was shrouded in darkness as he questioned the price to be paid, a breach of principle for the sake of personal revenge. A massive block of cash weighing 200 kilograms was displayed as payment. Hong Ingyu smirked, smugly holding a cigarette and making a powerful offer. The blueprint of a building was displayed, highlighting a secret area in the basement. In preparation for the infiltration, Taiha presented Hong Ingyu's house blueprint to Gray. Gray expressed skepticism that a security company could be so easily bribed. With a sarcastic smile, Gray commented on the fickle nature of loyalty bought with money. Taiha listened in silence, a deep thought fleetingly crossing his face. He pointed out the best time to act was 10 p.m. when the target's schedule had been determined. Taiha placed a hand on Gray's shoulder, explaining that the basement blueprint remained a mystery. Gray looked at the diagram, realizing the existence of stairs and an elevator leading to an unknown area. The blueprint zoomed in on the B1GRC symbol, a crucial detail in the plan. A vast basement constructed with special soundproofing materials appeared. Taiha's blue eyes flashed with a cold, calculating glint as he prepared to assign the task. Taiha made a final request and Gray readily accepted without further questions. He whispered the plan into Gray's ear, completely surprising his associate. Taiha took out a jacket, explaining that it would be necessary for the upcoming mission. Gray looked at the jacket with surprise, not expecting Taiha to have prepared such a thing. Taiha put on the jacket, flashed a confident smile and ordered Gray to monitor the security cameras. He stepped out of an eatery named Bomb Soup, beginning to execute his plan. Taiha glanced back, his gaze resolute before setting off. Li Waryong blocked Taiha's path, questioning him about his continued provocation of Hong Ingyu. Taiha calmly explained that his plan went far beyond a simple provocation. He asserted that he had been active in the underworld for a very long time. Challenged Waryong demanded Taiha reveal his true identity. Taiha responded with a rhetorical question full of hidden meaning, mocking Waryong's lack of knowledge. Waryong clenched his fists, his anger flaring at Taiha's mysterious demeanor. With sharp eyes, the Yaburi faction's vice leader threatened to destroy Taiha if he stood in their way. Taiha maintained a calm expression, unfazed by the threat. He analyzed Waryong's weaknesses, pointing out his recklessness in confronting an enemy of unknown strength. Taiha unexpectedly revealed he knew Waryong belonged to the Osung faction, stunning Waryong. To quell the opposition, Taiha patted Waryong's shoulder reassuringly, showing confidence in his skills. Reluctantly convinced, Waryong listened to Taiha's promise of securing redevelopment rights. In a deserted alley, Gray, now in new clothes, walked alone to begin his mission. The night sky was turbulent with dark clouds signaling an impending confrontation. Under the cover of night, a modern concrete villa stood silently, the target of the infiltration. Outside, Taiha slumped down, his injured left arm in a sling, while Gray stood nearby, ready for action. From the darkness, a door creaked open, casting a cold blue light from within. Taiha slipped through the gap in the door, his right hand firmly gripping a dagger, his blue eyes scanning the room. He moved methodically through the luxurious but empty living room, a ghost in the enemy's own house. Taiha paused, observing, assessing the villa's deadly silence. His shadow glided towards the staircase leading down to a darker area. With unwavering determination, Taiha headed towards the basement, where he anticipated the trap awaited. He descended the concrete stairs, moving deeper into enemy territory. At the bottom of the stairs, Taiha saw a vast space like a prepared arena. A heavy mechanical sound echoed from behind. Taiha startled and turned, realizing he had been detected. A smug voice emanated from the wall-mounted speaker system, mocking the intruder. A fleeting look of surprise crossed Taiha's face as he recognized Hong Ingyu's voice. From a safe place in his car, Hong Ingyu looked at the security monitor, a sneer on his lips as he manipulated the trap. He gritted his teeth, anger and smugness evident as he prepared to deliver the finishing blow. A colossal cage door slowly lifted, revealing the predators within. Two massive male lions, Ingyu's pets, emerged from the shadows, their eyes glowing, growling menacingly. The roar of a lion echoed throughout the basement, a primal declaration of war. Faced with the threat, Taiha stood tall, declaring that this chaos was the perfect excuse for him to sweep away his enemies. At the same time, a team of Ingyu's mercenaries began to move, ready to attack another target on command. From above, the armed squad, led by a bald man, entered an alley, a destructive force being deployed. From his vantage point, Hong Ingyu ordered his beasts to tear the intruder apart. The two lions roared again, ready to pounce on their prey at their master's command. One lion lunged forward with terrifying speed, aiming directly at Taiha. Faced with imminent death, Taiha maintained a cold composure, a bead of sweat rolling down his temple but his gaze unwavering. Suddenly Taiha drew a pistol, completely turning the tables. Two decisive shots rang out, felling both predators on the spot. In the car, Hong Ingyu froze, his smugness shattering into unbelievable horror. Taiha coldly tossed the hot shell casings into the air, mocking the foolishness of those who only knew crude force. He pulled out his phone, beginning the next phase of his plan. Taiha gave a concise order over the phone, activating his waiting allies. He tore off the arm sling, revealing his completely healed arm, signaling to his teammates that the full-scale assault had begun. Sitting in the back seat of the car, Hong Ingyu stared blankly at his phone, his smugness shattering into pure horror. A memory of a ruthless legend resurfaced: vendetta standing tall over a corpse in the jungle, a ghost of relentless vengeance. In a dark warehouse, Taiha stood up, the fake arm sling discarded on the floor. He gripped his dagger tightly, ready for the next step of his plan. Cold sweat broke out on Hong Ingyu's forehead, his eyes wide behind his glasses, unable to believe what he was seeing. With icy blue eyes, Taiha gave the final command over the phone, initiating the hunt. From inside a speeding bus, two of Ingyu's mercenaries stared in shock at a lone figure standing on the roof of the car in front, blocking their path. The mercenary with the rifle flashed a wicked smile, signaling the driver to prepare to accelerate and crush the obstruction. Completely still, Taiha stood on the car's roof, calmly awaiting the approaching bus. He looked up, his sharp eyes calculating the perfect moment for the attack. Concentrating his strength into his heels, Taiha prepared for an impossible leap. He launched himself across the gap between the two vehicles, two daggers clutched in his hands like a living arrow. Taiha plunged straight into the windshield, freezing the mercenaries' smiles into expressions of astonishment. The windshield shattered into thousands of pieces under the force of the impact, Taiha passing through like a ghost. He landed in the middle of the bus aisle, a whirlwind of death among enemies who couldn't react in time. His blade flashed in a smooth motion, tearing through the throat of the nearest soldier before he could realize what was happening. Amidst a pool of blood and shattered glass, Taiha spun a dance of destruction. From above, Taiha stood among the corpses, the sole survivor of the swift massacre. Without hesitation, he lunged through the shattered window of the out-of-control bus. He landed lightly on the roof of a civilian car running parallel, startling the driver. The terrified driver watched the figure who had seemingly fallen from the sky stand up on his car's roof. Taiha slid into the backseat, offering a wad of cash, an irresistible offer for the driver to step on the gas. With scratches on his face, Taiha smirked, the pursuit still ongoing. In the night sky, a swarm of combat drones glowed, advancing simultaneously towards their target. In a dark room, Gray and Su Eon Kim closely monitored a laptop screen, coordinating the attack remotely. Su Eon Kim nodded, his expression confirming that everything was proceeding as planned. A few hours earlier, in a dimly lit parking lot, Eun Sori questioned the tactics of past wars. Su Eon Kim explained images of figures fighting by rules, appearing a controlled war. He continued describing how factions would retreat in an orderly fashion after the pre-arranged clashes concluded. The electric meters became symbols of the war's invisible boundaries, a war that never spread. Su Eon Kim emphasized the restraint of both sides, an effort to avoid unnecessary escalation. He warned of the true reason for that restraint, the fear of a monster that could reappear and destroy everything. Eun Sori listened, her eyes reflecting the gravity of the situation. Su Eon Kim concluded, explaining that the current enemy was acting quickly, precisely to avoid awakening that monster. In a dark room, Gray recognized the drone threat through Su Eon Kim's explanation. Su Eon Kim concluded the strategic meeting with a serious expression, emphasizing the need for thorough preparation. The enemy's first armed drones soared through the city's night sky. On a balcony, Yabari gunmen spotted their targets and prepared to open fire. Two drones were hit, lost control, and wobbled in the air. Witnessing the initial success, the Yabari gunmen raised their fists in celebration. A Yabari gunman continued to fire at approaching drones to defend their position. At another location, Choi Boksu received a report of drone signal loss through his earpiece. He listened to his subordinate report on the presence of anti-drone guns with an annoyed expression. Choi Boksu roared a silent question, furious that his plan was thwarted. His anger quickly turned into a scornful smile, confident in his overall plan. Gray's eyes widened in horror as he discovered something unusual on the screen. Su Eon Kim looked over Gray's shoulder with a worried expression as Gray stammered a report about the drone situation. Gray's computer screen displayed a terrifying truth: a massive swarm of drones, hundreds of times more than expected. Choi Boksu stood in the alley, a smug smile on his face, lighting a cigarette and mocking the enemy's weak defenses. A tactical diagram appeared explaining the weakness of anti-drone guns when facing multiple targets. The night sky glittered with countless bright spots signaling an overwhelming and unstoppable attack. A panoramic view of the target residential area appeared completely unaware of the impending firestorm. Choi Boksu's face gleamed with cruelty as he envisioned the impending destruction. A Yabari commander realized the drones were infiltrating through the vents, knowing the building's layout precisely. He yelled into the radio ordering his men to retreat because the anti-drone guns were useless against pre-programmed drones. Soo Eon Kim gave a mysterious smile signaling that a trump card was being played. A panicked subordinate pointed to the sky trying to warn Choi Boksu about a new threat. Choi Boksu looked up, his smug expression beginning to fade. The night sky was quiet above the rooftops. Suddenly bright dots began to appear, sparkling like deadly stars. The bright dots flashed simultaneously, preparing for a terrifying event. A series of explosions lit up the night sky, destroying the attacking drones before they reached their targets. On a rooftop, Miho crouched, her platinum hair fluttering as the remaining drones circled. To stop the attack, Miho stood up and lunged into the midst of the incoming drone swarm. Her hand moved like lightning, her slender fingers poised to grab a target. With a precise movement, she snatched a drone right out of the air. The captured drone exploded in a fireball, followed by a series of other explosions as Miho continued her counterattack. To stop the aerial assault, Miho soared into the sky, her hair glowing in the fiery light of the explosions. Choi Boksu's smugness vanished, replaced by extreme astonishment as he saw a strange figure. Miho flew among the drones, dodging and destroying them with ease, causing extreme confusion among the enemy. In another base, Eun Sori stood before her subordinates, thin, almost invisible energy threads emanating from her hands. Eun Sori looked directly at her subordinates, her gaze confirming a truth they had never known, revealing her true weapon. Soo Eon Kim and other subordinates listened with astonished expressions as Eun Sori explained her past. With a sad smile, Eun Sori admitted that she was too late to save her father, but not this time. Soo Eon Kim stood alone, looking out at the chaotic scene outside, clenching his fists to show his determination to protect their territory. In the command room, Soo Eon Kim smiled proudly as he witnessed the strength of the next generation he had helped build. Choi Boksu roared into the radio, ordering his troops to overwhelm the enemy with sheer numbers regardless of casualties. While giving orders, Choi Boksu was suddenly startled by a loud noise from outside. An unidentified object shot through the alley, leaving Choi Boksu stunned. From the command room, Soo Eon Kim calmly directed over the phone, informing an ally of the enemy command center's location. On the other end of the line, Lee Waryong confirmed he had found the target, his figure appearing at the end of the alley. Choi Boksu froze as he realized the intruder was Lee Waryong, Yabari's vice leader. To break the enemy ranks, Lee Waryong, the tank of Yabari, charged straight forward with unshakable resolve. 10 years ago, a younger Soo Eon Kim made a bold offer to a friend. Soo Eon Kim argued that to survive they needed to form their own gang instead of paying protection money. He convinced his friend, the only one strong enough to join him in this plan. The two clinked cans, marking the birth of a new alliance, an agreement signed not to wage war but to negotiate from a position of strength. Gishabun, the former Yabari gang leader, smiled smugly, agreeing to the name Soo Eon Kim proposed. Back in the present, Choi Boksu's gunmen panicked as they saw Lee Waryong had found their position. A Yabari gunman quickly raised the alarm and ordered his comrades to open fire on the lone intruder. Lee Waryong accelerated, becoming a blur as he charged straight into the enemy ranks. Choi Boksu frantically ordered his soldiers, instructing a new tactic to take down the attacker. Lee Waryong grabbed a gunman, used him as a shield, and slammed him against the brick wall. Another gunman froze as he saw Miho's figure appear behind Lee Waryong, an unexpected ally. Without hesitation, Lee Waryong delivered a devastating punch to another gunman's face. He fell, blood gushing from his mouth, another life extinguished in the alley. Through a sniper's scope, Lee Waryong became a stationary target. On a nearby rooftop, a Yabari sniper held his breath, preparing to pull the trigger with an astonished expression at the target's strength. A lightning-fast slash, leaving a digital light trail, cleanly cut the sniper rifle in half. The sniper screamed in pain as his throat was cut by invisible threads, and Eun Sori gently landed on the rooftop behind him. A dark figure glided like lightning across the rooftops under the night sky, landing softly without a sound. From another location, Choi Boksu gnashed his teeth, his face contorted with rage at an unexpected setback. Eun Sori reported over the radio, her eyes sharp after having just neutralized an enemy sniper. In the base, Soo Eon Kim received the report, immediately issuing new directives demanding continued pursuit of remaining threats. Su Eon Kim analyzed that the enemy, unaware of Yaburi's presence, would confidently deploy snipers to protect their attacking drone swarm. He deduced that the center of the sniper cluster was where the control station for the deadly drone swarm was located. Immediately, Gray, with his eyes glued to the screen, announced that he had identified the suspicious location. The target was identified: a suspicious black van with fake license plates hidden in a public parking lot. Sori confirmed the target and prepared to move, but her gaze suddenly froze as a new threat appeared. An enemy gunman was thrown back by an extremely powerful shot from close range. Lee Waryong emerged from the shadows, his gun barrel still smoking, his eyes coldly fixed on the recently downed enemy. He continued to advance into the enemy's lair, directly confronting the commander. Choi Boksu, unfazed, gripped his battle axe firmly. He shouldered his gun and smirked arrogantly, challenging Lee Waryong to advance. In response, Lee Waryong tensed, his muscles bulging and tearing his jacket, preparing for an all-out attack. Scene change: a black car was thrown off the overpass, tearing through the guardrail in a horrific collision. The car plunged straight down onto the deserted road below, shattering upon impact with the ground. Amidst the silence after the accident, two figures landed heavily on the road. Taiha Jin grabbed Hong Ingyu by the collar and dragged him out of the wreckage, his eyes devoid of emotion. Hong Ingyu stammered in horror, trying to ask the reason for this brutal attack. In response, Taiha pulled out a sharp knife, its blade glinting under the streetlights, chillingly declaring his intention. Without a word of warning, he plunged the knife into Hong Ingyu's shoulder, making him scream in agony. Hong Ingyu collapsed, clutching his bleeding wound, unable to believe this unprovoked cruelty. Taiha glanced at his phone, seemingly confirming that Hong Ingyu's capture would prevent his plan to flee abroad. Hong Ingyu, in agony, scoffed that everything was already too late. He declared that Jongseo district, which the Yaburi faction was protecting, was now nothing. Turning his face, Hong Ingyu laughed maniacally, boasting that he had ordered his men to wipe out everything in the area. With a crazed expression, he revealed he had spent an enormous sum to ensure complete destruction, sparing no one. Taiha cut short his boasting with another stab, precise and cruel. Hong Ingyu collapsed in pain, once more Taiha standing there, reminding him of the innocent lives lost in the previous conflict. Taiha leaned down, whispering why he had targeted only him. Darkness enveloped Taiha, leaving only his eyes burning with the fire of hatred of one who had lost everything and had nothing left to lose. The scene shifted to Yaburi's gunmen on the rooftops, embodying people fighting desperately, confirming Taiha's words. Hong Ingyu's face contorted in horror as he was forced to listen about the strength of those pushed to the brink. An image appeared in his mind, a desperate man pleading beside an empty hospital bed, ready to do anything. The torturer's hand gripped a victim's chin, forcing them to face the painful truth. Extreme agony was evident on a woman's face, tears mixing with resentment as she was forced to remain silent in pain. Under the moonlight on a deserted bridge, the confrontation between two figures continued. A warning issued. Sori discreetly hid two knives behind her back, ready to obey, while Taiha stood there with a stoic expression. Hong Ingyu sneered, completely disregarding the concepts of family and revenge, believing money was paramount. The scene shifted. Lee Waryong braced himself to endure a devastating baton strike to the chest. Go Insik laughed maniacally as he fired an object from his custom-made gun towards his opponent. With lightning-fast reflexes, Lee Waryong leaned back, narrowly dodging the projectile. Go Insik's axe blade swung up, brutally cleaving Lee Waryong's weapon in two. With the advantage in hand, Go Insik roared a challenge, treating Lee Waryong as a trophy to assert his status. From the shadows, nearly invisible threads stretched out, flying towards the battle. Sori, from a hidden position, manipulated her threads, quickly neutralizing the enemy gunman. Go Insik was astonished as the impenetrable threads tightened around his throat, all attempts to cut them futile. Sori stared at Go Insik, recognizing him as the one who had massacred her people. With a roar of hatred, she tightened the threads, vowing to take his head to appease the wronged souls. Lee Waryong lunged forward, preparing to deliver a finishing blow to the restrained Go Insik. Go Insik screamed in horror, realizing death was imminent. Just before the attack landed, a figure in a patterned jacket rushed out, grabbed Go Insik and yanked him violently from the thread trap. Lee Waryong froze, his eyes stunned by the sudden intervention. Sori was also stunned, her hair fluttering as she tried to identify the one who had just ruined her plan. Thrown to the ground, Go Insik looked up at his rescuer, his expression a mix of surprise and anger. The newcomer Jerome stood with his weapon resting on his shoulder with a smug smile, completely in control of the situation. Jerome looked towards the alley where Waryong and Sori were standing and began to advance towards them. Sori watched the approaching stranger, completely bewildered by his inexplicable actions. She realized Jerome had easily pulled Go Insik out of her threads as if they didn't exist. Go Insik roared, questioning Jerome, not understanding why he had appeared so late. Jerome smirked, pointing his chin towards a building in the distance, revealing the enemy's base location to the Yaburi faction. With a surprising throw, Jerome hurled Go Insik towards Li Waryong like a gift. Li Waryong was utterly stunned, unable to believe Jerome's blatant act of betrayal. Jerome signaled Waryong and Sori to stay and deal with Go Insik while he would go handle the rest. Left alone to face two hateful enemies, Go Insik screamed in panic, ordering his troops to launch all drones into the sky. A swarm of attack drones hummed across the night sky, ready to execute orders. Through his earpiece, Go Insik cast aside all hesitation, his eyes cold with a ruthless decision. He roared a genocidal command, ordering his troops to wipe out the town while Jerome held off the opponents. In the alley, Sori rushed forward in despair when she saw Jerome had subdued Li Waryong. With a powerful swing of his weapon, Jerome sent Li Waryong flying backward in an explosion of dust and debris. Waryong's feet tore through the ground, trying hopelessly to slow the tremendous impact. Waryong's face revealed extreme astonishment at his opponent's incredible strength. Jerome stood there casually, his figure exuding absolute confidence with the fallen Waryong behind him. From above, Sori was stunned, anxiety and panic evident on her face as she witnessed the scene. Despite being defeated, Waryong still looked up, his eyes conveying a silent message reassuring his leader. Sori regained her composure, issuing a tactical command, deciding to split their forces to deal with the threats. Her eyes blazed with urgency, ordering Waryong to end the battle within 5 minutes. Li Waryong's eyes narrowed, a silent acceptance and iron determination for the life or death mission. Taking advantage of Jerome turning away, Sori lunged from behind, attempting a surprise attack. Jerome turned back with a smug smile, easily anticipating and mocking her attempt. To create an opportunity for his leader, Li Waryong roared and lunged to attack Jerome once more. Waryong's unexpected punch landed, sending Jerome sprawling onto the hood of a car. Waryong turned back, his eyes firmly urging Sori to leave immediately. Sori looked at him with gratitude and trust, then turned without hesitation. She ran at full speed down the deserted street, her figure shrinking, carrying their hope. Li Waryong watched her, a fleeting moment of pride appearing on his face at the young leader's determination. From the shadows, Su Eon Kim, Yaburi's strategist, quietly observed, assessing her courageous performance. Su Eon Kim's silhouette loomed in the foreground, his eyes focused on the upcoming confrontation. Jerome stood up casually, wiping a streak of blood from his lip, an amused smile spreading across his face. Li Waryong looked at his opponent with skepticism, unable to believe he could withstand such a powerful blow. Jerome smirked, revealing blood-stained teeth, his eyes provocative and challenging. The two warriors faced each other, one tense and ready, the other relaxed and full of danger. Jerome tilted his head, a fleeting expression of boredom appearing then vanishing, replaced by the excitement of a hunt. With a smug smile, Jerome introduced himself, his tone foreshadowing a bloody good time. Jerome threw a brutal hook, striking first in the new round. Li Waryong immediately retaliated with an equally powerful straight punch to Jerome's face. Through his fist, Waryong roared his name, a defiant declaration of war. The fight erupted into a brutal exchange of blows, the two men lunging at each other in a primal fury. Jerome, with a triumphant smile, delivered a devastating uppercut to Li Waryong. Blood spurted from Waryong's mouth and he gritted his teeth, enduring the intense pain. Waryong retaliated with a straight punch to Jerome's face, making him falter. Waryong's face contorted as he heard his opponent's taunts about his past in the Osung gang. In a flashback, Sori placed her hand on Waryong's shoulder, her eyes showing absolute trust in him. Back in the present, Waryong's fists clenched, a fleeting moment of self-doubt appearing on his face. The memory took Waryong back to the first Jongseo district battle when he was a young leader of the Osung gang. He recalled his close friend Gishab, the leader of the Yaburi gang at the time. In the past, Waryong had proposed a pragmatic solution to Gishab, promising to resolve everything with the gang's power. Gishab, with a resolute expression, refused, explaining that the elderly could not be forced from their homes. With a sad but determined smile, Gishab declared he would fight to the end and entrusted the future to Waryong. The memory was cut short by a brutal kick from Jerome, sending Waryong sprawling to the ground. Injured and with his shirt torn, Waryong struggled to his feet, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, but his eyes still blazed. He let out a defiant roar, charging straight towards Jerome. Drawing strength from his promise to Gishab, Waryong unleashed a retaliatory punch at Jerome. A fleeting image of Jerome's smug smile appeared in Waryong's mind, symbolizing the despair he once felt. Waryong's back seemed small before a metaphorical mountain range symbolizing the insurmountable opponents he once faced. He recalled the feeling of helplessness when he realized his limitations at the 16th position in the Osung gang. Gishab's death became a turning point, awakening a hidden power within Waryong. Waryong realized his true strength did not come from confronting enemies but from protecting those behind him. Back in the battle, Jerome swung his weapon down, but Waryong was ready. Jerome was stunned as Waryong firmly grasped his weapon just before it could make contact. Capitalizing on his opponent's surprise, Waryong used his strength to flip Jerome over his shoulder. Waryong stood tall over Jerome, his gaze asserting his identity as the tank. With a roar, he slammed Jerome hard onto the ground, clearing a path for those he protected. On the ground, Jerome's red eyes widened, his surprise quickly replaced by a dangerous amusement. A smirk appeared on Jerome's lips as he recognized the iron will behind Waryong's punch. Jerome stood up, his demeanor completely changed, silently declaring that the fun was over and the real battle had begun. Jerome's peony-decorated weapon appeared, its birdbeak-shaped tip looking menacing. Jerome looked at Waryong with icy eyes, a promise of a swift death conveyed. Waryong faced him, his bruised eyes unwavering, ready for the impending attack. A flash of light appeared and a massive spray of blood erupted as Waryong was sent flying backward by an invisible attack. To Waryong's horror, the building facade behind him began to crack and crumble from the aftershock of the blow. Amidst the rubble, Lee Waryong knelt, exhausted and covered in blood. Waryong's injured face showed clear signs of fatigue, but his will remained unbroken. In the shadows, a silent commendation was given to Waryong for his bravery. A new figure appeared, standing protectively in front of the collapsing Waryong. Taiha Jin raised his head, his cold gaze signaling that he would take over the battle. Seen from behind, Taiha Waryong was merely a tired silhouette, his battle now having a successor. Taiha's piercing blue eyes gleamed, looking directly at the enemy ahead. A swag Jerome smirked, recognizing the newcomer and provocatively calling out his alias Vendetta. Taiha stepped forward, a decisive gesture showing he was fully in control of the situation. He glanced at Waryong's injuries, his eyes questioning if his comrade could still move. Waryong clutched his chest, blood soaking his shirt, but he struggled to stand. He looked directly at Taiha, his steady gaze asserting that these injuries were not enough to defeat him. Taiha nodded, then gestured with his chin in a direction, instructing Waryong about a waiting car. He revealed that their target Hong Ingyu was locked in the trunk of that car. Taiha ordered Waryong to retreat to a safe house while he would stay to clear the battlefield. Jerome sneered, making it clear he would not let Waryong leave easily. He stomped his foot on the ground, preparing to act. With a skillful spin, Jerome kicked a metal manhole cover. The manhole cover flew through the air, transforming into a deadly projectile aimed directly at Taiha. Jerome looked at Taiha with brutal amusement, challenging the self-proclaimed Vendetta. He used his weapon, a decorated staff, to kick the manhole cover into the air again. Jerome spun around, striking the flying manhole cover hard with his staff. Taiha drew two daggers, lunging forward to intercept Jerome's attack. The manhole cover narrowly grazed Taiha's face and he dodged the attack by a hair's breadth. Taiha slid across the ground, rapidly closing the distance with Jerome. He lunged in, his two daggers ready to plunge straight into Jerome. Taiha looked at Jerome with contempt, mocking his audacity to claim himself as his opponent. Jerome grinned, his crazed eyes gleaming with amusement at the provocation. Taiha and Jerome charged at each other, their weapons clashing and sparking. Taiha coldly retorted to Jerome's provocation, calling him a despicable stalker. Jerome laughed loudly and arrogantly, asserting that all titles were meaningless before power. Suddenly, a series of explosions shook the alley, interrupting the confrontation. On a nearby rooftop, Su Eon Kim quietly sat, observing all the chaos below. From a hidden position, Eun Sori observed the night sky, her face tense as she realized the situation was becoming critical. Her eyes showed worry as she heard reports of fierce fighting occurring near the base. Inside the base, Gray clutched his head, enduring the continuous gunfire, his unease evident on his face. A resilient Yaburi gunman returned enemy fire, shouting words of encouragement to bolster his comrades' morale. Eun Sori turned back with a look of astonishment, seemingly sensing a significant event about to occur. A loud noise startled her, making her spin around abruptly, her hair flying in the night wind. A car trunk popped open, revealing Hong Ingyu tightly bound and gagged. Lee Waryong, with an injured face, stared at the hostage, recognizing his value. Inside the car trunk, Hong Ingyu struggled in panic, his muffled cries stifled by the gag. Lee Waryong mercilessly grabbed Hong Ingyu's face, completely controlling the hostage's life. He looked down at the hostage, his cold gaze considering a bloody solution to end the battle immediately. Struggling with the pain from the wound in his chest, Li Waryong weighed between finishing off the hostage and another option. Hong Yingyu continued to struggle in despair, trying to escape the grip. After a moment of internal struggle, a ruthless determination appeared on Li Waryong's face. Suddenly a metallic clang echoed from afar, startling Li Waryong and diverting his attention. In a nearby alley, Taihe used a dagger to block a powerful swing of Jerome's staff. Taihe's blade and Jerome's staff grated against each other, sparks flying from the fierce impact. Taihe and Jerome faced each other at close quarters, Jerome's arrogant smile contrasting with Taihe's deadly composure. The blade and the staff clashed in a series of lightning-fast attacks, creating blurry streaks of light. Taihe used his strength to push Jerome back, breaking the stalemate. To create a surprise weapon, Jerome struck a nearby metal object with his staff. Jerome stood upright, looking at Taihe with a provocative gaze, signaling that the battle was not over. From the rooftop, Taihe's silhouette stood tall, observing, while below Jerome looked up, a dangerous realization flashing in his eyes. Jerome's staff smashed an air conditioner unit, sending fragments scattering. Taihe realized his opponent's intention, his eyes widening in astonishment at Jerome's cunning. Jerome swung the entire shattered metal block, turning it into a deadly thrown weapon. An invisible shockwave struck Taihe directly, leaving him dazed and his vision distorted. The metal block slammed into the wall behind Taihe with a deafening explosion. Taking advantage, Jerome lunged down from above, swinging the fragments of the air conditioner unit for a finishing blow. Jerome burst into maniacal laughter, reveling in the chaos he had just created. Back at the base, the gunman Yaburi yelled for Gray while still frantically firing. Gray confronted the gunman's skepticism, evident as he questioned the certainty of the plan. Gray listened to the explanation, his gaze darkening as he pondered their so-called ace. Taihe's silhouette stood tall, two daggers crossed in a ready stance. A flash of memory revealed his ruthlessness, an enemy sent flying in a rain of blood. Jerome burst into savage laughter, his eyes gleaming with morbid delight. Taihe responded with a cold glance, a silent acknowledgement of his assassin lineage. The memory took him back to a dark train tunnel where their feud began. In the past, a car shattered against a brick wall, their shared target eliminated. A younger Taihe in a brown coat observed the scene with emotionless blue eyes. Facing him, a blood-soaked Jerome bared his teeth in a defiant grin. Wounded and sitting on the ground, Jerome still clutched his signature crowbar. Jerome spun around, a fleeting look of surprise on his face as he recognized Taihe's presence. Deep cuts on Taihe's own leg showed that the recent fight was not easy. Taihe stood above, looking down at the kneeling Jerome while the screech of the approaching train grew louder. The train's blinding headlights engulfed Jerome, a death sentence of iron and steel. Taihe turned away as a horrific crash echoed behind him, believing his enemy had been eliminated. The memory shifted again, a private jet soaring into the blue sky, another mission, another confrontation. Two figures leapt from the plane, turning the sky into their own arena. Mid-air, Jerome, wearing a helmet, lunged to attack Taihe with his crowbar. A deafening clang echoed as their weapons collided mid-air. Taihe used a brutal elbow strike, cracking the visor on Jerome's helmet. Undeterred, Jerome drew a dagger, executing a surprise stab. Taihe reacted, using his heel to block the incoming blade. The memory ended with an impossible image, Jerome somehow still alive after the fall. Back in the present, Jerome stood under the moonlight, his existence a mockery. He smirked, a bloody smile conveying a defiant message without words. Taihe held his ground, listening as Jerome precisely analyzed the weaknesses in his attacks. Jerome closed in, invading Taihe's personal space, his red eyes full of mockery. He uttered a name from the past, vendetta, like a knife twisting into Taihe's memories. Jerome leapt back, swinging his crowbar in a full-force attack. Taihe gracefully ducked, narrowly dodging the attack. As Jerome landed, Taihe had already moved, evading another dangerous stab. Jerome paused, his mocking gaze fixed on Taihe's right arm, exposing his wound. With a roar, Jerome slammed his crowbar onto the ground, showing his contempt. They lunged at each other again, but this time Jerome attacked with the confidence of one who had grasped his opponent's weakness. From above, Jerome landed on a silo, looking down at Taihe condescendingly, acknowledging his opponent as his greatest challenge. With a defiant roar, Jerome charged directly at Taihe, his power shaking the entire space. From within, Jerome used terrifying strength to tear through the metal wall of the silo. He looked through the tear with a crazed gaze, determined to hunt his prey. To end the match, Jerome lunged forward, swinging his crowbar in a brutal attack. To counter the fatal attack, Taihe deployed his reinforced umbrella as a shield. Jerome soared into the air, preparing to deliver a finishing blow from above. Jerome's attack collided with the umbrella in an explosion of force, creating a shockwave. Taiha landed firmly on the ground after absorbing the impact. Jerome stood in the middle of the alley looking at the smoking wreckage of the umbrella, his face surprised. He looked around the silent alley, his expression shifting from confidence to bewilderment, searching for the vanished figure of his enemy. Jerome tightened his grip on the crowbar, his confusion quickly turning into rage. Suddenly Taiha appeared right behind Jerome, swinging his weapon to disarm his opponent's crowbar. Taiha stood over the collapsing Jerome, his cold gaze mocking his opponent's defeat. He held his weapon to Jerome's neck, preparing to decisively end the fight. Jerome's weapon clattered to the ground, signaling his defeat. Jerome looked up, his red eyes gleaming with astonishment at Taiha's incredible speed. Taiha moved with terrifying speed, dodging and counter-attacking in a blur. Jerome gritted his teeth, enduring Taiha's attack, blood splattering. Taiha looked down at his opponent, declaring that he too had grown through life or death battles. In the darkness, one figure lunged at the other, a final slash delivered. Taiha darted across the rooftops, landing lightly on another building. On a nearby rooftop, Unsori looked around with a tense expression, pinpointing the location of the final target. Suddenly she spotted a car and several figures in the alley below, pulling a severely wounded man from the vehicle. A member of the group looked up, his sharp cold gaze seemingly having detected Sori's presence. Sori was startled, realizing she had been discovered by unknown enemies. The leader of the unfamiliar group looked up, called Unsori's name, and introduced themselves as the Osung Gang's special forces. In another alley, Cheon Heeman stood before Taiha, who was standing over Jerome's motionless body. Heeman indifferently announced that he was ordered to kill Taiha. Taiha looked at Heeman, his blue eyes gleaming with calculation and wariness. Heeman repeated the order, his gaze full of defiance and confidence. Taiha recalled his previous encounter with Heeman, trying to understand his opponent's true intentions. He analyzed the situation, realizing Heeman's public appearance was a deliberate move, not a mere ambush. From above, Cheon Heeman observed Taiha, his eyes showing confirmation upon seeing Jerome collapsed nearby. Cheon Heeman smirked, leisurely adjusting his cloak as an unspoken warning. Taiha maintained a calm expression, his eyes steadfastly denying the opponent's accusation. Taiha's gaze flickered to Jerome, who was slumped with the remains of an umbrella deeply embedded in his chest as undeniable proof. A sudden sound made both Taiha and Cheon Heeman turn around simultaneously, surprise evident on their faces. Lying on the ground, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, Jerome gave a twisted smile, amused by his brush with death. Without hesitation, Taiha lunged forward, the dagger from the umbrella ready to end the fight. Taiha's blade tore through the air in a lightning-fast slash aimed at Jerome. Just before the blade reached him, Jerome's hand managed to pull the pin of a stun grenade hidden in his jacket. With a defiant smile, Jerome threw the grenade towards Taiha as a malicious farewell. An explosion of blinding white light engulfed the alley, forcing Taiha and Heeman to raise their hands to shield their eyes. Through the dazzling light, Taiha's blue eyes narrowed, trying to relocate his target. As soon as Taiha's vision recovered, he felt a cold weapon pressed against his neck. Cheon Heeman blocked Taiha's path, his eyes decisively signaling that he was the one who determined the order here. Taiha's eyes flashed with annoyance, realizing the situation had been interfered with by another. Despite the warning, Taiha swung his blade, determined to deal with his original enemy first. A deafening metallic clang echoed as Cheon Heeman easily blocked Taiha's attack with his staff, sparks flying from the point of impact. A fleeting look of surprise crossed Taiha's face as he realized his opponent had anticipated the blade's trajectory. A confident smile spread across Cheon Heeman's lips, implying that he had learned from past confrontations and would not be fooled twice. Cheon Heeman gripped Taiha's weapon tightly, his tone both mocking and analytical of his opponent's exhaustion. Taiha's eyes turned cold and he quickly re-evaluated Heeman's strength, realizing this person was far more dangerous than his initial impression. Attention was evident in Taiha's jaw as he deduced that Heeman must hold a significant position within the Osung Gang. Metal fragments from the clash scattered onto the ground, marking the end of the first skirmish. Taiha lowered his weapon, a mysterious smile appearing as he pointed out a strange truth about his opponent. Cheon Heeman's gaze wavered slightly, an unexpected reaction to the accusation that he had never truly killed anyone. Taking advantage of Taiha's moment of hesitation, Cheon Heeman soared into the air, preparing for an aerial attack. Upon landing, Cheon Heeman realized his target had vanished, his expression shifting from aggressive to bewildered. From the shadows behind, Taiha emerged with a smug smile, completely reversing the situation. Provoked, Cheon Heeman roared and charged directly at Taiha in a furious frontal assault. Cheon Heeman gritted his teeth angrily, admitting that even if he hadn't killed anyone, his hands were stained with blood from many beatings. Taiha's eyes widened, a new understanding of his opponent's nature dawning on him. Cheon Heeman put all his strength into a final lunge, determined to end the confrontation here. Instead of confronting him, Taiha calmly offered a specific location, proposing a meeting at a hideout instead of a meaningless fight. Cheon Heeman issued a challenging warning, implying a commensurate consequence. He turned, looking down the deserted alley enveloped in darkness. Alone in the alley, Cheon Heeman stood in thought for a moment. Annoyance was evident on Cheon Heeman's face, and he gritted his teeth in irritation. In another complex, a fierce attack was underway. A Yaburi gunman was severely wounded, his earpiece receiving a message from the enemy. The Osung gang's call for surrender echoed amidst the chaotic scene where another Yaburi gunman had fallen. Go Insik, the Yaburi faction's commander, roared an order that drowned out the enemy's call. A silver-haired Osung Special Forces member continued to fire relentlessly, advancing up the stairs. Go Insik frowned, realizing the Osung gang had arrived faster than expected. In a hidden corner, a Yaburi gunman tried to keep his wounded comrade conscious. The wounded soldier signaled his comrade to be quiet, trying to hide from the attack. From above, Yaburi's ambushers reported the dangerous situation to their commander. Go Insik brushed aside his subordinate's warning, refusing to retreat. His eyes gleamed with greed, obsessed by the massive bounty at stake. A Yaburi gunman received a suicide order from Go Insik, his face full of resignation. Go Insik raised his axe, declaring his intention to personally finish off the target, Gisha-bun. He reached out as if victory was already in his grasp. Suddenly, a hand from the shadows clamped over Go Insik's mouth, cutting off his words. Li Waryong, who was presumed dead, appeared from behind, his eyes questioning with contempt. Go Insik froze, horrified to recognize the unbelievable avenger. Li Waryong stepped forward, each stride a promise of bloody vengeance. He clenched his fist, his rage erupting into a silent roar. To pay for the betrayal, Li Waryong delivered a devastating punch to Go Insik's face. Blood spurted from Go Insik's mouth as he took the full force of the blow. Go Insik's body was flung off the edge of the building, falling freely. The remaining Yaburi gunmen watched in horror as their commander was taken down. A Yaburi gunman froze, his earpiece falling out in his stunned state. A figure swept past the fallen, a brutal purge having just concluded. Go Insik's body lay motionless on the ground below, a silent warning. Sori ran along the corridor, a fleeting look of relief crossing her face as she realized the threat had been eliminated. 5 minutes later, the scene became silent, with only Go Insik's body remaining. Cheon Heeman calmly walked up the stairs, a cigarette in his mouth and Taeya's broken umbrella in hand, entering the scene. Cheon Heeman entered a dimly lit room, his face stunned by the sight before him. Taiha sat at the head of the table, imperiously gesturing for Sori and a bound Hong Ingyu to sit. Sori, the representative of Jongseo District, maintained a cold expression, observing the situation. Gagged and tightly bound Hong Ingyu, the representative of Chungji-yu, looked up helplessly, tears streaming down his face in humiliation. Cheon Heeman realized he was the last Osung faction representative forced to attend this meeting. Taiha smiled meaningfully, declaring the start of negotiations for the area's redevelopment rights. In another alley of the city, night enveloped the old buildings. On a rooftop, the bodies of Yaburi guards lay scattered in pools of blood, evidence of a brutal raid. Elsewhere, Cheon Heeman made a call requesting assistance as he realized he could not negotiate on his own. He ended the call standing alone in the dark alley, tension clearly visible. Cheon Heeman let out a heavy sigh, pulling out a cigarette to calm himself. He lit his lighter, the flame flaring in the darkness, illuminating his pensive face. Suddenly, Taiha appeared, his gloved hand holding a lighter to light Cheon Heeman's cigarette. Taiha lit his opponent's cigarette, a gesture both ironic and powerful. The two men stood facing each other in the alley, a tense silence hanging over them. Cheon Heeman took a drag from his cigarette, admitting that he could not defeat Taiha in their recent confrontation. He looked directly at Taiha, his eyes gleaming with a challenge that he would surely win with 3 more chances. Taiha listened indifferently, a cigarette clamped between his lips, unfazed by the challenge. Cheon Heeman looked up at the night sky, his face pensive after his declaration. Taiha threw his cigarette to the ground, showing disdain for his opponent's challenge. The cigarette butt extinguished on the cold ground, ending the temporary confrontation. Cheon Heeman questioned Taiha about his true identity, skeptical that he had survived a supposedly fatal attack. Taiha merely smiled mysteriously, refusing to answer and promising that the answer would come at their next meeting. From above, the figures of the two men were small in the deserted alley, their confrontation just a part of a larger underworld. Cheon Heeman watched Taeya's retreating back, uttering a sarcastic remark about his mysteriousness. Taiha stopped, his sharp eyes warning Cheon Heeman to save that attitude for the one who was about to appear. At a construction site, Kim Jae-pil and his 2 subordinates walked with an air of authority. Lee Waryong bowed before a hanged executive, an act of revenge completed. Waryong turned back, respectfully greeting Kim Jae-pil, who had just arrived at the scene. Kim Jae-pil looked at his former subordinate, noticing the severe injuries on his body. Waryong asserted that the injuries did not affect his mobility. Kim Jae-pil gently pushed up his glasses, reprimanding Waryong for still maintaining unnecessary rituals after leaving the organization. He turned his back and walked away, ordering Waryong to hold his head high, his voice full of disappointment and warning. Cheon Heeman glanced around, wary of the new developments. In Lee Waryong's mind, the appearance of Cheon Heeman and Kim Jae-pil was an unpredictable and dangerous variable. An image appeared depicting the power of Kim Jae-pil, who had transformed a violent gang into a cunning political force. Taiha assessed the situation, realizing the challenge ahead was greater than he had anticipated. Footsteps echoed as Eun Sori and another man entered the negotiation area. Kim Jae-pil introduced himself as the representative of the Osung faction, his demeanor confident and overwhelming. His gaze shifted to Hong Ingyu, who was tied and gagged, a helpless hostage. Kim Jae-pil issued a silent ultimatum, his sharp eyes behind sunglasses demanding the immediate release of the hostage. Eun Sori sprang up in protest, asserting that Hong Ingyu was a criminal who had violated the agreement. Taiha signaled Eun Sori to be silent, his eyes warning her not to interfere. Kim Jae-pil narrowed his eyes, warning that he would leave if an outsider continued to meddle. A smug smile flickered across Taiha's lips. He accepted the confrontation. Behind him, Cheon Heeman gave a thumbs up in approval, fully supporting Kim Jae-pil's stance. Taiha turned to face Eun Sori, a gesture commanding silence. A blade flashed, cutting the rope binding the hostage. Hong Ingyu ripped off his gag, gasping for breath as he was freed. He was instructed to leave a favor offered by Taiha. Turning his back and walking away, Hong Ingyu cast a hateful glance back, vowing revenge for this humiliation. Eun Sori stomped her foot in frustration, unable to believe her trump card had been released so easily. She turned to Kim Jae-pil, raising her hand to explain that Hong Ingyu had conspired to massacre people to seize land. Kim Jae-pil narrowed his eyes, skeptically dismissing her explanation with a contemptuous look. Eun Sori was stunned by the absurdity, unable to believe her accusation was being ignored. Skepticism turned into rage. She bared her teeth, refuting Kim Jae-pil's baselessness. In a desperate attempt to be heard, Eun Sori slammed her hand on the table, shouting about the crimes Hong Ingyu had committed against her family. Kim Jae-pil calmly crossed his arms, then pointed at Taiha, turning the tables. Eun Sori froze, turning to look at Taiha as she realized she had fallen into a trap. Kim Jae-pil presented his argument, stating that Taiha's provocation of Hong Ingyu was the true cause that ignited the conflict. With sharp eyes, he concluded that both the Yaburi and Cheonjiu factions were responsible for breaking the agreement. He posed a challenging rhetorical question, cornering both into an undeniable position. For the first time, Taiha's confidence wavered. He was stunned by his opponent's sharp logic. Regaining her composure, Eun Sori coldly declared her refusal to negotiate further. Kim Jae-pil covered his mouth, laughing condescendingly, announcing that she no longer had the right to decide. Kim Jae-pil and Cheon Heeman turned their backs and left, leaving an ultimatum hanging in the air. In a dimly lit warehouse, Taiha and Eun Sori stood in silence after a failed confrontation. In a fit of rage over the failed negotiation, Eun Sori vented her anger by kicking over a nearby table. Taiha's tattooed hand clenched, frustration and anger building as he realized he had been tricked. Taiha turned away, his eyes hardening, admitting that their opponents had no intention of negotiating from the start. He stood with his back turned, asserting to Eun Sori that there was an insider among their ranks. Eun Sori looked at Taiha, seeking confirmation that their larger plan was still on track. Taiha turned back, a confident smile flickering on his lips, reassuring her that everything was still under control. On a deserted street, Kim Jae-pil, Cheon Heeman and the recently released Hong Ingyu stood next to a luxury car. Kim Jae-pil ordered Cheon Heeman to walk home by himself, his eyes full of contempt. With a sneer, Kim Jae-pil declared that he did not give rides to cowards who had faltered. Cheon Heeman stood frozen, trying to protest in vain as Kim Jae-pil's car sped away. Left alone on the sidewalk, Cheon Heeman raised his hands to the sky, shouting a curse in helplessness. Kim Jae-pil's car disappeared into the night, leaving his subordinate behind. Lee Waryong's figure appeared menacingly, an enforcer awaiting his prey. Taiha stood in the middle of the deserted road, his figure imposing, exuding a determined readiness for confrontation. To block his enemy's path, Taiha stood in the middle of the road, forcing Kim Jae-pil's car to brake sharply in front of him. The car window lowered, revealing Kim Jae-pil looking at Taiha with a scrutinizing gaze. Taiha began to unveil a complex plan, explaining the fragile power structure among the factions. He envisioned the scene of Hong Ingyu's bloody hands, evidence of his disappearance after being released. A smug smile appeared on Tae's face as he explained how Hong Ingyu's disappearance would weaken alliances. He looked directly at Kim Jae-pil, concluding that this chaos had created a perfect reason for him to intervene. From the shadows of the warehouse, Taeha challenged Kim Jae-pil to present an argument strong enough to refute his plan. Kim Jae-pil responded, revealing that he already knew Lee Waryong was waiting outside, not to greet but to apprehend Hong Ingyu. From inside the car, Kim Jae-pil adjusted his glasses, admitting that Taeha's intellect both impressed and discomfited him. With a cunning smile, Kim Jae-pil extended an offer, pointing to the empty seat beside him. Taeha stood outside the car watching Kim Jae-pil as he repeated the invitation. Taeha politely declined, suggesting their relationship was not close enough for a shared ride. Kim Jae-pil assured him that this was not a trap but merely an invitation to a cigar lounge for a conversation. Taeha smirked, refusing the offer once more, implying he was very particular about his cigars. Kim Jae-pil redirected the conversation, asking about Taeha's whereabouts after a long time away from Korea. Taeha replied concisely, his gaze unwavering, revealing that he had been in Italy. Kim Jae-pil showed interest, continuing to persuade by mentioning that the lounge also had Italian cigars. Taeha decided to accept, opening the door and sitting in the passenger seat, the door slamming shut behind him. Inside the car, Taeha signaled to depart, his sharp gaze fixed on the upcoming meeting. The car sped away down the deserted alley, leaving behind Kim Jae-pil's sarcastic reminder about the speed limit. Inside a luxurious lounge, the atmosphere was quiet, awaiting the meeting. Kim Jae-pil entered, his gaze sweeping over Taeha and a waiting attendant. The attendant respectfully slid a box of premium cigars towards Kim Jae-pil. Kim Jae-pil nodded in satisfaction, taking a cigar from the bowing attendant. Taeha interrupted, his gaze fixed on Kim Jae-pil, beginning to set the rhythm of the conversation. He gestured, asking for a match, a small but deliberate gesture. An expensive bottle of cognac lay on the table, testament to the luxury of the place. Taeha used a specialized cutter, explaining the cigar's special origin. He skillfully cut the cigar in half, an act signifying sharing. Taeha offered half a cigar, a silent proposal for a temporary alliance. Kim Jae-pil accepted half the cigar, acknowledging the unspoken rule of the meeting. Taeha lit it, Jae-pil's eyes narrowing as he silently calculated the brief duration of this exchange. The two men sat opposite each other in the spacious room, a tense balance established. Kim Jae-pil took a puff of his cigar, his expression showing measured appreciation. Taeha began to present, asserting that trivial matters were not his concern. Kim Jae-pil listened, a smug expression on his face as he explained his true reason for intervening. He continued, his gaze sharp behind his sunglasses, delving into his curiosity about a formidable opponent like Taeha. Taeha extinguished his cigar, recounting his life or death battle to protect his people. His blue eyes gleamed with steely determination as he laid out terms for the protection of his people. Taeha's gloved hand gripped the cigar tightly, emphasizing the weight of each of his demands. Kim Jae-pil exhaled a puff of smoke, dismissing the financial demands as if they were insignificant. Taeha took a puff, countering that Jae-pil's true purpose was to satisfy his curiosity. Kim Jae-pil denied it, his expression becoming stern as he prepared to reveal his trump card. Taeha's eyes widened for a moment in astonishment at Jae-pil's declaration. An image appeared of Cheon-gu, the powerful conglomerate. Next was an image of the Osung faction, a systematic criminal organization. A cult named Eternal Life appeared, showing their political and religious power. The final image was of a massive criminal syndicate, a gathering of outcasts. Kim Jae-pil revealed that these five forces together formed a secret committee that governed the country. Cigar boxes were neatly arranged in the display cabinet, a metaphor for the balance of power the committee desired. Taeha took a puff of his cigar, his mind reeling as he absorbed this shocking truth. In the luxurious office, Kim Jae-pil made a sharp assumption about the balance of power, his eyes piercing through his sunglasses as if gauging Taeha's reaction. With a smug smile, Kim Jae-pil asserted confidently that Taeha already knew the answer to what was happening. He threw out a provocative question, directly targeting a painful memory of Taeha's near-death experience. A flashback flashed. The silver-haired assailant confronted Taeha in a luxurious room, a sign of a violent intrusion. In a flash, the silver-haired assailant lunged, delivering fatal blows towards Taeha. The silver-haired assailant stood tall, his hand gripping the broken weapon tip, a declaration of the bottle's end. Back in the present, Taeha softly uttered a name, his eyes gleaming with recognition as the pieces began to fall into place. To emphasize his words, Kim Jae-pil lightly tapped a personal seal onto the ashtray, an act symbolizing the Cheon-gu faction's power. The figure of Junsu Baek appeared, a mysterious and fearsome individual described as the chairman's superhuman bodyguard. Kim Jae-pil continued to explain, his hand gripping the cigar as he described Junsu Baek as the one who had emerged from a coup. He expressed concern that if Junsu Baek was exploiting another force, the fragile balance of power would collapse. Taiha looked directly at his opponent, demanding to know the true purpose of this meeting. Kim Jae-pil leaned back in his chair, a smug look on his face as he implied that Taiha already knew what he wanted. Taiha's eyes sharpened. He realized the true cost of this encounter: a double assassination contract. Taiha stood up, a decisive gesture, accepting the agreement, tapping the ashtray to seal the deal. Kim Jae-pil issued a chilling warning about the committee's rule: anyone outside who knew about it must be eliminated. His eyes turned cold behind his glasses, an undisguised threat to ensure Taiha's compliance. Taiha turned and walked away, his heels echoing on the floor, marking the beginning of a new mission. He looked back with a confident smile, a silent promise of the impending chaos for the Cheonju faction. In an office elsewhere, a fax machine began to operate, breaking the silence. At Cheonju Electronics headquarters, a female office worker looked up at the unusual sound. She curiously approached the fax machine, wondering who had sent a document at this hour. The scene shifted to a serene waterfall, a stark contrast to the unfolding conspiracies. Bare feet walked laboriously on the damp ground, indicating rigorous training. Pyodo Jang, a director, ran over frantically, his face clearly showing panic. The vice chairman of Cheonju stood under the rushing water, his muscular back bearing the full force of nature. The vice chairman of Cheongu's muscular back tensed under the waterfall, a symbol of unyielding strength. With an urgent expression, Pyodo Jang presented the fax, a message that could change the outcome of the vote. The vice chairman of Cheonju turned around, his face contorted with anger and surprise at the news of an unexpected representative. The scene shifted to a street with protest banners hinting at a simmering conflict in Jongseo district. Inside a cafe, a ceramic cup was warmed, preparing for a meticulous brewing process. Taiha's tattooed hand was grinding a blend of dark roasted coffee beans, each action deliberate. He extracted each drop of rich coffee into the prepared cup, a beginning to his plan. The amber liquid shimmered in the ceramic cup, the delicate crema on the surface reflecting the brewer's concentration. Taiha presented his creation, a Neapolitan-style ristretto, with a self-satisfied smile to the guests. A woman with lavender pink hair and a bandaged right hand, Sori, looked at the coffee skeptically. She carefully raised the small coffee cup to eye level. Sori took a sip, bracing herself for the bitterness. Sori's group reacted violently to the overly strong coffee, one person shouting while others grimaced. Taiha slid the coffee tray towards them, a silent invitation met with grimaces and gestures of discomfort from the group. He calmly took a sip of his coffee, ignoring their complaints as a daily routine. The group looked at Taiha with annoyance, unable to believe his strange ritual. Taiha tilted his head mischievously, implicitly mocking their weakness. Losing patience, Sori slammed her hand on the table and turned away, intending to order another drink to break Taiha's ritual. To assert control over the conversation, Taiha drew a cane sword, its sharp blade halting Sori's action. A quick cut to the deserted alley behind the cafe, where trash bags lay scattered. Back inside, the brown-haired Ali leaned forward, questioning Taiha with his eyes about the outcome of the negotiations with the Osung faction. Taiha's gaze was distant, recalling the meeting in the luxurious cigar room. In the flashback, Taiha stood before Kim Jae-pil, listening to the terms of the agreement. Taiha presented the initial terms regarding the relocation of residents. Kim Jae-pil, with a self-satisfied smile, lit a cigar and presented his condition: the Osung faction would control the sales and receive 50% of the profits. Taiha recalled his surprise at the unexpectedly generous-looking terms. Back in the present, Sori Yoon looked at Taiha with extreme skepticism upon hearing the final condition. Taiha crossed his arms coldly, confirming that Kim Jae-pil's demand was for Sori to resign. In the flashback, Taiha stood silently, his face expressionless as he heard all the terms. Taiha's gaze in the flashback was directed forward, focusing on the discussion about Sori. Kim Jae-pil revealed his intelligence, stating that Sori used steel wire as a weapon and questioned her teacher. Taiha admitted he didn't know the details, only that she had been trained by someone before suddenly leaving. To emphasize his decision, Kim Jae-pil tapped lightly on the luxurious table, declaring that the leadership of the Yaburi gang must be transferred to Lee Waryong. Taiha, with a polite but meaningful smile, asked about the reason behind that demand. Kim Jae-pil explained the official reason with an indifferent shrug, but the look behind his glasses concealed a different truth. Kim Jae-pil's eyes turned cold, revealing his true concern about the only person in Korea using that type of weapon. Back in the present, the silver-haired Ali asked Sori about the reputation of her former teacher. Sori began to recount, explaining that she wasn't sure but recalled her father's surprise when a recruiter came calling. She described a vague offer to join a top organization. Taiha listened intently, his blue eyes never leaving Sori as she recounted her past. Taiha began to present, his tone calm but carrying weight. He made an offer that could not be refused, declaring that the Yabari gang must place itself under Osung's leadership. The brown-haired Ali and the silver-haired Ali looked at each other, unable to believe what they had just heard. Taiha explained that this was an agreement approved by Kim Japil, a disguised guarantee. Sori and the long-haired Ali listened in silence, the atmosphere becoming tense. Sori sprang up, defiant, flatly rejecting Taiha's offer and reiterating her feud with Osung. To quell the resistance, Taiha played his trump card, her father's safety. An image appeared showing Sori's father Gishabun lying motionless in a hospital bed, his life threatened. The threat struck Sori's weakness, leaving her momentarily stunned. Just then an injured man entered the room, drawing everyone's attention. The man, a loyal subordinate, spoke in favor of joining Osung for the group's survival. Sori turned, surprised by the intervention and concerned about the man's injury. With a serious expression, he explained that without Osung's protection, Cheon Ji-yu would surely return for revenge. His warning made the silver-haired Ali realize the true danger, that the enemy would return with regular forces. Taiha listened, his eyes confirming the threat from Cheon-gu's security forces. His blue eyes gleamed with cold calculation, observing everyone's reactions. The injured subordinate continued to recount the bloody past, about the losses they had endured. Sori listened, his words evoking painful memories of no one daring to act to save her father. A memory flooded back. Her father, before being attacked, had been determined to fight alone and entrusted her to others. The injured subordinate and Yabari members affirmed that it was Sori and no one else who had protected them. All simultaneously bowed, a gesture expressing gratitude and absolute loyalty to their leader. In that moment an image appeared. Sori stood alone in an empty hallway, a blood-stained handkerchief at her feet symbolizing burden and sacrifice. Tears welled up from Sori's wide eyes, pain and helplessness clearly visible. She pulled her hat brim down, trying to hide her weakness with a forced, affectionate scolding. After an internal struggle, Sori looked up, a determined smile on her lips, accepting the agreement and inviting everyone to celebrate. The Yabari group departed in an atmosphere both relieved and heavy, heading towards an uncertain future. When left alone, Taiha quietly watched them leave, his expression unchanged. He carefully placed a teacup on the table, a small but strategically significant action. The teacup bore Hong Ingyu's fingerprints, the key for Taiha to infiltrate the board meeting. A self-satisfied and calculating smile appeared on Taiha's face. He was ready for the next move. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Pyodo Jang was rushing in his car, frantically searching for Hong Ingyu's whereabouts. A female office worker reported over the phone that all search efforts were futile. Another subordinate reported from the scene, stating that Hong Ingyu's mansion was empty and his 2 lions had been shot dead. Pyodo Jang's face turned pale with horror upon hearing the news over the phone. The female office worker reported with a tense expression that the Osung faction had contacted them. Pyodo Jang's eyes narrowed with extreme skepticism and anger at the information that Osung had taken over the redevelopment rights. Sitting alone in the car, Pyodo Jang was lost in chaos, his phone still on his lap. Anxiety was evident on his face as he considered the disastrous consequences of Hong Ingyu's disappearance. Pyodo was startled when a powerful voice called his name from the back seat. The figure of Guanghu Yang, vice president of Chengdu, loomed in the seat, his eyes imposing as he questioned Pyodo. An old building, Cheongu's headquarters, appeared like a silent fortress. In a dilapidated warehouse, Hong Ingyu sat on the floor, his face bruised and shirt stained with blood. Taiha stood there, phone in hand, asking a confirming question with a casual expression. Hong Ingyu gritted his teeth in endurance, refusing to answer in silence. To break his will to resist, Taiha pressed the blade close to Hong Ingyu's neck, a silent threat. A self-satisfied smile spread across Taiha's lips. He revealed that he didn't need the prisoner's answer. Hong Ingyu looked up, his eyes desperate, trying to understand his captor's true purpose. Taiha turned away indifferently, declaring that he didn't need anything from Hong Ingyu. Taiha's eyes were as sharp as a knife, and he explained that Hong Ingyu's fate had been sealed long ago. The harsh truth descended, and Hong Ingyu realized he was merely a pawn of no further value, horror clearly visible on his face. Taiha's towering figure overshadowed the cowering Hong Ingyu, a silent ultimatum delivered to decide the prisoner's life. Taiha walked out of the abandoned building, leaving Hong Ingyu to his fate. He stopped turning his head when he heard a call. Sori's group, consisting of her, the silver-haired Ali, the brown-haired Ali, and the long-haired Ali, were waiting by the car. Sori, along with the long-haired Ali, questioned Taiha about keeping Hong Ingyu alive, emphasizing the hostage's importance. Taiha smiled coldly, making a chilling offer that he could dispose of Hong Ingyu at any time. Taiha turned to face the silent silver-haired Ali. The silver-haired ally looked directly at Taiha, his eyes seeking confirmation of an old promise. A fleeting memory, the image of a young Taiha with the alias Gray appeared linked to a promise of a larger arena. Taiha placed a hand on the silver-haired ally's shoulder, a reassuring gesture full of hidden meaning. Sorry, and the long-haired ally nodded goodbye, a reluctant agreement finalized. Taiha watched them with a self-satisfied smile, his plan unfolding perfectly. A vast airport runway appeared under the dazzling sunlight, signaling an upcoming event. A cut to the runway. Junsu Beck and a colleague in a suit began a conversation. The colleague confirmed to Junsu Beck that he had started an old habit. Junsu Beck coldly reminded his colleague to remain silent. A young bodyguard appeared nonchalant, indifferently blowing a bubblegum bubble while hinting that his demand for a raise had been ignored. Junyuk Wang smugly analyzed that the factions would support the vice chairman. Youngmin Moon panicked, believing the current situation had deviated from the initial promise. Regaining his composure, Youngmin Moon lit a cigarette and affirmed his absolute loyalty to his captain. In a tense meeting, Taiha and Vice Chairman Guanghu Yang confronted each other, representing two factions vying for power. Junyuk Wang speculated that with an unexpected representative for Director Hong, the corporation's fate now lay in the hands of two neutral members. The wheels of a private jet screeched on the runway, signaling the arrival of a powerful figure. On the runway, Junsu Beck and a colleague stood waiting, their eyes fixed on the approaching plane with heavy anticipation. The luxurious private jet slowly moved into position, its presence changing the entire atmosphere. The power of Cheonju security was emphasized. They were a loyal force, obeying only Junsu Beck's orders. A pair of polished dress shoes took decisive steps down the aircraft stairs, signaling their owner's arrival. Du Zhonghan appeared with an authoritative demeanor. He was Junsu Beck's designated successor and a formidable force. Du Zhonghan's sharp gaze swept over everything, displaying control and superior intellect. Junsu Beck and his colleague bowed respectfully, showing absolute deference. The entire Cheonju security force lined up in two solemn rows, bowing their heads to welcome Director Han's return. The scene shifted to the waters off South Korea, where a solitary yacht glided across the surface. On the yacht, Han Yin with a scarred back faced Taiha, questioning his sudden visit. Taiha replied with a calm smile, asserting that those who need something should be the ones to seek it out. A giant marlin pierced by a spear hung on the boat like a trophy, demonstrating extraordinary power. Taiha and Han Yin sat opposite each other, a conversation full of hidden meanings beginning between the two powers. The existence of the Yin clan was mentioned as the founders of the council centuries ago. The intricate scars on Han Yin's legs were proof of her role as a powerful oversight member of the council. Han Yin, a neutral director of Cheonju, extended a subtle invitation. Her power was rumored to be on par with the strongest. Taiha politely declined, smiled, and redirected the conversation to the main issue, the situation of Director Hong Ingyu. Han Yin nodded in acknowledgement, her expression showing she understood the situation. With sharp eyes, Han Yin mentioned the name Su Hyuk Jin, a familiar and haunting name. A painful memory flooded back, the image of a man being escorted by armed soldiers before the eyes of a young boy. Taiha's hand clenched his shirt, revealing an intricate tattoo as suppressed rage from the past resurfaced. Darkness enveloped Taiha's face as he made a deadly demand, officially transforming the power struggle into a vengeful hunt. The text 17 years ago appeared, taking the story back to the origin of the tragedy. Guho Jin, the chairman's eldest son, rushed out and shouted in despair, trying to stop his father. Guho Jin questioned his father about Su Hyuk as he coldly stepped into the car, leaving his son's pleas behind. Chairman Soho Jin turned back with cruel eyes, asserting his absolute power without anyone's permission. In the parking lot, Guho Jin angrily confronted his father Soho Jin, who stood beside the car with a cold, authoritative demeanor. Two luxurious cars rolled out of the parking lot, leaving the unfinished confrontation behind. Inside the car, Suyuk Jin sighed, clearly showing his displeasure at his father's authoritarianism. The woman sitting next to him smiled, offering a gentle suggestion to ease the situation. From the back seat, young Taiha Jin looked up with innocent eyes, worried about his brother's reaction. The iron gate of a large estate slowly opened. Two cars entered the courtyard, where subordinates were already waiting. Taiha pressed his face to the window, amazed by the scene outside. Two rows of subordinates in black suits simultaneously bowed in absolute reverence. From inside the car, Soho Jin gave a final directive with a stern expression, his eyes warning the subordinates. Standing at a distance, Guho Jin watched with unconcealed disdain. Suyuk Jin observed the scene with a sarcastic smile, recognizing the display of power by the sycophants. Suyuk turned to his younger brother, directing the boy's attention outside as an important lesson to engrave in his memory. He explained the loyalty of these people, those who owed a debt to their grandfather. Little Taiha stood on the seat to see more clearly, engraving the image of the loyal ones. The boy's eyes locked onto the scene, a prophecy of future allies echoing in his mind. Many years later, twilight descended upon a bustling neighborhood. Taiha, now an adult, walked purposefully on a street in Yongin City. He passed through alleys and shops searching for a specific address. Memories of the loyal ones from years ago resurfaced in Taiha's mind. To find old allies, Taiha discussed the plan with the silver-haired ally in their base. The silver-haired ally quickly typed, accessing old records to search for information. Taiha paced back and forth impatiently, flipping through paper files while waiting. He explained that he remembered their names even though more than a decade had passed. After a search, the silver-haired ally shook his head, finding no results. Taiha stopped, a flicker of disappointment appearing as he assumed no one had survived. He speculated that Guho Jin had purged all those loyal to his grandfather after taking power. Suddenly the silver-haired ally stopped. He had found a remaining record. Taiha turned back, a glimmer of hope flashing as he heard news of someone retired but still in the database. Following the address he had just found, Taiha entered a small restaurant in Yongin, his eyes scrutinizing. A burly man in a chef's uniform smiled, welcoming him. Taiha sat down at a table facing the Yongin restaurant owner and posed a probing question. The owner confidently replied, asserting the quality of his establishment, completely unaware of the guest's true intentions. In a deserted Japanese-style pub, Taiha sat alone at the counter facing the chef. With a calm smile, Taiha politely declined a drink, his blue eyes observing the other person. Hyunbin responded with a professional smile, but there was a brief silence as he assessed his guest. Hyunbin turned back to the counter, slamming the fish onto the cutting board with astonishing force using his bare hand. The large dark cleaver blade swept across his vision, an unspoken warning directed at the observing Taiha. Taiha broke the silence, his calm tone directly asking about a person named Guangsu Jiyu, revealing the true purpose of his visit. Hyunbin feigned confusion before identifying himself as the owner with an overly wide smile. Taiha maintained his posture, his gaze unwavering, his silent affirmation completely refuting Hyunbin's answer. A smirk flickered across Taiha's lips as he began to expose the lie. His gaze shifted to the cleaver. Hyunbin held a silent accusation that it was not a chef's tool. The facade shattered. Hyunbin lunged, swinging the cleaver to attack, but Taiha anticipated it, drawing a smaller dagger to block the blow in a shower of metallic sparks. Under the tremendous force of the cleaver's strike, a crack appeared on Taiha's dagger blade. Surprise flickered across Taiha's face as he realized his weapon was damaged. The pub door slid open, a large man entered, and Taiha immediately sprang from his seat, creating distance. The newcomer, with a large scar on his forehead, paused, sensing the tension in the air. Hyunbin frantically pointed at Taiha, signaling the other man to step back, ready to fight to protect him. The scarred man's eyes widened behind his glasses as he scrutinized the intruder, a look of astonished recognition clear on his face. Taiha smiled, a smile not of mockery but of acknowledgement, a silent greeting to an old acquaintance. Memories flooded back, taking Taiha to a day in the past. In the car, his older brother Suyuk Jin explained the concept of loyal people to young Taiha. Suyuk pointed towards the bodyguard driving the car, Guangsu Jiyu, revealing he was one of the people they could trust. From the driver's seat, Guangsu smiled humbly at Suyuk's praise. His face glowed with devotion as he affirmed his desire to serve the family with all his abilities. Back in the present, tears streamed down Guangsu's cheeks, years of suppressed emotions overflowing. Tears of relief and loyalty fell onto the cold stone floor. Guangsu bowed deeply in a gesture of profound respect, acknowledging the returned heir before him. The scene shifted to a spacious, elegantly furnished office bathed in the setting sun's light. Guangsu humbly led the way, inviting Taiha into his workspace with deference. Once in the room, Guangsu took off his jacket, his tone expressing admiration as he mentioned Taiha's daring attack. Taiha replied, his voice lowering with a bitter acknowledgement of his failure. Guangsu hung up his jacket, explaining that the young man at the pub was his disciple. He smiled, revealing that he had become a blacksmith and Hyunbin was a promising apprentice. Taiha mused, admitting that the blade forged by Guangsu possessed a strength and sharpness he had never seen. Guangsu Jiyu entered a dark room, grumbling about the electricity bill as he noticed Taiha standing there. He paused, his eyes narrowing as he recognized the uninvited guest, a sharp question clear on his face about the Cheon Jiyu mansion attack. Taiha indifferently glanced at another piece of paper, a knowing smirk on his face as he posed a silent question. He unfolded the paper, surprise flickering across his face as he read its contents. Taiha's blue eyes narrowed, intense focus evident. An automatic door closed, isolating Taiha and Guangsu in a private office. Guangsu crossed his arms, the scar on his forehead prominent, questioning Taihe about his actions over the years. Taihe replied with a single word, cold and decisive, implying executions. The wanted poster was discarded into the trash, indicating its mission was complete. A close-up of the wanted poster revealed a massive bounty for Taihe's death, accusing him of murder and family betrayal. 17 years ago, in a cold prison cell, a younger and injured Guangsu Jiyu sat motionless. The heavy metal door slid open, revealing the visitor. Guho Jin entered, pulled up a chair, and sat opposite, looking at Guangsu with feigned pity. Guho's figure, the eldest son of the family, exuded power, with Junsu Baek standing silently behind him. Guangsu slumped his head onto the table in despair as he heard Guho announce that the funeral had been properly held. Guho lightly tapped his fingers on the table, recounting how he had created an alibi to save Guangsu's life. Cornered, Guangsu sprang up, his rage erupting as he roared an accusation. Guangsu's reflection in the one-way mirror emphasized his solitude and helplessness. Guho remained eerily calm, reiterating that the evidence was still against Guangsu despite his resistance. Guangsu gritted his teeth, resentment and helplessness etched onto his face. Guho gestured condescendingly, asserting that he had no intention of blaming him. He slid a notebook and pen across the table, making an offer that could not be refused. Guho leaned forward, his voice lowered, pressuring Guangsu to write down the names of the remaining loyalists. In his mind, Guho envisioned a long line of loyalists kneeling at the funeral. Guangsu's eyes burned with hatred, a silent defiance against the pressure. Finally, Guangsu slumped into his chair, his resistance crushed. From the shadows, Junsu Baek answered an unseen question, declaring his absolute loyalty only to the Cheon Gu Corporation. Back in the present, Guangsu looked at Taihe, his voice trembling as he asked about the assassin's path the young master had chosen. Taihe coldly affirmed his role, stating that he only punished those who had betrayed the family. Guangsu offered a bitter smile, admitting that by that definition he too was a traitor. He clenched his fist, veins bulging on his scarred forearm, showing his torment and readiness to accept punishment. With a swift motion, Taihe drew the dagger hidden in his jacket, declaring there was no excuse for a traitor. A close-up of Taihe's blue eyes, icy and without hesitation. Guangsu Jiyu stepped barefoot onto the floor, ready for the confrontation. Taihe launched a surprise attack, but Guangsu blocked it with his solid body. Taihe was stunned to see his blade shatter into pieces after the impact. Guangsu Jiyu smirked, smugly mocking the state of his opponent's weapon. To prepare for hand-to-hand combat, Taihe quickly removed his vest jacket. He threw the jacket towards Guangsu as a feint. Guangsu easily swung his arm to brush the jacket aside, unconcerned. Taking advantage of Guangsu's momentary distraction, Taihe lunged, launching himself into an aerial attack. Guangsu only just realized Taihe's ploy, a fleeting look of surprise on his face at his quick thinking. Guangsu countered with a powerful punch, forcing Taihe into a defensive stance. In the moment of confrontation, Guangsu assessed Taihe's masterful combat skills with unconcealed admiration. Taihe's blue eyes gleamed with intense focus, a nearly imperceptible smile fleeting across his lips. Guangsu smiled, a smile of acceptance and pride for the young master he had not seen in many years. In a symbolic moment, Guangsu Jiyu displayed absolute loyalty, ready to face his young master at any time. The scene shifted to a luxurious office where the physical confrontation had ended. Guangsu began to recount his story, placing a bottle of water on the table. With a bitter expression, he explained that after the yacht tragedy, a bloody purge had taken place. Taihe listened intently as Guangsu revealed that Guho Jin had ordered the killing of all those loyal to the former chairman but spared his life. The two sat opposite each other, Guangsu explaining the reason for his survival. With a distant look, Guangsu admitted that he was kept alive only as bait. Taihe continued to listen, his eyes fixed on the person opposite him as the story of betrayal unfolded. Guangsu explained that Guho believed the surviving loyalists would eventually seek him out. He leaned back sarcastically, admitting that after 17 years it seemed everyone had forgotten his existence. Guangsu continued, revealing that it was Junsu Baek who had intervened on his behalf. The name Junsu Baek made Taihe pause, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. Taihe quietly reached inside his jacket. The memory of executing another traitor, lawyer Kim, flashed through Taihe's mind with the image of a fountain pen at its center. Taihe placed the fountain pen on the table with a dry clink, a silent interrogation. Guangsu was stunned, his eyes wide as he recognized the familiar item. The fountain pen triggered a painful memory, taking Guangsu back 17 years. Memories flooded back, a disheveled, shirtless Guangsu facing Guho Jin in a cold interrogation room. Guho Jin, with a condescending expression, mocked Guangsu's feudal loyalty. Pushed to his limit, the past, Guangsu gritted his teeth, refusing to yield to the torture and temptations. In a soundproof room, Guangsu Jiyu sat calmly at a table while Junsu Beck stood guard behind him despite the violent thuds echoing through the walls. Junsu Beck leaned down, his eyes showing clear fatigue as he ordered Guangsu Jiyu to stop his self-destructive actions. Blood from Guangsu Gu's wounds dripped onto the floor, each drop a silent defiance against the demand for surrender. With a blood-smeared face, Guangsu Jiyu roared, asserting absolute loyalty to the chairman who had taken him in, waving away Junsu Beck's advice. In a moment of painful memory, Guangsu Gu's face contorted with agony and determination, preferring death over betrayal. The old scar on Guangsu Gu's forehead was prominent, a permanent testament to his unwavering loyalty. Taihe smiled faintly, a sharp and knowing smile, realizing that the fountain pen had evoked precisely the memory he desired. He looked straight ahead, his blue eyes gleaming with steely resolve, declaring that he would continue to fulfill his late father's will. Guangsu Jiyu looked at Taihe with reverence and urgency, pleading with him to take the position as head of the Qian Jiyu group. In a luxurious office, Director Myong Ji Kim pushed up his glasses, analyzing the rift within the group's leadership. A group of department heads waited in the grand lobby, tension evident as they faced an old generation of leaders unwilling to resign. Director Chung Jin wore a smug smile, viewing the internal chaos as an opportunity for his faction to rise. Chung Jin placed a hand on Myong Ji Kim's shoulder, ordering him to arrange a meeting to extract unfavorable information from the department heads. A pair of polished dress shoes stepped into the lobby, signaling the arrival of an important figure. Chung Jin and Myong Ji Kim stood side by side, ready to greet the newcomer. Vice Chairman Guanghu Yang led a group of older executives, advancing with confidence. Guanghu Yang smiled condescendingly, suggesting a private conversation with Chung Jin. Chung Jin responded with a polite but distant smile, refusing the request for a direct meeting. He turned away, uttering a sarcastic remark about the capabilities of the older executives, accompanied by a short-haired female bodyguard. Guanghu Yang stepped forward, blocking Chung Jin's path, demanding a brief discussion right there. The short-haired female bodyguard appeared, blocking Guanghu Yang's path with a firm, unyielding stance. She looked directly at Guanghu Yang, firmly demanding that he maintain his distance as per Junsu Beck's orders. A bespectacled ally of Chung Jin adjusted his glasses, confident that the security faction was on their side. The female bodyguard stood between Guanghu Yang and his target, her gaze resolute. She continued to advance, repeating her warning as Guanghu Yang showed no sign of stopping. Her threat caught in her throat as she recognized the terrifying authority of the person opposite her. Guanghu Yang's face filled the frame, transforming into a mask of extreme rage, his intimidation crushing the female bodyguard. His eyes blazed with furious anger at the insolence. The female bodyguard looked up, her face pale with fear, sweat beading as she confronted the vice chairman's wrath. Chung Jin appeared beside Guanghu Yang, breaking the tension with a condescending air. Chung Jin glanced over his shoulder with a sneer, uttering a contemptuous reprimand to punish the female bodyguard's weakness. The female bodyguard bowed her head, her face showing clear shame and disappointment at her superior's rebuke. Chung Jin's bespectacled ally witnessed it all, astonished by Guanghu Yang's overwhelming presence. The figures of Chung Jin and his female bodyguard loomed, overwhelming Guanghu Yang. Guanghu Yang's eyes narrowed in silent fury. Chung Jin stood behind Guanghu Yang with a smug smile, while Guanghu Yang looked to the side with disdain. Chung Jin's eyes were sharp as he revealed that it was thanks to Taihe that he held his current position. Guanghu Yang turned back, his eyes wide with horror as he heard about the connection between his enemy and his old wound. A savage smile spread across Guanghu Yang's lips, masking his shock with a look of madness. Chung Jin delivered a cold ultimatum, cornering Guanghu Yang with a 20 billion won bounty on Taihe's life. With a smug look over his shoulder, Chung Jin turned and walked away, leaving his opponent in disarray. Chung Jin sneered, completely in control of the situation. The scene shifted to a quiet pub on a deserted street. Guangsu Jiyu looked up, his face surprised by the unexpected request. Taihe sat opposite him, his gaze calm but resolute, requesting a perfect blade. Hyunbin, Guangsu Gu's disciple, proudly explained to his master about the quality of Taihe's weapon. Guangsu Jiyu reprimanded Hyunbin for his complacency, reminding him of the fundamentals of their craft. Guangsu Jiyu turned to Taihe, inquiring about the deeper reason behind the request, suspecting it involved Junsu Beck. A memory flashed of Junsu Beck, who had effortlessly broken a steel blade with his bare hands. Taihe looked down at the broken knife on the table, admitting Junsu Beck's extraordinary strength was the reason. Guangsu Jiyu analyzed the political situation, emphasizing Taihe's bold move in using his father's name. A confident smile flickered across Taihe's lips as he anticipated Guanghu Yang's fierce reaction. Guangsu Gu's eyes widened behind his glasses as he realized the strategic importance of Taiya's presence at the upcoming board meeting. A metaphorical image appeared, Cheng Jin whispering threats into the ear of a terrified Guanghu Yang, illustrating the coup plot. Taiya's gloved hand rested on the table, a gesture confirming the plan. Taiya affirmed his ultimate goal with Junsu Baek's silhouette appearing behind him as a fated opponent to be faced. Guangsu Jiyu calmly poured a glass of wine, preparing to ask an important question. Guangsu Jiyu raised his wine glass, his eyes scrutinizing, and directly asked about Taiya's chances of victory. Taiya replied, his tone indicating that this was not a battle for victory or defeat but a duty. With ice-cold eyes, Taiya declared his bloody oath all traitors would die by his hand. Hyunbin listened, astonishment and respect clearly visible on his face. Taiya recalled a past confrontation with another formidable opponent, showing he was accustomed to facing monsters. Guangsu Jiyu slammed his hand on the table, solemnly swearing to forge Taiya a weapon that would silence even Junsu Baek. Taiya stood up, thanked Guangsu Jiyu, and prepared to leave after the agreement was finalized. The doorbell rang as Taiya stepped out of the pub, returning to the night. From a distance, a tracker in a leather jacket spotted his target and the hunt officially began. Taiya stepped out of a building, his expression calm but vigilant. A stranger pitcher blocked his path, a smug smile confirming he had found the right wanted target. Taiya's eyes sharpened, quickly analyzing the situation. News of the bounty had spread alarmingly fast. Before he could finish his thoughts, a sudden movement from the side stunned Taiya with surprise. Without warning, Batter swung his baseball bat with immense force, sending Taiya flying off the ground. Taiya's body shattered the glass door and sign of a nearby building, creating an explosion of debris. Pitcher looked displeased, reprimanding Batter for hitting too hard, risking killing the target who needed to be captured alive. Batter explained that the hit was not the sole cause, revealing a surprising truth about the opponent's reaction. Amidst the dust and debris, Taiya stood up, proving he had actively used the impact force to minimize damage. Inside the pub, Guangsu Jiyu was startled by the loud noise from outside. Shock befell Guangsu, but not from outside but from betrayal right behind him. Sweat beaded on Guangsu's temples as he realized he was completely restrained. In a flashback, Cheng Jin's smug smile appeared, revealing the mastermind behind the events. Hyunbin, the disciple Guangsu trusted, held him tightly from behind. The attacker's hand tightened, knuckles cracking, revealing his malicious intent. Hyunbin's disguise mask began to peel off, revealing a completely unfamiliar face with glowing red eyes full of malice. Guangsu was stunned, unable to believe the truth unfolding before his eyes. The imposter, Nameless, explained about the deadly poison he had coated on the weapon, a chilling warning. Horror rose in Guangsu's eyes as he realized the perilousness of the situation. The scene cut to the confrontation between Cheng Jin and Guanghu Yang, where Cheng Jin began to reveal his undercover agents. A fleeting image of a discarded member of the old Special Forces team illustrating Cheng Jin's narrative. Cheng Jin boasted about recruiting these discarded talents for his own purposes. Cheng Jin issued an ultimatum to Guanghu Yang: resign or face death. Back in the present, Guangsu broke out in a cold sweat, realizing that Nameless was one of those repurposed agents. Nameless officially revealed his identity: Agent Number 4 of the Cheon GU Security Task Force. Both stood facing each other in the silent space of the pub, tension reaching its peak. Upon hearing the name of the poison, Guangsu's hand trembled uncontrollably, realizing its deadliness. Rage and a sense of betrayal erupted. Guangsu questioned Nameless about the years he had pretended to be by his side. With a calm smile, Nameless confirmed that staying here was a long-term mission. He revealed that the only condition to end his surveillance mission was to expose the last loyal individuals. Unable to bear it any longer, Guangsu roared and lunged forward, throwing a furious punch. In a flash, Nameless dodged the attack and appeared behind Guangsu, a lightning-fast slash leaving a trail of blood on his back. Guangsu was completely stunned, unable to comprehend Nameless's extraordinary speed. A deep gash tore through Guangsu Gu's chest and he collapsed in extreme horror and pain. Nameless twirled the blood-stained dagger in his hand, a smirk of indifference at his cruel act. Nameless's face was shrouded in shadow, revealing only a sinister smile as he identified his next target, the young master's life. Elsewhere in the city, the sound of violent collisions echoed across the rooftops. Pitcher lunged forward, unleashing steel spheres at terrifying speed, initiating the ambush. Taiya darted away, his body blurring in a desperate evasive maneuver as the steel projectiles embedded themselves in the ground around him. Taiya's eyes widened in astonishment, quickly analyzing the incredible speed and power of the attack. In perfect coordination, Batter swung his metal baseball bat, intercepting an incoming steel sphere. With a roar, Batter unleashed a full-force strike, turning the steel sphere into a deadly projectile. Taiha barely managed to duck as the deflected sphere whizzed past him by a hair's breadth. Taiha realized the true threat was not the individual blows but their coordinated continuous assault. After dodging the blow, Taiha stood facing Batter, the assassin's bat still vibrating from the strike. From behind Taiha, both attacker's pitcher and batter blocked his path, forming a pincer movement. Taiha smirked, his eyes mocking their feigned offer of cooperation. Ignoring the mockery, batter and pitcher advanced, deciding that force was the only answer. A drop of sweat rolled down Taiha's temple as he braced himself for the next attack. Pitcher lightly touched his cap brim, making a final offer with the confidence that his prey had no other choice. Taiha suddenly realized through an image on a wanted poster that these individuals were not sent by Chung Jin. Suddenly a red-haired figure lunged from Taiha's blind spot, a sharp blade aimed directly at his neck. With extraordinary reflexes, Taiha twisted his body, narrowly dodging the fatal knife strike. The red-haired assassin froze, a hint of surprise as his sudden attack was thwarted. Witnessing their target being attacked by someone else, batter roared in anger while pitcher stared in astonishment. Taiha narrowed his eyes, his sharp gaze questioning the identity of the newly appeared stranger. The red-haired assassin slicked back his hair, flashing a wild-fanged grin, declaring himself the one who came to finish Taiha. Pitcher's expression turned annoyed and he muttered curses at the appearance of the disruptor. Batter tightened his grip on the bat, deciding to eliminate both Taiha and the interloper. Pitcher once again took his stance, preparing to throw another steel sphere, this time targeting both. Quick as lightning, the red-haired assassin acted, delivering a karate chop to Pitcher's swinging arm. Pitcher's face contorted in extreme pain and shock as his attack was halted. With a look of disdain, the red-haired assassin uttered a taunt about Pitcher's weakness. Pitcher clutched his injured arm, screaming in pain, causing Batter to call out his teammate's name in horror. Rage erupted. Batter let out a savage roar and charged directly at the red-haired assassin for revenge. The red-haired assassin coldly swung his knife, a clean cut slicing through Batter, fresh blood staining the air. The red-haired assassin uttered a cold, contemptuous remark, his eyes full of disdain. He stood on the deserted street, Batter's motionless body lying nearby, a silent declaration of his power. Taiha approached, facing the red-haired assassin across the empty street, the atmosphere taut. Taiha's eyes narrowed, recognizing the new enemy from his attire, a cold analysis occurring in an instant. Taiha connected the attacker to the pub where Guangsu was struck down, a silent question forming about his master's fate. The red-haired assassin shrugged with a cruel smile, mocking Guangsu's certain death. Taiha's gloved fist clenched, rage surging at his opponent's cruelty. With a stony face, Taiha questioned the mastermind behind the attack, seeking the truth amidst the chaos. The red-haired assassin smirked, admitting Taiha's presence had inadvertently freed him from a boring mission. Taiha took a decisive step forward, dismissing his opponent's boasts and preparing for action. In an explosive moment, the red-haired assassin revealed his insane ambition to kill Du Zhonghan and seize power. Taiha merely observed in silence, his composure a fortress against his opponent's storm. In a luxurious office, Guanghu Yang stood pensively, looking out the window detached from the bloody street fight. Du Zhonghan smiled smugly, offering a veiled challenge to his superior. Guanghu Yang sneered, completely disregarding Du Zhong's warning. Guanghu Yang's face changed, skepticism and shock evident as he couldn't believe what he was hearing. His eyes widened in horror as he realized the true identity of the trump card. Du Zhong was referring to Guangsu Jiyu. Taiha's blue eyes gleamed with a cold glint, returning to the harsh reality. The image of the red-haired assassin charging was reflected in Taiha's pupils, time seemingly frozen. The red-haired assassin's face contorted with fury, fangs bared as he lunged for the kill. In his mind, Taiha whispered Guangsu's name, a silent plea to his deceased master for strength. A horrifying flashback flashed nameless through Guangsu through the pub's glass door. In his final moments, Guangsu, covered in blood, offered a pair of daggers to Taiha. The flashback continued with Guangsu landing a desperate punch on Nameless to protect Taiha. Back in the present, a terrifying sound echoed as two opposing forces prepared to collide. Taiha now gripped Guangsu's daggers tightly, his eyes burning with the fire of vengeance. In his memory, Guangsu mumbled his last words, a dying wish only Taiha heard. Taiha nodded in silence, a promise of honor made to his master. The final image in the flashback was Guangsu collapsing to the floor, life leaving him. The red-haired assassin continued to charge, unaware of the fury just unleashed within Taiha. With a crazed smile, the red-haired assassin mocked Taiha's distraction. Taiha unleashed a single attack, a blur of terrifying power that sent the red-haired assassin flying backward. After the impact, Taiha sat slumped on the pavement, dust swirling around him, exhausted but having fulfilled his promise. Taiha brushed off invisible dust from his shoulder, a gesture of disdain for his opponent. He looked up, his gaze full of defiance towards Batter's body dangling from the lamppost, a silent reminder of the enemy's power. A sneer appeared on Taia's lips. He provoked his opponent back, his blue eyes gleaming with mockery. The red-haired assassin stomped his foot down the pavement, cracking under his power, a violent rebuttal. Taia spun around, surprise fleeting across his face as he felt the tremor. To demonstrate his power, the red-haired assassin toppled an entire utility pole, sending it hurtling towards Taia. Taia's eyes widened in horror at the scale of the destructive attack. The massive utility pole crashed into the facade of a building, metal shattering and sparks flying. Broken electrical cables writhed on the ground, emitting deadly blue sparks. Taia quickly retreated, avoiding the electrical wires whipping wildly like electric snakes. Nearby traffic lights flickered erratically, signaling a power outage caused by the battle. From a nearby cafe, the external chaos caused discomfort, disrupting the city's peace. Giving Taia no time to rest, the red-haired assassin charged like a whirlwind, his large knife ready to strike down. Taia used his daggers to parry the blow, the clanging of metal echoing piercingly amidst the lingering electrical sparks. The red-haired assassin flashed a crazed smile, mocking Taia's past defeat against Junsu Beck to demoralize him. Taia swung his daggers in response, his cold gaze showing that his opponent's provocation had no effect. Electricity still coursed along the broken cables, turning the ground into a dangerous trap. To escape the dangerous ground and find an advantageous position, Taia sprang onto the roof of a nearby building. The red-haired assassin immediately pursued, leaping into the air and delivering an overhead slash, determined to overwhelm Taia with his power. Their collision shattered a corner of the roof, sending bricks and debris flying. Taia slid across the floor of an internal corridor, his feet dragging to slow the impact and maintain balance. As soon as he stood firm, the red-haired assassin appeared right behind him, his smug smile indicating complete control of the fight. Taia spun around, his daggers moving at dizzying speed, forming a steel shield that blocked all of his opponent's attacks. Amidst the battle, Taia's gaze became highly focused and he began to analyze every movement of his enemy. In his mind, he compared the red-haired assassin's unpredictable speed with memories of previous battles. Taia realized a weakness, though fast, his opponent's attacks were monotonous and predictable. A fleeting image in Taia's mind, the face of Nameless, the true assassin with perfectly concealed skills, a threat on a completely different level. Taia wondered why someone with the red-haired assassin's skills had to rely on poison, a contradiction in his fighting style. With a cold decision, Taia raised Guangsu's dagger, its blade gleaming with a deadly light. His gaze bored into his opponent, a silent question posed, challenging his understanding of the nature of a killer. The scene suddenly changed. Taia stood in an office listening to another person. The long-haired strategist sat with his feet on the table, casually explaining the difference between an assassin and a hired killer. Images of a teacup, a homemade bomb, and a hovering drone appeared, illustrating his philosophy: assassination is a science, not a duel. Taia listened intently as the requirements for a perfect assassination mission were laid out. The long-haired strategist with his feet on the table bluntly criticized Taia's methods as too messy and leaving traces. Taia immediately recognized the nature of the mission, identifying it as a trap. The strategist confirmed Taia's suspicion, explaining it was a two-birds-with-one-stone plan. The long-haired strategist smiled meaningfully, outlining the prospect of absolute power that a perfect assassin could bring. A cold drop of sweat trickled down Taia's temple as he realized the profound implications. In a flashback, the image of the red-haired assassin charging with a crazed smile appeared in Taia's mind. Taia realized all of this had meaning, a piece in a larger plan. He reanalyzed the fight, realizing the red-haired assassin's movements were not pure speed but deliberate appearances and disappearances. Taia recalled the fierce street battle, dodging the red-haired assassin's ferocious slashes. The red-haired assassin sneered, admitting that Taia's appearance had saved him from a rotting life. Taia responded with a contemptuous smile. He provoked the red-haired assassin, pointing out that it was because he had been imprisoned for too long. Taia continued to mock, asserting that his opponent's chaotic fighting style was why he was abandoned. Taia's mockery struck directly at his pride, causing fury to erupt in the red-haired assassin's eyes. A time slice showed a deserted gym floor. The red-haired assassin, now in sportswear, staggered after a grueling training session. From the balcony above, the silver-haired supervisor with a scarred face watched with disappointment. The red-haired assassin desperately pleaded for another chance, his trembling arm raised. The supervisor coldly refused, declaring that he was too disappointed. The red-haired assassin knelt, listening to the bitter reprimand about wasting his talent. Du Zhong's figure appeared powerfully, a model that the supervisor declared the red-haired assassin would never achieve. Offended, the red-haired assassin roared a furious challenge. In another scene, Taiha also yelled, throwing back accusations of cowardice at an unseen opponent. The red-haired assassin, in a fit of rage, swore to return to take his enemy's head and reclaim recognition. A streak of light flashed as a weapon was thrown at terrifying speed. In a red-tinged elevator, the red-haired assassin lunged to attack a man in a business suit. The man had a blade at his throat, his face showing horror. A black-gloved hand pressed the elevator door close button, sealing the space. The red-haired assassin realized he was facing another enemy who looked at him with pity. Taiha stood there holding 2 daggers, declaring that his turn to counterattack had come. The red-haired assassin was stunned, staring at Taiha. He tightened his grip on his knife, realizing he had been lured into a deadly trap. From above, the cramped space of the elevator transformed into a deadly arena where Taiha and the red-haired assassin faced each other. In a flashback, Taiha realized he had been lured into an empty building after being thrown towards a dilapidated power pole. Taiha's face was hidden in shadow, a cold and smug smile appearing as he analyzed his opponent's weaknesses. His eyes became sharp, determined to make the red-haired assassin pay for his arrogance. In response, the red-haired assassin lunged to attack, his blade clashing violently with Taiha's weapon. The red-haired assassin's eyes widened, full of mockery at Taiha's confidence. Taiha responded with a steady gaze, asserting that he had seen through all of his opponent's plans. Steel clashed, sparking as both exchanged lightning-fast attacks, neither yielding. Taiha moved with incredible speed, easily dodging and parrying the red-haired assassin's continuous attacks. The smug look on the red-haired assassin's face disappeared, replaced by confusion as he realized Taiha's speed far exceeded his expectations. With a fluid motion, Taiha slipped through his opponent's defenses. A sparking cut slashed across the elevator's metal wall as Taiha glided past. The red-haired assassin stumbled, losing his balance after the unexpected attack. He frantically swung his knife backward to counterattack, a smug smile returning to his lips. His blade suddenly stopped right in front of Taiha, surprise clearly visible on his face. Taiha stood tall, his shadow enveloping his defeated foe at his feet. He had completely overwhelmed the red-haired assassin, pressing his knife to his throat. The red-haired assassin trembled, his eyes panicked as he realized he had failed. Taiha looked down with contempt, asserting that he was just an open book to him. The red-haired assassin's pupils constricted in horror as he realized the terrible truth of the trap. A terrifying explosion echoed from above, the elevator's cable system destroyed. The elevator began to plummet into the darkness of the shaft, a metal coffin in freefall. The red-haired assassin escaped the falling elevator, facing Taiha, who was waiting for him in the hallway with a nonchalant expression. Taiha gave a mocking smile, asking how it felt to be one step ahead. The red-haired assassin roared with indignation, humiliation turning into extreme rage. Both lunged at each other again, Taiha easily pinning the red-haired assassin to the floor. With unstoppable force, both crashed through the hallway wall, debris flying everywhere. Taiha broke the red-haired assassin's blade with his bare hands in a decisive movement. The red-haired assassin laughed maniacally, mocking that the knife Taiha was using was a defective product he himself had created. Taiha responded to the provocation by grabbing the red-haired assassin's face. With icy eyes, he issued a silent command, silence. From outside, the sounds of the battle echoed within the silent building. A fierce flashback showed both had once shattered glass windows during the initial chase. Taiha used his knife to block his opponent's fatal attack. The blade flashed, leaving a streak of blood on the red-haired assassin's cheek, who was momentarily stunned. The red-haired assassin's knife fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. Taiha landed on the ground, wasting no time after neutralizing his enemy. After the fight, Taiha calmly took a small cigar from its case. He put the cigar in his mouth, his gaze distant, seemingly reminiscing about something. His gloved hand flicked the lighter but did not light the cigar. In a moment of contemplation, he silently assessed his defeated opponent. Amidst the dust and smoke, Taiha stood there, his eyes conveying a reluctant acknowledgement of his enemy's innate talent. He recalled that acting talent and disguise could not hide one's true nature when living together. A knife slash tore through the air, symbolizing unforgivable betrayal. In a symbolically red setting, Taiha's shadow faced the shadow of the approaching traitor. Taiha accused his enemy with a sharp gaze, questioning his betrayal of Guangsu, who had taken him in. The red-haired assassin's shadow recoiled as if struck down by the invisible accusation. The red-haired assassin realized in horror that his body was gradually becoming paralyzed. Taiha revealed his own knife, now poisoned from his opponent's previous attacks. A fleeting memory of Guangsu Jiyu desperately begging for the red-haired assassin's life. Guangsu's earnest plea still echoed, his face covered in blood and tears. Taiha raised the cigar to his lips, his cold gaze indicating that he would deliver an unusual verdict. The red-haired assassin knelt helplessly watching Taiha raise his knife as if preparing to finish him. Taiha extinguished his cigar on the red-haired assassin's own blade, a final act of contempt. He turned and walked away, a gesture indicating he spared his enemy's life due to another's loyalty. Taiha cast a warning glance back, implying this was the only chance. Night fell over the city, concealing the deadly transactions that had just occurred. Elsewhere, a mysterious figure chewed on a candy bar, sharp teeth exposed. In a luxurious office, Kim Jae-pil and the bespectacled Ali discussed an important matter. Kim Jae-pil took a sip of water, reconfirming information about a crucial vote from Du Zhang. The bespectacled Ali confirmed that Du Zhang had agreed to meet to confirm his support. Kim Jae-pil's phone vibrated. He looked down at the screen with a victor's smugness, believing Taiha had been eliminated. With an arrogant gesture, Kim Jae-pil tossed the phone to his subordinate Junsu Baek. Junsu Baek caught the phone, receiving orders to confirm and dispose of Taiha's body cleanly. Baek stood before Jae-pil, reporting that he would bring Nameless back. Jae-pil indifferently waved his hand, ordering both to be disposed of at once, mocking old loyalty. Junsu Baek bowed respectfully, accepting the order. After receiving the order, Junsu Baek strode away, ready to execute the task. He confidently answered an incoming call, gesturing for the person on the other end to speak. Junsu Baek's eyes narrowed, a fleeting moment of relief as he realized the caller was not the person he feared. A look of surprise flashed across Junsu Baek's face as he realized the person on the other end was Taiha. From another location, Taiha coldly ordered Junsu Baek to show himself. Taiha's shadow stretched long on the sidewalk as he looked up at the skyscraper, issuing a threat to enter himself. An empty balcony appeared, perhaps where Junsu was standing. Junsu Baek calmly deduced that Taiha must have dealt with the assassin's scent. He regained his composure, greeting Taiha sarcastically. Taiha dismissed the pleasantries, his tone cold and devoid of emotion. With sharp eyes, Taiha repeated his demand, forcing Junsu Baek to face him. Taiha stood alone on the deserted street, his solitude highlighting his determination. Junsu Baek casually stood in his office, arguing that if Taiha truly wanted to attack, he wouldn't have called. He provoked, asking if Taiha was stalling for time, fearing another defeat. Taiha began to explain, stating that his initial goal was merely revenge for his family. But now his eyes changed. He wanted an explanation before acting. Taiha growled into the phone, directly questioning the betrayal that had taken his family. Junsu Baek listened in silence, his eyes wavering slightly at the direct question. He began to explain, asserting that his position as Cheonji-yu security chairman remained unchanged. Taiha accused Junsu of betraying twice, once with his grandfather and once with Guho Jin. Junsu Baek's figure loomed in the grand hall as he offered a cold analogy about a wild beast and its offspring. He continued the analogy, justifying his cruel actions as necessary to eliminate a weak heir. Taiha gripped the phone tightly, trying to control his anger at Junsu's justification. Taiha's eyes sharpened as he asserted that Cheonji-yu was not one person's property. Junsu Baek emphasized, his footsteps echoing in the silent space. He declared his vow to the late chairman Soho Jin was to protect Cheonji-yu, a singular entity. Taiha lowered the phone, his face icy after hearing the explanation. He scoffed at the reason, deeming it too meaningless to justify his parents' deaths. Taiha's patience ran out. He quietly reached behind his back, grasping the hilt of a knife. His eyes were sharp. The decision made the conversation over. On the other end, Junsu Baek sensed the change, his hands clasped together in a ready stance. Taiha suddenly flinched, his eyes wide with surprise, directed towards one side, interrupted by something unexpected. In the shadows, Junsu Baek calmly performed a meaningful hand gesture. He raised his hand, a silent command prepared. Junsu Baek's fist struck his other palm, a signal given. Taiha watched the action, confusion and bewilderment clearly visible on his face. Suddenly, a long-haired man stood towering behind Taiha, his presence exuding danger. Junsu's long-haired associate looked down at Taiha with a smug, challenging gaze. Taiha turned his eyes wide with surprise at the unannounced appearance. To evade, Taiha lunged away at terrifying speed, landing so hard it cracked the concrete surface. Junsu Baek stood there, his figure looming before the skyscraper. He gestured with his hand, a negation given calmly. Junsu Baek continued to signal an affirmation that the time had not yet come. Junsu's long-haired associate observed silently, a meaningful smirk on his face. Taiha stood up, his sharp eyes confronting the two enemies. Junsu Baek and his associate began to leave, offering a challenging explanation for their presence. Junsu Baek turned back, his sharp eyes issuing a declaration of war for the upcoming board meeting. From above, the parking lot became empty, leaving only Taiha alone to face his task. Tae's back was to the camera. He looked straight at the building ahead. His gloved hand gripped the dagger's hilt tightly, his determination boiling. A decisive smirk appeared on Tae's lips. He accepted the challenge. The building loomed ahead, a fortress of glass and steel awaiting him. In a luxurious office elsewhere, a quiet atmosphere prevailed. Kim Jae-pil, vice chairman of the Osung faction, exhaled a puff of cigar smoke, listening to the intelligence report. His informant Megaphone reported on the assassin's failure and the huge bounty being offered. Megaphone continued to report, revealing secret meetings between factions, further complicating the power struggle. Kim Jae-pil analyzed the information, deducing that Junsu Baek's alignment with the Chung faction had forced opponents to hire mercenaries. His eyes gleamed behind his sunglasses, realizing the family feud had escalated into an all-out war. Kim Jae-pil gave an order demanding to know the current location of a key figure. In a warehouse, a dummy sat motionless on a sofa, becoming the target for a test. A voice gave an order and the silent space prepared to be broken. An explosion echoed, blowing the dummy to pieces in a display of destructive power. The scarred mastermind and his subordinates observed the results, confirming the effectiveness of the special explosive. The scarred mastermind looked at his subordinate, seeking assurance that everything was ready. A subordinate reported that explosives had been planted in all designated seats in a meeting room. In a workshop, a destroyed dummy was displayed as proof of the destructive power of the piezoelectric ceramic detonator designed to bypass all metal detectors. The bespectacled planner reviewed information on his phone, confirming to his superior that all contingency plans for the attack were thoroughly prepared. Meanwhile, the subordinate wearing safety glasses reported to Gwanghu Yang, expressing concern about a mysterious figure who could ruin the plan. Gwanghu Yang, with a scar etched on his face, dismissed all worries, his eyes burning with an unquenchable fire of revenge. As the tumultuous day ended, an ominous stillness enveloped the city, signaling the approaching storm. Rumors of factional conflict within Cheonji-yu began to spread, increasing tension. On the day of the board meeting, the Cheonji-yu building loomed, surrounded by a forest of cameras and reporters. Two reporters conversed in confusion, noting that no board members had appeared and no cars had entered the parking lot. Another reporter pointed towards an unexpected sight, realizing that merely capturing it would be enough to create a sensational news story. Inside, Cheongu's high-ranking bodyguards, including Junyuk Wang, stood guard with tense expressions, sensing a major event about to erupt. In a luxurious office, Chung Jin was informed that Kim Jae-pil was behind the leak of information about the meeting. Chung Jin sneered, remarking that Kim Jae-pil's actions only added fuel to the fire in the power struggle against Gwanghu Yang. He gestured to his subordinate, asking about Tae's whereabouts and suggesting it was time to reinforce their forces. Myong-ji Kim, a subordinate director, reported with concern that Junsu Baek had ordered all security forces to gather on the first floor. Amidst the external chaos, a pair of polished dress shoes stepped decisively, heading straight towards the building. Taiha appeared calmly, walking past the stunned crowd of reporters, leaving them speechless. From his office, Chung Jin laughed contemptuously at Tae's audacity, deeming it an act of suicide. Ignoring all gazes, Taiha strode directly into the main entrance, a public challenge sent to all factions within. On the 36th floor, the chairman's office door had been silently closed for months, concealing powerful secrets. Inside, gongs resonated, signaling a ritual being performed at the place dedicated to the spirits of deceased chairmen. Inside the room, a bizarre shamanic ritual was underway, a spiritual endeavor to consolidate impending power. A young shaman with money plastered on his face frantically struck a gong, leading the ceremony. Musicians in traditional attire beat drums to a rapid, mesmerizing rhythm. Half-naked men danced wildly within the ritual space. Gwanghu Yang, in ceremonial attire, also joined the dance, his body moving to the drum's rhythm. Gwanghu Yang's face revealed fanaticism, his mouth wide open in a silent scream, completely immersed in the ritual. In the hallway outside, Junsu Baek stood with his arms crossed, silently guarding his gaze as sharp as an impenetrable fortress wall. A close-up of Junsu Baek's face showed absolute concentration. He was the loyal guardian of the ongoing ritual inside. Back in the office, Chung Jin smiled, informing Myong-ji Kim that Junsu was on the 36th floor. He explained that Gwanghu Yang was holding a shamanic ritual and Junsu, as floor manager, had to be there. Myong-ji Kim appeared completely bewildered by the information about such a strange ritual. Chung Jin turned away with disdain, mocking Gwanghu Yang's ostentation in a desperate attempt to seize the chairman's seat. He thoughtfully recalled the past, his grandfather's death and the massacre of loyalists for which his father was blamed. In his luxurious office, a noble walking stick lay on a chair, evoking the image of the most brutal torturer, the vice chairman. Chung Jin smirked, revealing that his father himself had ordered him to oversee those brutal acts. Myung Ji Kim paled, horrified by the naked truth Chung Jin had just exposed. In a gruesome flashback, a tortured loyalist screamed in despair, his body tensing against the restraints, his eyes filled with painful questioning. The torturer raised the pliers, darkness obscuring his face but not hiding his deadly intent, issuing a silent ultimatum. Elsewhere, Gwanghu Yang looked down with a crazed gaze, his imposing figure exuding primal brutality as he prepared for a battle for Tae's life. Outside the Cheonju building, a team of reporters tried to film inside, realizing the main lobby was completely sealed off. Taeha coldly glided past a reporter, his target deep inside the building. Amidst the crowd, Taeha's back moved forward, a mysterious and unrecognizable presence to those around him. Standing guard in the lobby, Youngmin Moon and Junyuk Wang suddenly recognized the familiar figure approaching. Youngmin Moon's eyes widened behind his glasses, unable to believe the intruder's audacity. A self-satisfied smile flickered across Taeha's lips as he continued to walk, unfazed by the security force's vigilance. The scene shifted to an eatery named Baman Gukbap in a flashback. Inside the eatery, Taeha stood looking towards Hyunbin, who was working in the kitchen. Water containers were neatly stacked by the window, evoking a simple life left behind. The flashback shifted to a hospital room where Taeha stood at the door looking at Gwangsu Ji-yu lying on the bed. Taeha sat down beside the hospital bed, beginning a conversation with Gwangsu Ji-yu, who was smiling in welcome. With an inquisitive gaze, Taeha directly questioned why Gwangsu had not fled. Gwangsu Ji-yu, with a wound on his forehead, looked at Taeha with surprise at the question. Taeha stood up, his voice deepening as he recalled the massacre of loyalists that had turned Cheonju into a hopeless place. He looked sharply at Gwangsu, repeating the question of what had kept a loyal person like him there. The image of a red-haired prisoner tied up in a restroom appeared, illustrating the fate of embedded spies. Gwangsu Ji-yu closed his eyes, a serene smile on his lips as he explained that unwavering faith had kept him there. Taeha listened from the end of the bed as Gwangsu revealed that the blind faith was also why Cheonju had sent someone to stay and wait with him. Back in the present, Gwangsu's question echoed in Taeha's mind, his eyes hardening, filled with contemplation. A piercing scream echoed through the lobby, ordering everyone to attention. Youngmin Moon and Junyuk Wang startled and turned around, surprised by the sudden command. A group of elite bodyguards led by a purple-haired man strode in, clearly demonstrating their authority. Vui Kim, captain of the U.S. Black Team branch, roared a command, his sharp eyes signaling his team to be ready to use lethal force against any threat. Junyuk Wang smirked to himself, amused by the new display of power. The shadows of the Black Team stretched across the lobby, an elite and mysterious force entering, signaling an impending purge. From afar, Gwanghu Yang observed with a self-satisfied smile, confirming that this formidable army was now under his control. The Black Team stood in neat formation, a silent and deadly wall of people ready to execute their new master's commands. Security Commander Scarred X made a cold affirmation, the scar over his eye emphasizing the harshness in his words. Vui Kim and his subordinates stood solemnly, a unified line, demonstrating their shared determination to protect Cheonju. Without hesitation, Taeha walked straight into the building's revolving door, a lone prey entering the tiger's den. A confident smile flickered across Taeha's lips, revealing his amusement at the impending confrontation. The sound of his dress shoes echoed decisively on the stone floor, each step a declaration. Security Commander Scarred X gave a silent command to his subordinates, his sharp eyes directed towards the escalator to prepare an ambush. In the shadows, a bodyguard loaded a pistol, ready to execute a swift kill order. Taeha suddenly stopped right before the door, facing the team of bodyguards waiting inside. The silhouette of the Cheonju building loomed under the sun, a fortress of glass and steel. Taeha's voice resonated clearly throughout the grand hall as he officially declared his identity. A wave of astonished murmurs spread through the crowd of employees, all activities ceasing. The authoritative look on Gwanghu Yang's face shattered, replaced by unconcealed astonishment. Chung Jin smirked, meaningfully amused by the sudden chaos. Taeha continued his declaration, recounting his journey back from the dead with unwavering determination. He pulled out a fountain pen, raising it as a symbol of power and a final will. With the pen in hand, Taeha challenged everyone present with a weighty question. Junyuk Wang sneered contemptuously, deeming it merely a ridiculous spectacle. Vui Kim and his team looked at each other, their initial confidence now shaken. In a flashback, Gwangsu Ji-yu lay on a hospital bed, a contented and hopeful smile on his face. Taeha, in the darkness of the hospital room, asked Gwangsu about the remaining loyalists. Memories of loyalists kneeling before the gate resurfaced, a testament to their devotion. Another flashback showed a cult ritual where shirtless figures danced wildly. The officiant, with banknotes plastered on his face, frantically struck a gong. In a dark room, the torturer raised the pliers ready to inflict pain on command. Chung Jin revealed that Guanghu Yang was behind the most brutal tortures. He admitted to witnessing everything, a self-satisfied smile as he recounted the secret. Guanghu Yang, shirtless, stood amidst the ceremony like a mad deity. Facing the final threat, the tortured loyalist screamed in pain and despair. Guanghu Yang looked up at the sky, praying for blessings for his heir in a feigned display of piety. Back in the present, Guanghu Yang collapsed, kneeling humiliatingly before Taihe. Outside, the ranks of the loyalists simultaneously knelt, bowing their heads to welcome their young master. The team of reporters gasped frantically, documenting the unbelievable moment unfolding. Junyuk Wang and Security Commander X with the scar stood frozen, completely stunned by the sudden turn of events. Kim Jae-pil let out a self-satisfied sneer, covering his mouth but unable to hide his amusement. From inside the car, Junyuk Wang ordered his subordinates with a worried expression, instructing them to guard the company. Guanghu Yang knelt, slumped on the floor, tears streaming down as he confessed his failure to protect the late chairman's will. With steely determination, Taihe Jin signaled to move forward, heading towards the fateful board meeting. Taihe led the loyalists' men in black suits straight into the building's main lobby. The crowd of reporters and staff were stunned, trying to capture the historical moment unfolding before their eyes. Taihe walked calmly, flanked by Vui Kim and members of the black team, forming an impenetrable line. A close-up of Taihe's face showed his blue eyes gleaming with resolve, a cross necklace visible above his collar. Youngmin Moon, the security team leader, gaped in astonishment at the unfolding scene. Sweat beaded on Youngmin Moon's forehead as he realized the shocking truth: Vice Chairman Guanghu had sided with the loyalists. Junyuk Wang angrily broke an object in his hand while Security Commander X with the scar reported the situation. Junyuk Wang turned back, confusedly questioning his subordinate, disbelieving the order that had just been given. Security Commander X with the scar confirmed the order with resignation, admitting they were not allowed to engage. Taihe and the loyalists faced a security force 3 times larger, unfazed. Security Commander X with the scar's hand tightened around his pistol, determined to resolve the confrontation with violence. Security Commander X with the scar's eyes gleamed with despair, realizing his career was on the brink. A long-haired woman suddenly appeared, walking confidently towards the two opposing factions. Haran Yian, the Director of External Affairs, smiled as she introduced herself, playfully pointing a finger towards Guanghu. Security Commander X with the scar was stunned as he recognized Haran Yian's presence. Guanghu Yang looked up, declaring that he himself had summoned Haran to the meeting. Guanghu pointed at Taihe, asserting he was a key witness to the corporation's past cases. Guanghu Yang continued to argue, emphasizing that recent events must be viewed as an organized coup. For a moment, Haran Yian smiled meaningfully as Security Commander X with the scar stood behind her in the shadows, his hand still gripping his gun. Haran Yian's self-satisfied smile showed she was completely in control of the situation. Haran Yian turned, signaling for everyone to follow with a powerful gesture. She glanced back over her shoulder, declaring that overseeing Cheonji was her official duty. Haran Yian led both factions, formally addressing Taihe as young master and inviting him to follow. The VVIP elevator shaft of the Cheonji headquarters appeared deep and dark, signaling a journey to the pinnacle of power. Inside the elevator, Haran Yian turned to Guanghu Yang, her gaze scrutinizing. She crossed her arms, questioning Guanghu about the false loyalty and power ambitions he had displayed for decades. Haran Yian tilted her head, continuing to delve into Guanghu's motives with a sharp smile. Guanghu Yang admitted that he had been unaware of the plan until the attack at the annex. Taihe Jin calmly interjected, explaining that Guangsu Jiyu had contacted Guanghu and the wanted poster had confirmed everything. Guanghu Yang explained with genuine relief, asserting that their patience had finally paid off. A chime signaled the elevator's arrival, its gleaming metal doors preparing to open. As they walked down the corridor, Guanghu Yang turned to ask Haran Yian a question about her past. Haran Yian laughed cheerfully, lightly dismissing the question, while Taihe Jin and Guanghu Yang listened. Guanghu Yang mused, using the loss of an old location as a metaphor for a deeper pain. He continued, his voice full of hidden meaning, comparing that loss to being erased from the very place he had dedicated 30 years to. Guanghu turned his back, explaining that loyalty was why he endured everything to protect Cheonji. Taihe Jin stood at the threshold, his eyes coldly observing Guanghu as he finished his explanation. Inside the meeting room, the directors of Cheonji Corporation had taken their seats, a tense atmosphere pervading. Myung Ji Kim, a director supporting Chung Jin, glanced around anxiously. Pyodo Jang, another director, sweated, tension evident on his face. Du Zhonghan, a neutral faction member, maintained a calm, unreadable expression. Haran Yian sat at the head of the table, naturally taking charge to introduce her key witness. Taihe Jin stood next to the designated chair, a hint of surprise on his face at the arrangement. He faced the council members, his gaze meeting Chung Jin's, who sat on the opposite side. On the opposite side, Chung Jin sat with a self-satisfied smile, his eyes full of defiance. A director standing on the podium began the meeting, his voice monotonously declaring it open. A hand was raised interrupting the declaration to reclaim control of the meeting. Taechuo, the CEO, spoke up in protest, his face full of defiance. He pointed directly at Taihe, questioning the appropriateness of a wanted man being present at this supreme meeting. Taechuo slammed his hand on the table, his rage erupting, demanding an explanation. He snarled, reminding everyone of the massacre Taihe was accused of perpetrating. Meanwhile, Chung Jin indifferently stroked his hair, his face amused by the chaos. Guanghu Yang intervened, his voice sharp, demanding Taechuo be careful with his words and revealing Taihe was Suyup Jin's biological son. Chung Jin and Taechuo sneered, mocking Guanghu's explanation. Taechuo bared his teeth in a contemptuous grin, accusing Guanghu of desperately clinging to power. Other members of Chung Jin's faction, including Myong Ji Kim and Du Zhonghan, also burst into laughter in response. Taihe began to speak, his cold voice immediately silencing the laughter and drawing the attention of the entire room. Taihe's gloved hand tapped rhythmically on the table, listing each name like a death sentence. A painful memory resurfaced: Suyup Jin, wounded trying to shield a young Taihe from armed attackers. Taihe concluded his account, his sharp gaze fixed forward, declaring he had found the last culprit at Cheonjiu. Taechuo roared, demanding proof for that outrageous accusation. Taihe's eyes were icy, reflecting an unshakable resolve as he delivered his final answer. With a contemptuous smile, Taechuo scoffed, belittling his opponent's story. Taihe Jin lightly tapped the tip of his shoe on the floor, a sharp sound cutting through the silence. Darkness seemed to coil behind Taihe Jin as he delivered a bone-chilling warning, his blue eyes boring into his opponent. A horrifying memory flashed in Su Kim's body, engulfed in flames, a victim of the Jin family. Taihe's reminder struck a nerve, startling Taechuo, the self-satisfaction vanishing from his face. Cold sweat beaded on Taechuo's temples, anxiety evident as he glanced at the empty chair beside him. Taihe Jin calmly reclaimed the floor, his gaze unwavering. The scene cut to a deserted street, signaling another event unfolding. To prepare for a dangerous mission, a hand unlatched a dagger sheath. His other hand rested on the gun grip, ready for any situation. Guangsu Jiyu, the man with a scar on his forehead, adjusted his attire, his expression resolute. From above, Guangsu Jiyu stepped out of the building, beginning his journey. A voice rang out calling Guangsu Gu's name. A blue van stopped with two teammates waiting inside. Guangsu Jiyu recognized them, the people who had helped him in the past. Sori, who was driving along with Grace sitting beside her, invited him to come along to Cheonjiu. Guangsu Jiyu hesitated, warning of the deadly danger of the mission ahead. Sori winked confidently, asserting that they were already too familiar with Taihe's recklessness. Back in the meeting room, Taihe Jin captured the attention of the entire council. He began his report, targeting an unfair inheritance tax law. Taechuo listened, a smug expression on his face, assuming this was irrelevant. Taihe Jin continued, explaining how this law exempted assets like stocks from tax when transferred to relatives. Guanghu Yang listened intently, knowing the purpose of every word. Taihe Jin revealed that all of his and his father's assets had been transferred to Guho Jin without a single penny in tax. Taechuo sprang up in protest, arguing that this law applied to everyone. Guanghu Yang spoke with authority, ordering Taechu to be silent. Rebuked by his superior, Taechuo gnashed his teeth in anger but dared not argue back. Guanghu Yang clasped his hands, slowly recounting the events following the death of Chairman Soho Jin. He emphasized that the purge and Guho Jin's rise to power occurred within just 1 week. Guanghu Yang's gaze was as sharp as a knife, piercing directly into Taechu as he revealed that Taechu's current position was due to 2 predecessors being fired. Exposed, Taechuo slammed the table and stood up, stammering, speechless. Taihe Jin looked up coldly, calculating his next move. In another flashback, the image of the broker who brought him back after 17 years appeared, another link in the suspiciously coincidental chain of events. In a flashback in Su Kim, the long-haired man adjusted his tie with a calm demeanor, completely unaware that he was the first target. A luxurious villa appeared under the night sky, a familiar memory of the Jin family's residence. Chung Jin stood in the middle of the room, his face showing feigned astonishment at a pre-arranged tragedy. Returning to the meeting room, Taihe Jin posed a rhetorical question full of sarcasm, his hand gestures emphasizing the incredibly coincidental nature of the events. The board members murmured amongst themselves, the atmosphere becoming tense at the mention of the name Osung. From above, Han Yin rested her chin on her hand, a smile of amusement on her lips as she observed the confrontation. Taechuo turned to Chung Jin, his face full of doubt and surprise. Chung Jin merely smirked, smugly crossing his arms as if everything was still under his control. A memory flashed. Taiha faced the broker, who questioned him with a scrutinizing gaze. The broker pointed at Taiha, a sneer evident as he mocked Taiha's presence. Taiha stood on the steps, his eyes sharp as he faced the question of how he could have survived after being dealt with by Junsu Baek himself. Returning to the present, Taiha revealed that Chung had hired Huiman to investigate In Soo Kim's death. Taiha interlaced his fingers, exposing the opponent's suspicious move by questioning why an outsider was used instead of the corporation's security forces. Pyodo Jang broke out in a cold sweat, his face aghast at the sharp argument, exposing the risk of company secrets leaking. Chung Jin maintained his smug expression, his arms crossed motionless in the face of the accusations. Taiha continued his attack, pointing out the true purpose was to create political leverage for Chung. He concluded that Chung needed support from an Osung council member to solidify his position. In another flashback, Huiman sat opposite Gray and another colleague, beginning a negotiation. Huiman firmly declared that his demand was not money but absolute silence. Back in the meeting room, silence enveloped the room, indicating that the other members were unaware of this secret agreement. Taiha glanced, realizing that Chung had kept his plan completely hidden. Taiha's eyes sharpened, he understood that only Chung was the sole beneficiary of this secret. Guanghu Yang slammed the table and stood up, his face distorted with anger, officially demanding the investigation be reopened. Taechuo growled his support, proposing the formation of an emergency committee to clarify the yacht massacre and recent murders. Guanghu Yang emphasized that the legitimacy of the entire council was at stake, demanding the meeting be adjourned and Huiman be summoned for questioning. The entire meeting room again fell into a buzz of chatter, factions beginning to divide. Han Yin crossed her arms, lightly shaking her leg with amusement, completely in control of the situation. She turned a sarcastic smile on her lips as she directed the decisive question towards Chung Jin. All eyes turned to Chung Jin, who sat silently at the head of the table. Chung Jin used his tie to wipe the sweat from his forehead, his smugness finally shattered. Taechuo stared, his face showing extreme astonishment at Chung's discomposure. Guanghu Yang clutched his tie in his hand, his eyes reflecting anger and disappointment at the corruption caused by power. He looked up, his face distressed as he questioned why Guanghu Yang was deliberately avoiding the truth. Taiha Jin began his interrogation, his cold gaze piercing deep into his opponent, demanding answers for past crimes. Chung Jin retorted, his hand gripping his cane tightly, his tone full of defiance against the accusations regarding his father's and family's deaths. With a feigned look of distress, Chung Jin grabbed his tie, questioning why his loyalty was being doubted. The board members, including Myong Ji Kim, Du Jonghan and Taechuo, silently observed the tense confrontation. From Tae's perspective, Guanghu Yang and Myong Ji Kim sat on the opposite side, evaluating his every move. Myong Ji Kim smirked, convinced that Taiha had made a fatal mistake by attending this meeting. Chung Jin's hand gripped the cane, an allegorical black smoke emanating, signifying his dark intentions taking shape. An arrogant and contemptuous smile was evident on Chung Jin's lips, defying the accusations. To feign innocence, Chung Jin raised one hand, making a shocking declaration about renouncing his inherited shares. He continued his sinister smile, revealing his true intention to give up even his grandfather's share. Guanghu Yang was completely stunned by Chung Jin's declaration, unable to believe this bold move. Guanghu Yang questioned him again, his tone skeptical of his opponent's decision. Chung Jin confirmed his move with a smug smile, explaining that he would transfer the assets to the state. Guanghu Yang and Myong Ji Kim were both speechless at the plan to transfer the enormous shares to the National Pension Fund. Chung Jin explained his plan fluently, his hand still resting on the cane, demonstrating control. With a feigned generous gesture, Chung Jin extended his hand, claiming to be someone who did not desire power built on the misfortune of others. Guanghu Yang narrowed his eyes, analyzing the deeper motives behind Chung Jin's actions. He tried to read his opponent, searching for weaknesses in the seemingly perfect plan. In Guanghu's thoughts, a figure in ceremonial robes stood on the parliamentary podium, wielding immense political power. Guanghu Yang made his decision, his expression hardening, ready to deal with it. Chung Jin smiled smugly, believing he had quelled all opposition. Taiha Jin coldly stated his condition, demanding the reopening of investigations into old cases in exchange for silence. Chung Jin's smile stiffened, he was caught off guard by Taiha's demand. Myung-ji Kim slammed the table in protest, but it was a dramatic show of support for Tae's demand for an investigation. Jae-soo Cheon roared, pointing at Chung Jin and demanding an investigation into his inheritance qualifications first. An older director tried to restrain Jae-soo Cheon, reminding him of the meeting's rules. Chung Jin scoffed at the accusation, asking Jae-soo Cheon if he truly believed he was a family-killing monster. Jae-soo Cheon lost his composure, slammed the table, and yelled that he knew everything Chung had done. Jae-soo's accusation was illustrated by a flashback scene of someone resembling Chung Jin pointing a gun at victims. In the flashback, family members were tied and gagged helplessly, awaiting death. Multiple consecutive shots from a silenced gun tore through the air, splattering blood onto the wooden door. Jae-soo Cheon revealed that a janitor hiding in the storage room had witnessed the entire massacre. Faced with the horrifying accusation, Chung Jin leaned back, sighed, and challenged Jae-soo Cheon to provide proof. Chung Jin turned his eyes coldly defiant, denying all accusations of his presence or a witness. Jae-soo Cheon's voice hardened, asserting that the witness was a reliable long-term employee of the company. Jae-soo's indignation erupted into a silent roar, his face contorted with rage. Chung Jin's cane slammed onto the floor, a silent fury unleashed at the accusation. Chung Jin spread his arms, feigning innocence, mocking the idea that he was a mass murderer. Jae-soo Cheon regained his composure, his gaze firm as he asserted that investigations would expose the truth. Taeha Jin observed silently, a sense of unease rising as he analyzed Chung's suspicious composure. A smug, eerie smile flickered across Chung's lips as he sensed his opponent's confusion. An illusion appeared. Taeha felt himself slowly being constricted by a giant snake, its tongue menacingly licking across his face. Chung Jin bared his teeth in a wide ear-to-ear grin full of confidence and cunning. Taeha turned away, his eyes sharp as he realized he had to quickly end this meeting before Chung's conspiracy took shape. To regain control, Taeha raised his hand to interrupt, suggesting a temporary halt to the investigations. Tae-choo slammed his hand on the table, angrily protesting the delay of the scheduled election. Taeha argued that electing a potentially criminal chairman would severely damage the corporation's stock price. He turned to Gwang-hoo Yang, directly suggesting postponing the meeting to protect the company's interests. Chung Jin raised his hand, offering a cunning counter-proposal. From behind Taeha, the entire room fell silent, awaiting Chung's next move. Chung proposed a seemingly reasonable solution: postpone the official inauguration for 1 month to complete the investigation. Gwang-hoo Yang placed a hand on Taeha's shoulder, his eyes showing disapproval, stating that 1 month was impossible. Chung turned back, a knowing smile on his face as he pointed out that the delay would grant temporary chairmanship to Gwang-hoo. He narrowed his eyes, issuing a provocative challenge, forcing Gwang-hoo to either proceed with the vote immediately or accept withdrawal. Gwang-hoo Yang stared straight ahead, his face hardening as he was cornered. Harin Yeon observed, her eyes narrowing suspiciously at Chung's unusual haste. The meeting moderator, with a tense expression, cleared his throat and announced the start of the chairman election. Gwang-hoo Yang pondered, realizing Chung's confidence must stem from having victory firmly in his grasp. He calculated that even if Du Zhong wavered, Ingyu's absence still guaranteed him 7 votes. His gaze turned towards Harin, certain that she would never vote for Chung in this situation, maintaining a 7-7 tie. The shadows of the directors were cast on the glass door. Gwang-hoo wondered what Chung's ultimate goal was when a tie would lead to a re-vote. His eyes widened in horror as a terrifying possibility flashed: a traitor within his own ranks. The meeting moderator called for Chung Jin's supporters to raise their hands. 6 arms simultaneously rose from the opposite side, a display of overwhelming and pre-arranged power. Du Zhong-han from the neutral faction raised his hand with a calm expression, revealing his betrayal. Taeha Jin looked at the results, his face devoid of emotion but his eyes reflecting tension as he realized the tables had turned. A raised hand casting a vote stunned Taeha Jin and Jae-soo Cheon. Pyodo Jang, pale with fear, confirmed his treacherous vote. Gwang-hoo Yang was frozen, his eyes wide with horror as he realized the plan had collapsed. In the middle of the meeting room, Jae-soo Cheon yelled, questioning Pyodo with extreme disbelief. Sweat beaded on Pyodo's glasses, reflecting his unconcealed fear. In a stealthy moment, Pyodo injected an ampule into his thigh under the table. Gwang-hoo Yang was stunned to realize the truth: his ally was acting under duress. In a flashback, a solitary dummy stood in the middle of a warehouse, prepared for a test. An explosion was triggered, blowing the dummy away, while 3 men observed from a distance. Gwang-hoo Yang and his 2 subordinates confirmed the explosives were ready to be triggered by a signal. Back in the present, Gwang-hoo Yang horrifyingly realized the detonator was not his backup plan but the enemy's weapon. Another image showed bombs had been planted in the chairs of all Guanghu's supporters. Guanghu slumped into his chair, his eyes desperately fixed on Pyodo, questioning the deadly betrayal. Facing the chaos, Cheng Jin smirked condescendingly, challenging anyone who dared to stand in his way. Pyodo's hand trembled as he held the detonator, a silent apology for the impending action. To protect Guanghu, Taihe Jin yelled a desperate warning and lunged forward. With a decisive press, Pyodo Jiang triggered the tragedy. The Guanghu faction directors screamed in horror as death descended. In stark contrast, outside, the skyscraper remained peaceful under a clear blue sky and a rainbow. Vibrant flowers bloomed on the building's balcony, a symbol of life, contrasting with the scene of death inside. The fragile beauty of the flowers cruelly contrasted with the violence about to unfold. Blood splattered onto the meeting room windows, staining the scene red. Amidst the sea of blood, Cheng Jin closed his eyes, smiling contentedly as his plan succeeded. He turned his back on the bodies, completely indifferent to the massacre he had caused. Myong Ji Kim, a Chung supporter, was frozen in horror at the new leader's brutality. Amidst the pool of blood, Sunghan Lee stood on the podium, calmly preparing to announce the results. Sunghan Lee, the meeting's chairman and Chung's henchman, officially announced the voting results. The sound of the gavel echoed decisively, sealing Cheng Jin's bloody victory. Taihe swiftly pushed Kim Jaepil to the floor, shielding him as the danger persisted. Around them, overturned chairs lay amidst pools of blood, the bodies of the Guanghu faction scattered. From the threshold of a storage room, Cheng Jin looked down at Taihe and Kim Jaepil, who were hiding. He used a handkerchief to wipe a bloodstain from his cheek, his contemptuous smile unconcealed. With blood on his face, Taihe Jin gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with a vow of revenge against Cheng Jin.